Hello and welcome. It's Soul Saturday. Hello, everybody. Let's see. 01, thank you very much for 41 months, brother. Goddamn. Thanks for sticking around for so goddamn long. Sinji, thank you very much for 34 months. My goodness. So many high numbers now. Damn. Dice God, thank you very much for 25 months. Appreciate you, brother. That's right, Necromancers, Oracles, and Leshies. Oh my, indeed. Mr. Ultimus, thank you very much for 21 months, brother. God damn. Hey, I appreciate you. Gold Throne, thank you very much for 29 months. Thanks, brother. It has been a pleasure to see your map making improve over those 29 months. Soup, also known as the Sunday Bar, for 11 months. Thank you very much. I appreciate all of your kind words, all of your well wishes. Thank you, Soup, for your innumerable pieces of fan art, memes, and otherwise. But also, hello, Whimsius, Sinju, Astro. Hello, Zebus, Luna, Jin, Onus. Hello, Nick, Lore, Gamer. Hello, let's see that, Wolfmaster. Going up, scrolling through. See if I missed anybody. Hello. Am I blind? I don't believe so. I think we're Gucci. Hello, everybody. All right. So today we are going to be working on the Necromancer's lair, while also discussing the Necromancer themselves, as well as the Oracle, which I do have some art for, courtesy of our lovely, lovely Legion. I'm even going to be downloading their token real quick. Which Legion? Oracle. Download here. And then we hit download here because I really enjoyed this piece. Yeah, I think I'll show off the art first. So let me do this. Then let me do this. And then let's make... Actually, let me unmute because I see Mr. Ultimus is waiting. Hello, hello.
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 What's up?
What's good, gamer?
Not much, you know me.
Go on.
Oh, God, I really was hoping you weren't going to inquire further than that.
No, I tapped the mic. I pushed it up to your face.
Speak.
Go on. Entertain the people.
Working.
Getting
ready for Monday.
You know this man is sick, by the way?
A little bit, not too much.
He's dying. But he won't
Tomorrow
rest.
I'll probably be dying.
Oh my God.
Right now working on the Invoker.
That's gonna be Zay?
Yeah.
Nice.
I wanted to name it the Invocator, but honestly, like, Invoker just sounds better too.
Invoker is a good name.
Yeah. I don't know why I didn't just say Invoker.
Go to the Bears pub. So, everybody, she doesn't currently have a stat block yet, but this is the Oracle, drawn by our lovely, lovely Legion. She's going to be a important NPC in the Chaos and Kalador AP. She has been sealed away within the Tower of the Oracle for many centuries. And has basically, she is a pure-blooded elf. She did so in relation to the main story of the AP. The party's going to figure out why people are dreaming of hellfire and just how she relates to that. So, it's going to be a pretty important NPC. We're going to be seeing a lot of her. We will be making her character sheet and like all of her abilities and such in case the party decides to, I don't know, attack her. Which is how I usually run my NPCs, is that even if they are bystanders, I will make them character sheets. The artistic skills of the people from the Discord is just mind-blowing. I agree. I very much agree. I think there's an insane amount of artistic talent in the community Discord. And if you want to see more of it, if you want to see these pieces getting drawn live, you can come join the Discord. Come hang out with us in the community lounge.
That's what I'm talking about right there.
What?
That's marketing. That's marketing right there. You did it.
Thanks, man.
You did it very well, man.
Thank you. Thank you. I learned from the best.
Oh, thank you very much. You know me. I'll shill my shit.
No funny old man voice. We were considering making them a crotchety old man. And then somebody went, what if Gilf? And then everybody kind of looked around and they went, that is a good idea.
And they went, woof, woof, bow, wow.
Correct.
Arf, arf.
Everybody shook hands like it was a fucking shareholders meeting.
Yeah.
They went, great idea. Great idea. Congratulations. Congratulations. And then everybody walked out of the room.
You were sitting there, your fingies pressed together, leaning forward, going, what just happened?
I look around. I see.
What is
horny
what is
it is.
What is this?
Very well. But we are going to be making the Necromancer's lair. I have a couple of designs in mind. Here, I'll show you guys some of the pieces I'll be using as inspiration. There's this very cool piece. These are old school dungeon maps that I'm kind of going to blend together. So I'm going to be using this main area here, 80 and 81, as like the main sort of shape. And then we're going to be putting these kind of like 3x3s around the outskirts. So we're going to be using this big part as like a very cinematic centerpiece. Very, you know, allow for a lot of dynamic movement, a lot of like emphasis on characters and everything like that. With these smaller side channels being places where we could have like mob spawners and the like the Necromancer summoning skeletons and they come off screen. That's what we're gonna try for. Yes, these are some old maps. These are like, you don't even get to see the map. The Dungeon Master has the map on their side and they tell you where like you can go. As a recap as well, this is our Necromancer's lair so far. This is the lowest floor in the Necromancer's lair. I still need to touch this one up. This is what happens if you fall from the first floor. You land down here. So a lot of these like old tunnels, a lot of this like water for like steam. A lot of like going up and down ladders, a lot of navigating, a lot of like difficult terrain. This is the first floor. This is the floor that the party will be entering in from down here. they'll, have to solve the puzzle, quote unquote, which is matching the colors to the levers and then opening the center door. Then it will take them to the top floor, or the ground level, which is the ruined keep. You can see the Necromancer has been using this place as a hub of depravity and defilement. And then, once they ascend to the top floor, they will find a teleporter, which will take them to the Necromancer's actual lair. So they've been using this keep, this castle, as as an operating base, or a forward operating base, where they can sort of deploy their undead from. Their actual lair in a catacomb, like a hex away, basically. That's what we're gonna work on. All right, Jesus, stop that! Before you give somebody a seizure.
What happened?
My incarnate, sometimes when you edit or try to edit a map from a preview, it kind of stammers. And when it does so, it flashes a bright white light. It's kind of obnoxious. Okay. I'm going to clear all. Actually, I should say, I'm going to save this template real quick. This 40 by 40 with all of the centers marked out. Indeed.
Yeah. I'm currently making the first summon of the Invoker, which is sort of a spirit. And the idea is you primarily use this as like your main attacker.
Okay.
So at level 1, your action will be to command it to attack. At level 2, you get a bonus act. It gains a bonus action to also do like a weaker attack. But that also kind of gives you some combinations where you can be like, I'll spend an action to cast one of my spells, and then have them use a bonus action to do a normal ass attack, or I'm gonna have them do the big attack, and then I'll use a bonus action to like augment that attack. You know what I mean? So that's kind of how we're handling like summoners.
All right, that's kind of badass.
And then different specializations will operate the summons differently. So a Necromancer, for example, they have multiple minions, but they all just auto hit essentially. You just use your action to be like, all right, I got 4 skeletons surrounding you. Everyone attacks. Everyone does 3 damage. That's a total of 12 damage. So that way you're not, summoning is not taking forever, and you're still using like the same amount of actions and stuff like that. So we'll see how that play style goes.
God damn, the birds are being as fuck outside.
Hey, shut up.
They're screaming out there.
Shut the fuck up.
Like, I wanna fuck now. Same thing when cats go into heat, where they just start screaming.
Yep. Cats in heat are not fun.
They're obnoxious.
They're absolutely terrible.
How about an old man's servant? Interesting. Okay. I'm gonna throw a rock at that fucking bird.
He's just having a good time.
Oh my
What's up,
God,
man?
He's so loud. Holy!
He's like outside your window.
There's no way you live with a bird.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no way you live with a bird.
Yeah, man.
I don't think I could.
Yeah.
I think I'll just stick with cats and dogs.
Abby, what's up?
What's I gonna say?
I love that bird.
Oh, tell me, how political is Phase 0?
Yo, dog, why are you salivating?
How political is Phase 0?
I mean, it's there currently is an ongoing war. So
Is it like a feudal system? Is there lords and kings and princes and princesses and shit like that? Okay.
Yeah. It's like the beginning of it's the beginning of like civilization like that.
Okay. What happens to second sons in your setting?
It would depend on the body of rule. But normally it would be more of a position of diplomacy, so like a diplomat to speak on behalf of the name of the families.
Okay.
But also, if someone wishes to abdicate their name, they can do so freely.
Interesting.
But not if you're the first. I mean, obviously, if you're the first, then
If you're the first, you don't get a choice.
that's correct. Your destiny has been decided for you.
The reason I ask is because usually second sons in settings usually end up joining the church, or they end up becoming mercenaries, or maybe they luck out and their dad gives them like a plot of land to rule in the family's name type shit.
And again, you still have that option. But if you want to still make the family strong, you would usually become a diplomat for the kingdom. So like sent to negotiate and discuss with all those things. And sometimes when you send a second son or daughter, right, you will depending on the kingdom, they may take offense they may take like personal offense to that, because it does kind of signify like
you don't trust them.
Well, not so much you don't trust them, but like the matter is not. It may be important to you, but it's not important to them. Not important enough,
Okay.
But sometimes, you'll take whatever you can get.
I was thinking,
but that's only if someone wants to like still be like represent or help their family or kingdom. Otherwise, it's exactly what you say. They'll abdicate. They'll remove their name, and then they'll go out and do that. Sometimes you can keep your name, depending, but it also depends on if the position will bring, if you essentially are going to be doing something in a way that makes the family or the kingdom look good.
Okay.
But if you're like, yeah, I'm just gonna go like be a smithy, we'll be like, all right, well, you can, essentially if you receive the blessing of the elders, right, whoever is like the leader, to do so you can. If you don't receive the blessing, then you have to abdicate.
Okay.
To pursue that. It's all this is also during a time where politics are starting to come into play. So, for example, in phase 1, so not now, but during phase 1, for example, the Athos has a interesting system where they have multiple kingdoms that rule over their allocated their regions of lands.
Mhm.
And then the Kingdom of Lwendalin is technically the like capital of the southern Cathosian region. So what they do to kind of like maintain the peace and balance is the kings and queens will elect an all king or an all queen who essentially speaks on behalf of all of them, who represents all of their interests. And that is actually voted in by the kings and queens of the kingdom.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So it's kind of like an early offset. Just
Republic.
yeah. But it's again the people don't elect. It's the lords and ladies that elect who represents their interests, because it's sort of like a trickle down republic, if that makes sense.
It does.
Yeah. So, and that system failed, obviously.
What do you mean?
At the end of the first phase, when the gods were killed, when the final All King was essentially trying to bring forth divine light and radiance through Div, eradicating those with the void and bring the light to the world. Once that failed, and the continent of Kathos went into the eternal sleep of petrification for like 50 years after the gods were killed. Kathos decided on an actual republic with like senators and shit like that. They got rid of the king, the king and queen system, and it was to speak on behalf of the people. Because even then, like, even though people celebrated like new all kings and new and all that, it was so detached from just the common man, you know. So
Is there a thing nowadays where like how Britain still has the royal family, but it's more so like a
puppet?
I wouldn't say puppet, but more like it's more for like honoring traditions. So like there's like an all king or an all queen, but they don't have any legitimate power.
In phase 3, no. That's been long since gone. I mean, there definitely were like kings and queens in like phase 2, in Ishtar specifically. But now with phase 3 and the Shattered IO, like that's all gone. Like there is no such. Everything is ruled by the Senate, which is, which you met in phase 3.
Its own can of worms.
Yep. Yepers.
You tell me there are no monarchs or what are they? What
in phase 3? No.
No. I forget. There's a term for people who are like real big on the monarchy. Like they're like, yeah, king, queen, fucking awesome.
Oh, like royalists or something.
There's a term for it.
I know.
Is it royalists? No, you were right.
I don't know. I was right.
Yeah, you were right.
Okay, cool. People that are just big on. Yeah, but I don't think in phase 3 there would be, because it doesn't exist. Like I understand why we have royalists, is because we still have quote unquote royalty. We still have there's still a king, So yeah, but I would imagine that is more on like tradition. You know what I mean? Like traditionalists almost. So if it doesn't exist, I don't think that tradition will continues. You know what I mean?
Okay. How would you, my concept?
Yeah.
Actually, I should ask, how are we doing stats?
We're probably gonna be doing stat array.
Oh, a stat array. Okay.
Probably, yeah. Oh yeah, it's not hardcore. You're not gonna be rolling shit.
That's why, I mean, I'm so used to hardcore that I forget what normal games are like.
Yeah, 15, 14, 13, 12, 10, 8. I think what we're going to do is we're doing the 15, 14, 13, 12, 10, 8. You get an ability score improvement. So you get +2 to 1 ability score, or +1 to 2 ability scores. And that's because the alternative is you can choose a feat, but we don't have any feats available yet, so it's just gonna be ability score increases.
Ooh, are you gonna make your own?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm so used to like hardcore. I was like, well, actually, I need to see what I roll first before I even make my character.
Yeah. No, you'll have the freedom to make your character. You do
Nice.
that, you'll choose your background. Your background gives you a hit die depending on the background you've chosen, along with a bunch of other abilities, which you saw.
Mm-hmm.
You'll build your folklore as well. Then you choose your class, and then you do a little shopping.
Give me the. Do you have? Rather, I should ask. How common are the ancestries or the folks in your setting?
What you talk about?
If you could break it down, give me like the top 5 most common folks in your setting.
Oh my god, it's gonna be the human elf. Be humans and elves, yeah.
What would you rate as third?
Probably Lightfoots.
Okay. So those are halflings, right?
Yeah.
What would you rank fourth?
See, that's where it gets a little dicey.
What are
'Cause
some? Are there major kingdoms for these folks?
the fourth drops off. Not really. No, there really isn't. There never, with the exception of the gnomes, there really weren't. There really weren't any like major, like there weren't like a kingdom of this kind of folk. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
If anything, the separations were of the surface dwellers and those that were under IO. And during this time, it was the dwarves and gnomes who were under IO, and they are currently going through um, their own troubles right now.
Oh, okay.
Where essentially the dwarves and gnomes are in heated combat. Spoilers alert! Spoiler
Yeah,
alert!
I heard you fucking had the gnomes kill all the dwarves.
Yeah, the dwarves lost that fight.
You're a sick man.
Yeah.
How
I mean,
dare you? How dare you?
At phase 2, that kind of corrected itself, and a lot of the gnomes kind of became a bit of outcasts. But the stories of the gnomes and the dwarves are really not well known amongst the surface dwellers.
Can I? Is it politically okay in your setting to hate gnomes?
I mean,
Will I be derided by the people, or will the people be like, yeah, that guy is kind of okay?
I mean, you could personally do that. Just speaking more on a like triggering standpoint, I'm not really big on characters outwardly being like, I hate this specific race of people. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Mostly from a maybe if it was a private game, but since it's a show, I don't want that. That's just gonna cause so much shit.
I understand.
Yeah, so if you start going around being like, I fucking hate the gnomes and they're blah blah, and you just kind of go into that, I know that's gonna stir the pot.
Very well.
Sorry, man.
You don't gotta apologize for not letting me be a bigot. Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
Very well.
If it helps though, I mean, we didn't put gnome in the folk selection, and you're not really. I don't know if you're gonna see a lot of gnomes, so.
Life is. Should I hold off on character concepts to session 0?
I mean, I think from what you've expressed to me, it's all possible. We'll have a church. We will have a sort of outpost church of Div in the city that you would be a member of, I'd imagine. It's kind of like an outpost, or a what's the word I'm looking for? Like a missionary, I suppose. Or I don't know if it's missionary. Is missionary the word? I feel like missionary is the terminology for the
missionaries
person.
would be me going into a town trying to convert people.
Okay, so that's that. Yeah,
I'm trying to
I'm talking.
spread the word of Div.
I'm talking about more like the location. It would be like a mission, or I don't know what those buildings are called though. Or what those.
Do we have like a religious leader on site, like a
No, but you would. The head of the Order of Div is the emissary of Div, which we do have a name. We do have a name for them.
Is that guy here?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
No. They're on the front line. They're at Kathos. They speak on behalf of Div. There's only one emissary. They effectively are the word of Div.
Okay.
Yeah. So I have to remember we do have their name.
And is this like a pope situation in which they are
like a warrior pope, I would say, yes.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, she
ordained to rule by God.
Yeah, she is. She quite literally
awesome.
She represents Div.
Oh.
She is the word of Div. Muralia Shurto is her name. She was chosen by Div. She acts as her representative on IO.
Her holiness.
Yep. She can grant the kiss of Div to her followers. So essentially, she created a group of radiant individuals known as the Ignited.
Oh.
And right now they are fighting in Kathos against the Void.
Oh.
And the Void Touch. And the Voids represent the representative.
Okay. How widespread? If you could give me a ratio. What is the ratio of light to void followers? Is there
50,
more? 50-50. Oh.
Yeah. The war was a continuous stalemate. It was a lot of life lost and nothing was gained by either side. It was actually historically referred to as a tragedy.
Interesting.
Yeah. The war eventually stopped out of fear that it would just wipe everyone out. So, but that is happening like on the other side of the world across the Serpent Smile. And so it not a lot. So it'd be not rumor, but it'd be like small talk where in the town that you're at of what's happening across the Great Journey. When I refer to the Serpent Smile, by the way, it is a stabilized storm pattern that splits the world in two. It's something that you have to cross to get to the other side of the world.
I do remember you saying that.
Yeah, which can only be done by like the most well fortified and engineered ships, or those that are just very fortuitous, because it is an extremely deadly storm pattern that kind of keeps the world separated. So there really isn't a lot of trade, if any, between the continents that are split by the Serpent Smile.
Okay.
So this is very so Kathos is on like the other side of the smile. So its influence really hasn't reached here. But people do know it's happening. People do know it's happening.
Okay. Am I going to be lore accurate if I am playing a like fire and brimstone Old Testament disciple of Div?
Yeah.
If I start putting people on pyres, are you going to be okay with that?
Jesus Christ. I don't know if you should play a villain.
When I become a level 5 character and I choose my path, I want you to know I'm becoming I am trying to be Div's favorite.
I understand that. What I will say though is if your goals start to unalign with the party's goals, then there may come a time where I might ask you to retire your character and make them an NPC. Because if there's one thing that I don't allow too often is when players start doing like their own like big major story arcs that have nothing to do with the party. At that point, I'll tap you. So I'd be like, hey man, I don't think this is lining up with what the party is doing. You know what I mean? So.
Now, I'm not saying I'm going to start a crusade.
You're right. But yeah, but I'm just saying, like, if you're like putting you're putting void touch to the pyre, and the party's like, this is kind of fucked up, then I'm gonna be like, hey man, you're gonna have to retire this character. I don't see how it's gonna be able to continue with the party.
I see it.
Yeah. You have the key thing is with the character that you want to make is the same thing I tell everyone. You want to make sure that the character always kind of align. There's always a party goal, and that everyone's following that objective. You know what I mean?
The main goal is going to be the dungeon, right?
Yes, that is the main goal. But if it does get to
why'd you stammer like that?
Well, what I'm saying is because from what you're describing, sounds like a really cool story opportunity, but I don't know if the party is interested in, religious fervor. Does that make sense?
Well, my hope rather was to play a character who is very interested in seeing the party succeed, because their success they can attribute to Div being super pog. I mostly, as much as I talk about Old Testament fervor and zeal, I don't. If the main crux of the story is going to be dungeon crawling, I don't see this character getting the opportunity to set people to the pyre.
Right.
It's mostly going to be a lot of like, I hope the party's ready at camp for my character to start, reciting prayer and preaching to them.
That's fine. I think it's just more of like when people start taking actions that can almost be detrimental to the party. That's usually when I start to tap and go, hey, I don't know if this is the right character, and that happens sometimes. There's nothing wrong with that when it does. And narratively speaking, it's good. It's just a warning I always give where it's like, hey, I'm going to do this really wild thing. And you're like, okay, let's see what happens. And if the party's like, hey guys, I don't know if I want to be traveling with this religious nutbag. I don't feel really super pog about this guy. Yeah. Then at that point, I might tap you and be like, hey, I don't think this guy's working for a party, a party centric thing. So that's always the warning I give. Where it's like, if you're like, is it gonna be okay if I do this? And it's like, if you have to ask,
well, the reason I ask is because
just be cautious is all I'm saying. We'll see. We'll see how it goes, but it's just more of like a fair warning. I've always been of the belief of like, if you have to ask, is it gonna be okay if I do this? That's what I go. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see what the outcome is. You definitely can give it a go, but just keep in mind if it doesn't go, if it goes awry, that might be if that might be like a tap of like, hey, this kind of doesn't align with the party at all. I would never ask you to change a character's concept, right? But it may be time for that character to be like, peace, I'm doing the thing now. And they still get to be part of the picture, but they won't be a part of the party.
Indeed. The reason I ask is namely for if it fits the themes of your world. I don't want to bring a concept into your world and be like,
no.
DM.
It 100% does. This is the world of Braun Luxpin, which Io knows of Braun and his religious might, who essentially was what you are describing.
Oh,
So that was played by Lawman, and he was, and surprise, surprise, he left the party because of his religious fervor.
Nice.
So
Very good.
That's why. I'm not just saying this out of like, I don't. I'm like, yeah, it happened before.
This happened before. This is not. You are not treading new territory.
Exactly. This happened.
Funny.
This happened before. He became a big boss. He became like a boss. He became an antagonist. So,
all right, maybe we'll tone the zeal down just a little. I don't want to be. I don't want to be exactly like the former All King.
Yeah, that's also another thing. Is you'll. Yeah, technically, Braun was the final All King because Phase 2 got rid of the All King, and then Braun brought it back in Alabaster because after the Shadow incursion and the defeat of the Shadow Lords, like banishing them back to the Shadow Vale, he like kind of moved his crusade to Alabaster, quote unquote, where he was an ally and then eventually became All King until he one day vanished and hasn't been heard from since.
I look at you. Where's he at?
Are you asking if I know that question?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
All right, Toby. I hold the mic in your face. At comic 249 of the World of Io, the former All King vanished, and it's not referenced in Shadows. So I need you to tell me where he's at.
I look at you. I give a shrug as if I don't know, but then I give a smile as if I do know.
The crowd goes wild.
I don't.
Very well.
But remember, all of this is a lie. That's the best part about this.
What?
The gods are fictitious. They were created by the Auroran Federation.
That's right.
So,
yeah, the gods don't actually like us.
Yeah, so that they no, they were created specifically to be oppressive gods, so that humanity, the mortality would rise up against them and become their own. It was the belief of the Auroran Federation that civilization needed to kill their gods to ascend into something greater.
What if oh my god, wait a minute.
Yeah, exactly.
What if I play the god killer priest?
You're like, we gotta
you
kill
all
this thing.
hold a spark of divinity within your light. You don't need div, you don't need the void. You yourself are ordained to be God.
Which is the only side of that is that if you're playing Disciple, you have to choose div and void as
that's a cool ass con. I don't think that would fit this setting though, or at least right now.
You would be considered a madman.
I'd be a pariah, dude. I'd be a
you would
fucking
absolutely
social
100%
pariah.
be a pariah. No, div and void are big in this setting.
Oh, who do you worship? You worship different void? I shake my head. I worship myself.
They go, all right, weirdo.
Worship the light within you. You are a god.
Yeah, you would immediately.
Why are you taking me away?
Yeah, you would not have friends anywhere.
Nice. I mean, what better person to join a party full of a bunch of like, if you look at them on a surface level, this looks like an evil party, by the way.
What?
If you look at our party, surface level, you have the Bloodletter. You have the Invoker. I think the other one's called like a Curse Weaver or Curse
Oh yeah, I think I'm
Spitter.
gonna name it Hex Weaver now that
A
Hex is
Hex
a part
Weaver.
of the SRD.
If I looked at those three motherfuckers together, that's an evil ass party.
You haven't seen Masaya's character yet.
I bet she's gonna be super bubbly. But on the surface, if you gave me a piece of paper and said discern the alignment of this party, I'd go, this is an evil fucking party. You have a bloodletter in this party. You have a hex weaver in this party. Yeah. This party's evil. This is
I do have to
party.
ask. You're still going to be a disciple of Div, right?
Yes, I salute.
Thank God.
Actually, DM, I change it.
Yeah, I'm just like, I look. It's a couple of days
48 hours
Monday.
before session 0.
I've been plotting Div disciples for fucking weeks now, and then you just go, I'm not gonna be that. I'm gonna be like.
just wait for my inevitable heel turn where I become the worship the light within yourself. You are divine.
Dude.
You are the beings.
Disciple of Div gets a level 1 regeneration spell.
Never mind. I love the light.
It's not regeneration the way it is, but essentially
cool.
what it is you cast a spell, no concentration. The target regains 1 hit point at the beginning of their turn.
Very nice.
The spell ends after 1 minute, or if the target's hit points drops down to 0.
Ooh, okay, so it's not not like a get you back up. Okay.
Correct.
Interesting. All right.
Correct. Absolutely correct. It's also a free 10 hit point heal if you're just like, okay, I'm going to slap everyone with the spell and they're going to heal after a minute 10 hit points. Which I recognized and went, that's fine. I know someone's going to be like, but what's to stop me from doing that? I was like, nothing.
Do it.
Do it. Yeah, just fucking do it, man.
Jin, thank you very much for 10 gifted subs, brother. Incredibly kind of you. Thank you for, once again, destroying the sub goal. I very much appreciate it, my man. I hope you have a lovely sleep. I hope you take care of yourself. I look forward to playing with you in fucking Valheim next time you're awake.
You guys playing Valheim?
Yeah, man, we have a community server if you want to come join us.
Oh, no, I've never played it.
Oh, you've never? Oh, we are playing like a giga modded.
Yeah,
like,
I figured you are.
You would come in and be like, what is that? And I'm like, magic! And then I explode your brain.
I always appreciate the invites and sadly have to always turn them down. Because of my busyness.
I'm busy. Hey, it's
What are you muttering
what?
about?
Huh?
What the fuck are you muttering about?
Nothing bad. Just talking to myself.
I just hear you muttering.
I'm the light of God.
Just going.
The spark of divinity touched my soul, just like it touched yours. Look deep within, son of man. Claim what is yours. Claim your right to rule as ordained by yourself to be a god.
Yeah, man.
And I get shot.
I was also thinking of a spell that actually conjures armor of light.
Ooh. I mean, badass, very badass.
It's not
badass.
mage. It's not mage armor, but essentially what
it's
it
cooler.
does. What it does is it actually conjures like existing. Well, by exist, I mean like it conjures a piece of armor. So you go, choose light, medium, or heavy armor, and then you are immediately clad in that for X amount of time, and you also have the ability to become a light source as well.
Holy shit! I conjure a breastplate. I'm immediately cool as fuck.
Yep. And it functions as a breastplate.
Oh, I already have what my character's gonna be wearing. I already have it.
What did you think of the? Did you read the nobility background, or did you just go to the fucking?
I immediately looked at everything. I crushed it in my hand, and I went, "Oh, that one."
Yeah, you saw the one that was all like
that you literally handmade for me.
Yeah, you're like, that's the one.
That's for me. That's me right there. Thank you.
Nobility's a funny background to me. because you get like a D6 because you're so fucking sheltered.
I
But
did.
you're
Let me hold on.
what?
Let me open it up again.
Yeah.
Am I allowed to say these things aloud?
Yeah, that's fine.
Very
Thank you
well.
for checking.
Let's see. Ooh, you only get 2 for nobility. I guess the $100 fucking the $100 dues makes up for a lack of a skill.
It's what it is. Well, no, you get 2 skills.
Yeah, but
They'll get
as
2
a
skills.
clergy folk, I get 3.
No, you don't.
I do.
No, you don't.
I do.
What's your 3rd skill?
Scribe.
Yeah, that's the crafting scribe is the same
Crafting's
skill.
my second one.
Yeah, that's not it. No, crafting scribe
you
is
use the
one skill.
semicolon, which is like you could kind of use that in lieu of like a comma sometimes. So that's like my 3rd skill.
I'm gonna like beat the shit out of you right now.
What? I like how just you fucking holding a bat.
Gonna fucking beat you up right now.
Scribe. Tell me about crafting scribe. Am I going to be able to make scrolls?
Nods.
Am I going to be able to cast my scrolls that I make?
Nods.
Can I craft scrolls from my spells?
Nods.
What is the breakdown of it going to be? What do I need to make spell scrolls?
Gold.
How much?
Shrugs. I don't know.
Fuck! I see.
I was like, please stop asking questions. I don't have answers for all of them.
What do you mean, man? Fuck it.
I'm still working on it, man. I'm still working on it. It'll be cheap.
Oh, okay, that's good. I like cheap. Cheap's nice.
Yeah. You'll just get to.
How cheap?
Well, scrolls are consumables, and consumables in IO5E are common sense and affordable.
Who can make potions?
Crafting alchemist.
Can I make scrolls of healing?
If you have a healing spell, and you know the healing spell.
Will I have a
yes.
healing spell as a disciple?
I mean, you're going to be able to pick your spells, so if you choose a healing spell, then
I
yes.
hold out my hand to you. I make the gimme gesture.
But the question is, which healing spell are you going to choose?
I
Because
want
we
to
have
see them
multiples
all.
of them
I
now.
want to see them all.
Put
Put them right in my hand.
We'll have the standard cure wounds, the touch heal.
Okay.
Healing words out.
Okay.
We'll have the regeneration heal. And then we have an AoE heal. Where everyone gathers up and you go, oh, and everyone heals like 1d4 plus your spellcasting modifier. Within a certain radius of you.
So that's the replacement for healing word.
Well, yeah, healing word was essentially like a bonus action range heal.
Yeah.
And after crunching the numbers, I went, this is a little too powerful.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. All the other spells made sense. The only one that did make sense was healing word, funny enough.
Interesting.
It was because it was a bonus action, which was crazy. It was ranged, which was also insane. And it allowed you to add your spellcasting modifier. So effectively, it didn't make sense. From a balance standpoint, from the number standpoint. I mean, it works. It does what it needs to do. I don't consider it an actual broken spell, but the numbers, when I broke down all the spells, I was able to make them all make sense. Except for that one. That one was so powerful. Essentially, every spell has a score depending on what makes it up. You know, is it a saving throw? Is it a save for half? Is it an auto hit? Does it have a condition attached to it? Does it have, how much damage does it do? Is it a healing? Is it a temp HP? So blah, blah, blah. And everything made sense. The only one that didn't was healing word. And it's the combination of being ranged, being a bonus action, and the fact that you can add your spellcasting modifier to it, which, by the way, you do not see very often in spells in 5e. That combination gave it like an absurdly high score that I was just like, I don't think this is gonna work.
Okay.
It essentially was the better option over Cure Wounds.
Yes. Correct. That's why I took it and Cure Wounds.
Yeah. Yeah. And so to me, I'm like, well, if there's gonna be a better option, then I'm just gonna remove it.
Nice.
And try and rebalance it, essentially. Rebalance all of it.
Okay. I do like the everybody gather up so you get healed. I do like that.
I love that, because I do think that's also a good roleplay spell.
Correct.
Because when you cast that, until the end of your turn, you actually have a light source. So you go, oh, the divine light, you're in the middle of the dungeon, everyone gathers around, and then until like I think actually like to the beginning, I have to check again, to like the beginning of your next turn, a light is just there over the area, you know, because of the light it's like a dim light. It's like the remnants of the healing, and it's slowly subsiding away, so you kind of get like a little temporary light source as well.
Nice.
Yeah. For a little favor. For a little flavor.
Okay. Okay.
And then of course the little light regenerations, which are fun. Also keep in mind, you also get the favorite spell feature.
Yes, I do remember you talking about that.
Yeah. So you choose a spell. You get 3 uses of it without needing to expend a spell slot. A use is replenished every time you roll initiative on a fresh combat. So you keep pushing, you keep healing. By the right of Div. And AoE heals everything.
Okay.
You're gonna have a lot of options, which is going to be troubling for you, because you're still gonna be like limited by how many spells you can learn. There's gonna be a lot of good options for you. Especially since like Bless has been like split up. But also like fairly early on, you get to like combine blessings together into one cast and one spell slot. And one concentration
I'm kind of a badass.
Slot. And cantrip blessings. That you do get. There are cantrip blessings as well. Where you're like, hey, by the right of Div, you tap someone, and then they go, and then you go, weapon blessing. You now have 1d4 to hit the next for 1 minute while I maintain concentration. And that's a cantrip.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you're the Div. The Div disciples definitely heavy in support spells.
Nice.
And then you also get the fun little snap. Someone takes 3 points of radiant damage.
True.
Cantrip.
Explode.
Yep. Well, especially with the skeletons I showed you.
I go back to see if they have that I can exploit.
Oh, you'll see it. And you can imagine the scene too when you're doing it.
Oh.
The skeleton is bloodied, and you go, be purged! And you cast your cantrip. They immediately ignite on fire and then die.
I'm about to be cool as fuck. I'm about to be aura farming in your game, dog. I hope you're ready. I'd be ready for me to just walk around fucking just disintegrating dudes.
That sounds fun, right?
Hell yeah, it does. Is this still an IO? Yeah, dude. This is phase 0.
Phase 0, yeah. My goal is to make classes fun.
And a badass.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of a badass.
I'm pretty excited for it.
As am I. So hurry up.
Brother.
What?
We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it, man. Just
hurry up.
Hurry up, dipshit.
Make it Monday already.
That's just character creation. Yeah, so
We
essentially
can
all
do
the
a little.
classes
We can do a little role. We can do a little role play. We can do a little session. We can do a little session in that.
push your fingies, push
We
your
can do a little
fingers.
session in that. I mean, really, come on. Like, who needs session zeros? We could just
So-
go right into a session one.
So here is the class breakdown for the first 4 levels
Okay.
that hopefully everyone's going to be able to experience, right? You at level 1, you get your core feature, which is essentially what makes your class, you know.
Okay.
Like the invoker gets the, invoke spirit ability, can immediately start summoning. I'll have to see what we're gonna do. I mean, the disciple is literally just like your divine spellcasting ability. You're a spellcaster, so you just get that along with your favorite spells. Also, everyone has unique spells, which I'm gonna fucking kill myself over, apparently. But like, disciple spells are always gonna be different. Even the different disciples. Void disciples are gonna have different spells than, div disciples.
The hell did you just say?
I know, man.
Those don't exist.
But they do.
The void cannot make, it can only destroy.
Yeah.
It is Div's light that can create.
Yep, that's correct. Boy! Div's like a fat kid who loves cake.
What?
Just wants,
All right,
just wants
fucking crucify that man for saying
more.
heretical things about our Lord.
Just wants more. Just wants fucking more. So
Fucking
anyways, the breakdown.
Crucify that guy. Go on.
Yeah, the breakdown is that level 1 is your main class feature. You also get a favored feature that allows you to do that more often. As long it's, but you don't get that when you multi-class. We're not multi-classing,
Class
so
anyway.
you're good anyways. Yeah. Level 2 usually is like a little passive, but also a bonus action ability that you get. So now you've got which bonus actions in this game are very like augmenting a bit your existing abilities.
Yeah.
That's what the bonus actions are. Level 3, you'll get another bonus action, but you'll also get your first class reaction. So you actually be able to use like reactions. And we kind of talked what yours was, where you essentially, whenever you cast spells, you get little motes of divinity that you can then use for your reaction. Yeah.
Oh, that's
Level 4.
right. I'm gonna be using fucking a shit ton of Vestal quotes.
Yep. And then at level 4 is your ability score improvement. And then level 5 is when you choose your specialization.
We're going to
that's
like level 20, right?
And that's and that's usually when the game goes on like a 6-month break.
Nice.
Like as you are
you
trading
learn,
in that
yeah.
specialization, and
Badass,
the world
badass.
advances. Yeah. And then from there, you're playing essentially a different class.
I founded my own paladin order.
Well, that might be like your level 11.
Behold, the luminous knights.
And then yeah. And what's beyond that, we haven't gotten there yet because we're still on tier 1 play.
See now how grossly incandescent Div is.
Oh. You're like, check it out.
I'm a fucking look at me, guys. I'm wearing heavy armor now.
That's true. Your D6 becomes a D10.
Guys, I'm a fucking badass now.
Your hit points just go.
All right, now I'm gonna go burn heretics. So I'll see you guys later.
Yeah, probably what I'm gonna do is I'll have you re-roll all your hit die, and if your hit points are more than what your hit points were before, you can keep it. Otherwise, you have to. Otherwise, you just, Yeah. Essentially, level 1 through 4, you re-roll those hit points. And then it'll be fun when you're like, all right, it's me, 20 hit point Magoo. And you get level 5, and you're like, I have 37 hit points. Let's go.
I can see. I can fight. The goblin. I explode.
Good shit.
Nice.
Now, if I'm crazy, I'll have you choose a new specialization at level 11. That's only if I'm crazy. We'll see how crazy I get. But maybe.
But mayhaps.
Like, you choose the different, like, WoW specs of your Crusader.
Oh. I want you to know, I'm about to rewrite your entire fucking setting, dog. I'm about to make the Ashbringer.
What?
I'm about to make the fucking Ashbringer.
With crafting, you can do that.
Call me motherfucking Mograine, because I'm about to start the goddamn Scarlet Crusade.
You can just start adding different level abilities and make your own weapon. And it'll have its own value. All that shit.
Level 5, a new Pope has been named.
If an item reaches above level 20, it's considered an artifact.
I make the Ashbringer. I put it into Marius's hands. All is right in the I finally become the paladin I was meant to be.
Oh, this motherfucker's law is doing the long play right now. Where he's like, if I make the Ashbringer and then I bury it in a specific location, and then when I play Marius, I go, the memory allows me to attune to
right
previous
before
characters.
we walk into the astral, I stop. I turn around. I run outside the temple. I start digging.
Funny enough, the temple is in the northern Ishtar region. So you're currently in southern Ishtar. So you go, we gotta go to the south continent. Actually, no, you were just at southern Ishtar. That's where Aldorus' crypt
Holy
was.
shit, I go back. I go, guys, hold on. And then I go back. I go, Aldorus, give me the Ashbringer. And he goes, oh, I've actually been holding on to this for you.
He goes,
what? Another Joe Fudge cameo, another $400,000 down the drain, and then he hands me the Ashbringer, and then I'm like, I finally, and I go, all right, DM, I'm a paladin now, and you go, what? And you watch as I start retroactively changing my character in real time in front of you,
and then I go, not so fast. The magic has been drained from this item a long time ago.
What? No!
Its power lies dormant. You must go on an epic quest in the astral to go ahead and regain its power.
All right, I push my party. We're going on an adventure. The astral can wait.
God damn it.
It all makes sense.
Yep. Yep. Mm-hmm. People seem to be excited about the IO system.
I believe so as well.
Except one person who just told me I should play Pathfinder instead. But, you know, those are a time.
That one guy.
What if that one guy was like the one where I'm just like, fine!
Okay!
When did you name your Discord name in the world of IO Brett's favorite?
What are you talking about?
What? When the fuck did you do that?
What are you talking about? What do you mean, man? How did you see that? How did you see that? How did you see that?
Motherfucker,
how did you see
on my
that?
Discord. The players are on the top.
Would somebody make a comment about it? Did somebody make a comment
I saw
about it?
crowd DM / Brett's ... I'm like, motherfucker typed Brett's favorite, didn't he? And then I saw Brett's favorite. I'm like, predictable.
This was when I think I put it in when you announced me in your Devil's Due game.
Oh, at Devil's Due.
And somebody went, it's like, crowned again! And I went, yeah. Oh, you literally can't get rid of me.
I'm like, yeah, man.
You know, I just had to let the people know the truth. I am nothing if not an arbiter of the truth after all.
What if Masay put that? Oh man, that would have been funny.
That'd have been fucking.
I'd have been
like, "What are you talking about?" And then I look over and I go, "Who put that there?"
That would have been 4D. And then you know what you would have responded with? You'd been like, "What are you talking about?" And I'm like, "Yeah, all right, man."
Imagine.
Jesus,
that'd have been hilarious.
4D. No, don't export. Oh my god.
I'll tell you what to do.
4D chess.
Tell you what to do.
Oh, I'm good.
Save check? All right.
We're almost to 600 paid members on the YouTube channel. That's insane.
God damn.
I appreciate it, dude. Fucking shorts, man.
Oh, yeah, man.
People keep fighting me, either it being like, holy shit, this is awesome, or that's gay. I get that a lot.
Huh? Everybody stops, looks at that guy. What?
Well, I mean, they those comments usually get flagged, but they usually go, "That's so gay," and I'm like, "Thank you."
I look at the pride jacket. I look back.
Yeah.
I
Thank you so much.
I look down. I look back up. And
yeah, yeah, man. Yeah.
are we learning new words today? Is that what you're just asking me, like, to define it for you? I can if you want.
I was pretty gay. I don't know what to tell you.
Kind of crazy. I don't know if you've ever heard of this before, but
Yeah.
I'm about to blow your fucking mind.
Yeah. Yeah. I have been on record in saying that all of my NPCs are canonically pansexual.
Nice.
So.
Red Roth, fucking bless his heart.
Yeah.
He's too stupid for his own good.
Specifically so that if anyone wanted to romance an NPC, they were free to do so, no matter gender identity.
Oh,
It's all about love, baby. It's all about love.
Yeah. Except Red Roth's too stupid to realize.
Let's go with Red Rod. You miss Red Rod, man?
I do miss Red Roth. I miss that fucking himbo.
Were you watching the?
I was watching the shorts again.
The last short that came out that did really well.
Yeah.
There.
I can
Naomi's
see why I
like,
like you, ma'am.
Yeah. Well, no, the last one was the shopping one, and Naomi's like, I gotta go. They're like, oh, those plants on sale. It's like, yeah, it's a 3 special. It's a 3 plant special for 25. And Naomi's like, I gotta go.
Hold on. I gotta go get my phone so I can watch the news. I watch all of the IO shorts.
As you all should. As you all should.
I should enjoy it. And open it.
Oh, fucking open it.
I miss those funny little cats.
Those funny little cats.
They were menaces. You watched everything from me. And everything from IO? I'm sorry, man.
Keep consuming content.
I'm working on it right now. I'm literally working on the next phase of content.
Consume content.
was expecting Sizzle to be here because we were going to talk about goddamn Leshy.
Huh?
Leshies are an ancestry in Pathfinder, and he got some art made for a Leshy character he wants to play.
Maybe Sizzle's busy.
He's probably working out like some sick fuck.
Huh?
What?
Is he getting swole?
Yeah, he works out like every day.
Oh, good for him. I work out and then I feel pain and then I go, I don't want to do this anymore. Why does anyone do this?
Ah, so true. I hate that shit. Ah,
I want to get to the point that everyone keeps talking about, but it's hard when I experience 3 days of just sheer pain and
Correct.
I'm walking around like a fucking baby.
they're like, push
Who
through
just
it. I'm
shat
like,
their
brother,
diaper.
I can't lift up my arms. Like, what are you asking me to do right now?
You're waving your cane around.
They're like, just do another part of your body, so I can not use another part of my body. Is
Yeah,
that what you're asking
that's what
me?
I do as well. I do arms, and then I go, I'm gonna let that rest. And the next day I'll do legs, and then my arms really hurt. And I'm like, that's fine, I'll do legs. And then on day 3, now my arms and legs both hurt.
I can't do
I
anything.
just can't function as a human being. That's what ends up happening.
I'm laying out in my bed, and I go, I can't take my socks off because my fucking legs hurt. I can't take my socks off because my arms hurt. I'm gonna die.
And then I gotta be the embarrassing guy that's like,
Masay.
I gotta look like a wimp in front of my partner. I just sit there like, Yeah, I'm just congested and a little sleepy. That's the illness I've got right now. Apparently everyone's getting fucking sick in the streamer world, so
it's because we're getting hit with like these weird ass like temperature fluxes.
I guess so, yeah. But that's fictitious, right?
What?
Climate what?
Oh yeah, man, that's fake.
Sounds like woke agenda to me.
That ain't real.
That ain't real.
What do you mean? What do you mean it's almost summer and it's fucking 40 degrees outside? What do you mean?
I'm tired of rich politicians trying to ruin my life to make it so they can make a buck.
I want more money.
I wish they'd stop. And just let me live my life, please.
I'll
beg
you. You can go make some babies so that way we have more workforce. Ow.
That's true.
Go make Why are you sitting at home? What do you mean you can't afford to feed a family? Make a family.
Yeah.
How much is a banana? It's like $200. You should be able to afford that.
That is true. That absolutely is true. Where's my workforce?
Where are they?
How am I going to make money off of you if you're not working?
I'm waiting.
The force is there. People just don't want to work.
That's right.
Mile.
They're soft.
Fucking soft liberal.
Buzzword. I start having a stroke.
Fucking liberal goddamn piece of
My blood pressure.
Yeah, we got 2 members on Dumpster Dellers.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Nice.
2 litter bugs.
Goodness. 2 new litter bugs.
2 new litter bugs.
Soft served liberals.
Soft-served liberals.
Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Someone did say, thanks for addressing the political stuff. I was worried. Yeah, we never were we have never been a political cast. We're just terrified of the world right now. That's all it is.
It is a lot of me asking questions about stuff I don't understand, hoping to learn more so that way I can bring it up in casual conversation with my friends to make them feel uncomfortable.
I like it when my friends are uncomfortable about the subject at hand.
I like bringing it up so that way they go, oh, that is an actual thing that I should be worrying about. And I was like, isn't it kind of crazy that we're doing this thing? And they go, I haven't thought about that in a week. And I go, you should think about it now.
you think about it right now.
And they
it's
go,
all going to hell.
"Ah."
But I really didn't want to think about it. Why are you making me think about it?
I'm a good friend. You're welcome.
'Cause- yeah. Wake up.
Don't be a
liberal.
sheeple. You'll thank me later.
Yeah, I think there was only one cast where we went really heavy into it, and that's just because,
It's
again,
funny.
that interview was really funny. I was really more just laughing at the interview.
You listen to it, you go, "This can't be real," and then you
This
listen
can't
to
be.
him talk, and you go, "It is real."
You listen to him talk, and you go, "Yeah, he's just saying the same shit." But then you read it on a piece of paper, and you go, "This sounds batshit insane."
How did he get away with this? Why didn't the interviewer stop him? And you find out it's
Yeah.
because he kept talking over the interviewer.
Yep.
What's up, Legion? I showed the Oracle art earlier. We haven't started working on her just yet. I was kind of waiting for all the homies to gather up so we can start discussing stuff. Right now, it's just been me working on the final layer of Necromancer. This is what we got so far. Visual book that makes a sacred flame do half damage, or I think it's pretty cool. I'm all for like religious artifacts and offhand stuff. I still enjoy some of that shit from like World of Warcraft, where you'd have like a stave in your offhand or an orb in your offhand or shit like that. So I'm all for that stuff. I'm gonna put on some fucking Metallica. Oh, listen to
1991. Yeah. What are you listening from 1991?
Metallica.
Oh, I see.
One of their earlier albums.
Very good.
Nice.
Ugh.
Need to make this place a little messier. Elivor, welcome. I'm a recent follower who found you through IO and Into the Shadows Breach. I'm a big fan of your
welcome.
characters. Thanks, brother. I appreciate that. Who's your
Yeah.
favorite?
You're welcome. It amazes me to this day people still watch me.
What do you mean?
Because I'm an asshole.
You're not an asshole.
I'm a grumpy guy.
You wish you were an asshole. You're not an asshole.
I'm a grumpy guy.
You wish you could just tell people to fuck off like some streamers, but I know you wouldn't.
I mean, I kind of tell people to fuck off a little
See,
bit.
you say kinda. There are people who just straight up go, fucking kill yourself now. And then that's what they say to people.
I wouldn't do that.
Correct. So you're not an asshole.
But I do say things like, hey, man, that's not cool. And then people take it as...
That's not you being an asshole. That's...
and then people take it as me being like, wow, what a fucking piece of shit telling me how it is.
I hate you. You go, all right, man. You love
Talked
Marius? I also love Marius.
We talked about that in our latest Into the Dumpster episode. Where like you can't really defend yourself because if you do, people think you're an asshole.
I mean, again, I think if you've set, there is definitely
Healthy boundaries.
something. Well, also healthy boundaries, but also like you can kind of get away with being an asshole if you have presented yourself as an asshole beforehand. If that makes sense. Like, I can't really be an asshole because it will just come off as like it'll be like a very violent turn of character. Because I haven't like, if I were to start being an asshole, it would alienate a lot of people because I didn't start as an asshole. But if I had started out being like, "Oh yeah, man, go fuck yourself," and people are like, "Yes, that's my streamer," that'd have been
my asshole.
yeah, that's when you could get away with it. But if I, 4 years in go, fucking, fuck you, and people go, "Whoa, whoa,
Yeah,
dude, chill."
I've always been the person that goes, "Hey, man, why the fuck did you say that?" That's unhinged. I'm just a mean mama jamma.
You ain't mean. Stop it. Stop saying you're mean. You ain't mean.
Everyone thinks I'm an asshole.
People who don't watch your content think you're an asshole. They were gonna watch your content. They're just there to shit stir.
They're looking at me.
People who
saying,
watch your content go, make another book, funny man. I'm fucking waiting. That's the people who are watching your content right now.
I'm working on it.
And they know. They're waving money. They said, hurry up.
But the China terrorists, and then people are like, God, he's getting so political. And I'm like, I'm just trying to make a cheap book. I'm trying to avoid charging you $80 a book.
I love Gabriel and Marius, as well as how you play Dell. They inspired me to both pick up and play Artificer and Cleric. Thanks, brother. Cleric is a great class. Never be afraid to play Cleric. It's real good.
You got a real problem on your hands. You're fucking addicted.
Because I like helping my friends. If I don't play Cleric, nobody's gonna fucking play Cleric. But I like playing Cleric.
He has put the mantle on his shoulder.
I feel that.
I will once again gesture to our fucking hardcore game, where guess what? Scrumbus is gonna die. Because nobody can help him.
We don't know yet.
True and real.
We don't know yet. Never say never.
I'm saying never right now. If he survives, I'm gonna give it the same treatment. If those dogs survive and Scrumbus survives, you loaded the dice.
Nope.
You loaded. I'm gonna be one of those hateful comments in your YouTube section saying it's been 8 sessions. Why hasn't somebody died? Scrumbus should have died.
We'll see what happens.
I get the feeling you just don't like Scrumbus that much.
Yeah,
like
I'm also getting that feeling.
Tom. I like Tom.
I think you just don't like Scrumbus. I don't think you like the Goblin.
I will say, I didn't like Tom. I didn't like Tom's character at first.
Sorry.
I did.
I was like, God
Don't
damn. This is it. The asshole arc. What we just talked about.
No. I didn't like Scrumbus at first. I was like, ooh, this is, ooh, I see. And then I think it was session 2. I think it was session 2 where I forget what Scrumbus did something where, oh, no. It was the fight. It was the fight with the murderer.
Yeah.
Where he played his character very fearful and like ran and hid and like put himself at a huge disadvantage when he did that. And I was like,
Guys.
Okay, I can fuck with this character. And
There's
then when he reacted to Night Renders telling him not to run anymore, and he was like, okay, I won't run anymore. And he went and did that. I was like, okay, I like this character. I like this character now.
So obviously he has to die.
Brother, he has 5 fucking hit points. It's a miracle he's alive right now. Do you understand that? Like, Rag at least is a cleric with shitty stats, but you don't need stats for fucking to be a heal bot, okay?
You told him not to run. He's not running, and now he's going to die because
I'm aware.
of it.
I mean, he shouldn't have stood there, if I'm being honest. He has like 100 feet of range. What's he doing
I mean, honestly,
standing
skill issue.
Why is he standing behind me?
I thought this was a hardcore game. What are you doing there, wizard? Huh? In melee?
Yeah, why are you there with me? What are you doing? You have 100 feet of range.
He's next to you, hyping you up, and you're like, you're gonna die. He's like, I got your shield, sir.
Also, you're wrong. He now has 2 hit points.
Nice. Actually, he's dead already.
He should be dead. He should be dead.
He salutes you, and eyeball falls out.
The fact that
if
he's
he
lived this long is a miracle.
If he trips wrong.
Yes. Dude, if
down the mountain.
we have to go down the mountain. That's another 2-hour climb down the mountain going safely because we don't have climbers kits.
Yeah.
Which means there are rolls he has to make before we even get to fucking heal him. That he has to climb down that fucking mountain and could potentially fall and just break his neck. 2 hit points. 2.
Ground.
2. What?
Ground. I have to do an aside because I just completely did off the rails. So I apologize, but Warframe has reached peak horny.
Is there
With
another
their
Ember
latest
Prime?
update. No, almost. Let me show you 3 things. First off, this is what they have for their new release.
Okay.
This is the image. Where did I put it? Put it in. I don't even remember.
Oh god, where did you put it?
I put it in text chat. There we go. So this is what they have as their intro.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Interesting.
Okay. This is Yoreli Prime. This is their new Prime skin. Straight horny.
Asked woman, very good. Oh.
This is Yoreli. This is our resident anime magical girl, Warframe. And her Prime skin is even hornier than before. I think on the release, like in their meeting, they said that this is perhaps our most boobular frame. I think is what they said. I think, which is what Rebecca straight up said, who's in charge. And to top it all off, this is the real reason I'm going back. Their newest Warframe is this. It's a spider Warframe.
Oh.
It's badass.
Oh.
That's kind of sick nasty though.
Oh shit.
That's kind of peak.
Isle Weaver. Damn.
Yeah, so we've hit. Apparently, this new release is just going to be Bad Bitches, the DLC.
Nice.
And for that reason, I might be. I like the little like coochie fucking light right there. That's great.
Okay. Little
Fucking
guiding light.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway,
All right.
I just had to state these facts because it blew me away. You may continue.
Delivore, that is definitely a short that I go back and watch a lot. The same one with. Have you put out? I look around. How much have you told people about your?
Oh, well, I mean,
Nothing. Here's the announcement.
no, I've brought it up very briefly, but we will be doing animated shorts soon.
Okay.
When I think we've got 4 or 5 in the roster right now. Right now I'm waiting for the public release of Deadbeats, and then we're gonna be doing a weekly animated short release.
Okay.
I want to do that. I want to do an animated short of one of my personal favorites is Donjon in the in Lost Mines.
Fucking that fucking guy.
I don't want to do that short.
Let's finish this, partner.
Let's finish this do. Let's finish the
Room
job.
for one more.
It's just
1 point of damage. 1 point of damage. 2 points of damage.
see your killer's eyes before you die. That's my favorite line. I don't know where the fuck that line came
Dude,
from.
you can't-
That's my
this is-
favorite line.
This motherfucker was like, I will not die a side character, and like
Yeah.
threw himself into the frame. And the whole party is like, you're gonna get yourself killed.
Like better to die protect than live as a side.
I think
Let's
it's because
finish the job.
he made himself a protagonist is the reason that he lived through that
Nice.
encounter where he
Well,
can
I
only
said-
do 2 points of damage.
I think I said it like
Nice.
twice, and someone was like, "He's just keep fucking saying this," and I was like, "All right, that's this character arc. He's just a bunch of cowboy tropes.
Amazing.
He's just a fucking badass, dude."
Let's finish this.
Let's finish the
Looks at Turk. Let's finish this. Looks at
Everyone's
Tommy.
just-
Let's finish this.
Everyone's just like,
Shut up.
"Go away."
I'm the dosey do.
Abradoshi do.
That's a critical hit for 8 points of damage, reduced down to 4. That's
4,
a
yep.
hit for 4 points of damage, reduced down to 2.
Yeah.
It's like, you have non-magical weapons. What are you doing?
He can attack 3 times. That was the funny part.
The secret, gentlemen, is that if I hit it enough times, it will die.
If he turned on any of you guys, you all be dead because of his 3.
Yeah, that's full damage against the... Well, maybe not Turg. I think Turg would be okay.
They're gonna be fine.
God, Warframe got
I'm
me
on
sweaty.
session 2 of Into the Shadows Reach and working my way backwards through Brett's phases. I've heard Goblins of Io is very good.
It is. And I have gone on record in saying I will never do another Goblins of Io style game again. My brain just will not be able to handle it.
Just pure chaos.
It was. It really was. And I have gone on record and saying Goblins of Io
It was
a great time. It was a flash in the pan. It was a wonderful game. And because of that, I don't think I could ever pull it off again.
Culinarian Prime looking over. Flesh in the pan, you say?
It was perfect for the group. It was perfect for the time we were at. And if I were ever to try and replicate it, or if a game ever tried to become as chaotic as I think it would be impossible to compare to Goblins. Goblins
Interesting.
was peak. So I've got a record in saying that I cannot do another raw chaos. Let's just do all this shit, do whatever we want campaign, because it would just it wouldn't be outdone.
Okay.
And also, I don't think my brain would be able to take it.
There it is. This is the real truth.
I mean, as a DM, like, you got those chaos games, right? And you got to like manage that. And there's only so many times you could do that. I think we ran that shit for like 1.5 years, 2 years.
Damn.
Most emotional moment through all my hardcore playthroughs.
Ooh,
I guess the
most
I think
emotional.
I think not, maybe it may not have been emotional, but it was definitely the most impactful. There was like a moment after fucking Eldrin died. That the party kind of felt lost at that point.
That was funny enough. I was going to bring up it was Veldrin's death is the most meaningful one or most emotional one.
Because I felt like the next couple of sessions afterwards, the party was like they were still pushing through, but it kind of felt like they felt a little lost because Veldrin was like leading the charge and people really relied on Veldrin. And with Veldrin gone, they kind of were on their own and kind of went off the rails a little bit because of it. Not saying that's a bad thing, but it definitely like changed, you know what I mean? How the party dynamic was. And then Gabriel was a great addition, but he wasn't Veldrin. And
Correct.
Gabriel was also
kind
of was the same level as the rest of the party, where there were just like where he was just a little shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it went from like it was very interesting to watch because there was an amazing RP moment that happened afterwards where it was the 3 survivors talking amongst each other and they're like, we have to kill that fucking dragon. And it was like for Veldrin. And then they went in and then they met Gabriel and they didn't know Gabriel at the time, but the moment that the barkeep was like, I'll have to tell the boy, there was like this kind of like tonal shift as well, where they realized they're not dealing with like just the loss of a person. They also now have to deal with like a widow.
Yeah.
Which I thoroughly enjoyed.
Yeah, that was great.
To like watching from like an outsider's perspective.
Yeah.
Plus, I fucking loved Veldrin's sacrifice. Very, very like cinematic.
But you know, but saying that, now that I've had more time to think about it, I think, what was Summer's character's name?
Ooh, you're talking about Dell and Ithaca.
That was the most. I think that was the most emotional out of the hardcore
Yes.
games. Was the because all death saving throws are private, and so if you die, you don't know if you die until I tell you. And just Dell trying to heal Ithaca, like heals Rag gets up, heals Ithaca, nothing happens, and you're just desperately trying to pump all your magic to get Ithaca back up. I think that was the sad moment. That was the introduction to Strahd as well. That was Strahd's
Correct.
Like, hey, what's up, dipshits? Let me just smack you around a little bit, you know?
There's
my little playthings.
If you haven't seen it, there's a very beautiful comic that was made of that exact moment.
Very good impact.
So yeah, I would say Dell trying to heal a dead Ithaca as the most like emotional moment.
Yeah. Same.
I would also say another really impactful one for me was Gideon dying.
Yeah,
because that party had so quickly become so cohesive that it felt like we could take on the world.
That did suck. I will also agree with that. That did fucking suck.
It was such of like we were like so many highs for that entire, like we were like fucking working as a unit. Everybody was like vibing, like all the characters were getting along amazingly. And then there's this like heroic stand that Gideon has where he's like facing Clark, and I remember it because I told Gideon to swing instead of heal himself, because I was like, this is it, like this is the final moment, like so it's either this or nothing. And he was like, beforehand he was like, I could attack or I could heal myself with a lay on hands. And I was like, brother, I think this is it, like this is the make or break moment. And he went, you're right. And then he swung, rolled a nat 1, missed. Clark hit him, did like 17 points of damage, killed him instantly. If he had healed himself with his lay on hands, he would still be alive. He'd be unconscious, but he'd have been alive.
Yeah.
So that moment sticks with me very much. That is a I got my friend killed moment.
Very rarely do you see that. Oh man, scaling hit point and AC bars for the invoker, invoker summons. We got a table, baby.
Yeah,
I guess we've had plenty of emotional moments. I guess what I'm saying is hardcore's pretty awesome, and anyone who's like
hardcore is pretty fucking awesome.
And anyone who's coming at ever comes at me in defense of quote unquote the players without having seen a single hardcore game, they're just depriving themselves.
I wish more people would
open up, expand their horizons.
Sure. I was more so referring to.
Is that not what you're gonna say?
No.
Not at all.
I was more so referring to, I wish people wouldn't try to take our side. I kind of greatly dislike when people are like, why are you doing that to the players? And it's like, it's not like we're sitting here just taking it, right? Like we asked for these games.
The thing with that is they're not even taking your side. They're taking the side of what they imagine a player to be. They're taking the side of a fictitious imagination
taking the side
player.
Of their own opinions of how they would feel if they were in that game.
They're taking the side. Yeah, they're taking the side of themselves, and
they're like, wow, I would have liked
being
this. So
being
no
a
issue.
white and being a fucking white knight.
Hey man,
and,
back off, bro.
and being like, yeah, I'll fucking say it. You know what I mean? Trying to be the brave guy, and you're like, you
That's so
are
cringe, though.
It's very cringe.
Yeah, it is. A lot of people are cringe though.
My favorite comment of these varieties is when someone was like, first off, right off the bat, I just have to say, I might be biased because I don't like Brett's gaming style, and I would never play in one of his games. Almost as if to say like that was like a brave thing to say. Like that's something that people were like, "Whoa, you wouldn't play in Brett's games? That's so epic, dude!" And it's just like, okay, first of all, I would never invite you to my games, and so it's really weird that you're coming at me like that, just to be like, first of all, I would never play at Brett's table. I would never want to play
Brother,
at Brett's
you
table.
weren't invited.
Yeah, I wouldn't want you to play at my table either, douche. Yeah, I get a lot of cringe things, especially.
Imagine if you had been like, "Oh, that's such a shame, man. I was about to send you a DM."
No, I'm not.
Watch him be like, "Whoa, wait."
No, I just don't. I
God,
just
I
don't
love
respond to them.
parasocial relationships, bro.
It is.
I love it.
Like I tell people, this is the line. This is my border. For your protection and for my protection.
You heard it here, folks. Brett supports strong borders.
I support personal boundaries.
Is there anything more American than that?
USA.
USA.
Jesus. Good God.
Would you like to comment further, Mr. Brett, on TV?
In front of the American
Where's the
people.
microphone going?
I think we just need to just be better, is all I'm gonna say.
We must be better men.
Although,
Mr. President,
man,
what does that mean?
I don't know what that means. I was shocked we have an American Pope now. Shocked.
So, some context. He's American born, but apparently he spent most of his time actually in Peru.
That's why he was voted in.
Exactly.
Because the reason why there was never going to be an American Pope is because there was this thought that
we're a bunch of cocky assholes is the problem.
Well, that America's already such a massive political power that to be the religious power as well is not a good look.
100%. It really wasn't a good look when it was announced. My first reaction was, "Oh God, here we go."
Same.
Oh no.
But the fact that, but also keep in mind, everyone hates America, and I understand why. We're cocky assholes, but the fact that
especially hate us right now.
Yeah, but the fact that the conclave voted in an American just shows how not that this guy is going to be. So, like, yeah, that's why I'm just like shocked. Because if this guy was like USA, they were like, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and vote for another Italian or someone else. We're not.
They really wanted another Italian. Let me tell you, the Italians are frothing at the bit. They've been like, it's been 80 years. We made this religion, guys. Come on.
So, but only time will tell. Because I know there's a lot coming out about this guy. So only time will tell what kind of pope he's gonna be.
I do think you're right. I will say be careful when you say this clearly shows, because I had a guy who came up to me right as he got elected and said, this clearly shows that the tariffs are working.
Well, that's just being an idiot. So, yeah, exactly. That clearly shows the tariffs are working. Ugh.
They're afraid.
They're like 5D chess.
Correct.
The conclave went, but what about the tariffs?
Yep.
Everybody looks over, they go, "You plan for this,
What?
Mr. President?" And he goes, "What's a pope?"
Well, my thing is, like, I'm surprised no one's complaining about Trump in a pope hat. And when he got asked, saying, I'd make a good pope.
That's because every time
What?
he does this stupid
Yeah, he
AI
said that.
post bullshit, no one takes him seriously. And that's why I'm just like, guys, why do we want someone who's a president who's just like, oh yeah, he's got jokes. He's just got
Guys, he's a jokester.
bad taste
He's a little
jokes.
haha.
Yeah. It's okay. He's just
I
joking
agree.
around.
I don't vote people who aren't funny, and
And he's like, "Hail to the king," and then he points to himself, and
really,
everyone's
we've
like,
done a disservice to the meme culture because everyone makes memes of Trump, which are funny, but Trump himself is not funny,
"That's correct."
which is unfortunate. People
His
get
followers
that
say,
like
"Guys, he's just joking around. That's just who he
misconstrued.
is."
Well, now
He's
no
just-
one's laughing. It's been long enough where like the joke's over.
Yeah, he's just a little jokester. Come on, guys, it'll be
A little
okay.
troll. You know, the tariffs are a little. They were a little troll. You know,
Yeah,
50,
yeah, a little troll.
51st state. It's just a little funny. Haha. We don't mean
Yeah.
anything by it.
Judges
Unless-
go, hey, stop, kicking people out of our country without due process. And he goes, what? Sorry, didn't hear you, lol. And everyone's like, he's a little
Due process.
Yeah, he's a little jokester. It's okay. He's
Due
just
what?
shipping people to El Salvador. El Salvador. Don't worry about it. It's
I think you mean it's due for a vacation.
yeah. It's just he's just being a little funny guy, and I'm just like, don't worry about it. I'm just gonna.
It's just a little funny. You know, 51st date. That's just a funny joke.
It's a
I mean,
funny
anything can
joke.
happen, but it's just a joke.
It's a fucking joke.
You never know where history might lead, but it's mostly just a joke.
And I just go, whatever. It's we deserve whatever's about to happen. That's just pretty much the.
We did vote for this, which is probably the most depressing part.
That is the saddest part.
Is I can't even be like we're victims of something other
I've
than
kind of come to the point where I'm like, whatever happens at this point,
poor education.
we deserve. It's what we do afterwards is really going to say who we are as a people, like Germany.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah. I'm not looking forward to that.
I saw, just to get off that topic, I saw
Time to
a
shift wildly.
wonderful. Well, it's kind of related. A cool video about Finland's army, and how Finland's like the happiest country in the world.
Dude, Finland. You don't want to fuck with Finland.
Finland,
Russia
yeah.
did, and they learned.
Yeah, Finland.
I'm pretty sure
it's
Finland had. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was going to say, yeah, it's it talks about, because first of all, everyone has to be enlisted in Finland when you're of age. Everyone's enlisted.
Yeah.
It's there. But also at the same time, there are like bomb shelters everywhere in Finland for the entire population. And so you're like, Jesus Christ, and like right on Russia's border and all that, but they're still the happiest country in the world. And the video kind of goes into like, well, why is that? And it's like, well, there's a lot of like pride in their country. They're doing everything they can to look out for each other, and because of that, they're just a very happy. Yeah, it's also for fucking freezing in Finland, but yeah, there's
all the really freezing countries seem to be just happier in general than the rest of us.
Yeah, and now that Finland's part of NATO, they're doing like all these like drills with like America for like frost combat, for like Arctic combat, and
Nice. Yeah, I think
time to invade Russia again.
Well,
no one's
Well,
invading
get
Russia.
invaded.
Why
by
would
Russia.
we be training for cold combat if not that?
They're training for when
Take over
Russia
Greenland.
when Russia decides to pull a Ukraine on Finland. That's what they're training for. The reason why Finland only recently joined NATO, and that's because when Russia was like, "Lol, Ukraine, you're mine now," Finland went, "Guys, anyone seen this?"
oh,
And
this
then they're
again,
like-
huh? Here we
Yeah.
go.
And then because it was also during World War II, they managed to just fucking stand their
Yeah.
ground on
The Finnish.
against Hitler and Stalin. So they were just they never forget.
It was Finland that had the sniper with the most kills in recorded history, and he didn't use a scope. And guess who it was against? Little unfortunate, very sorry Russian conscripts.
Highly recommend this video. It's called "Inside the Most Prepared Country on Earth" by Johnny Harris. I watched a lot of Johnny Harris videos. It's really good. And yeah, it's a 52-minute video about Finland. I highly recommend giving it a watch. It is super
That's
informative. And he kind of like trains with them for a little bit to just learn a little bit about it. And they're constantly doing war games. They're where they have to like, half of them are like the invading forces and the other half are trying to protect everything. And it's like, yeah, it's a whole thing. So, but yeah, I highly recommend giving it a look. It's a great history lesson. And yeah, we myself and Miss A watched the other day. It's a really good video.
Okay.
They're bomb shelters. I have like playgrounds and like hockey rinks in them when they're not being used as bomb shelters. So it's actually like the bomb shelters are like actually like a fucking like public place for people to like maintain it. So they have like companies that essentially like converted part of it into like giant hockey rinks and things like that. And then but they pay for the maintenance of the shelter of that as well, so that their companies can go and like play hockey and stuff like that. But yeah, no, highly recommend watching the video. Super, super good. It's good journalism, what I'll say.
Nice.
I'm a big fan of good journalism, of like non-biased, just get to the information journalism, which is something we don't really see a lot nowadays.
Back itches.
All right, I'm gonna go. I have to buckle down on this class. I'll talk to you later.
Bye bye, handsome.
Bye bye.
Bye. And
Hello,
I'm proud to be. Oh, wait.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh, thank God that comic is
I
gone. Am I
stand
right,
up, I
fellas?
stand up for the anthem.
Ooh, I put your hand over your goddamn chest, you fucking commie. I swear to God. Now. If I see one more football player not taking a knee, I swear to God.
Oh, nice. What's up, gamers?
Howdy. I just finished watching 2 more episodes of Andor, and holy... I'm not done it yet. I haven't done the finale, but I watched 2 episodes leading into the finale of season 2, and oh my God, it's pretty heavy.
I know what I can do. I know what I can do. I know what I can do. I know what I can do.
It's rough. What can you do? What can you do? What can you do? Hello.
Are we talking?
I think Legion's talking very quietly.
Speak up, son.
Hello.
Hello.
Greetings.
What's up, gamer?
How is the stream? I woke up late.
You woke up late.
I'm dying.
What are you dreaming of?
I'm dying.
We stayed up too late because of plant football.
You're welcome. Look, it's not my fault your girlfriend went. I have to render this random meme.
I mean,
It's very much appreciated, though. It's very nice. I like the sort of, like, the last thing you sent me is this sort of, like, scrapbook sketch, like, combo. It's very charming.
yeah. Yeah, she paints really messily. There's a lot of stuff happening on the canvas.
Paint goes off the canvas. Legion slams his fist on the table. You're making a mess. We were talking about what to do for the Fenra AU with Hale. At least I was this morning.
Oh,
Indeed.
all right. What did you guys talk about? What was agreed upon?
We were mostly just talking about what kind of uniform she'd wear and where she come. I'm thinking he just suggested Imperial Navy, like officer, like a diplomatic corps. And I think that's base. Oh,
Hey, you. What?
yeah. Yeah, if
Hell
Hale... I asked Hale if he was playing, if he was going to do a game, because there was talk about it. I think he's still working on it. But if he does, I'll probably join him, depending if scheduling works. Because I think his world's
Nice.
neat. I think it's neat. And he's also a connoisseur of Big Booba, so naturally, I was going to bring in Fenra
Very good.
as like
very good.
as an AU. That's it. That's the context. That's all you need to know. That was it. Now you're caught up. So we were talking about because also Legion's GF. I think I already told you, but Legion's GF wants to or is interested in doing another bust shot. It's apparently
He's a fan of the Tiddly drawings.
She is a huge fan of Tiddly drawings.
Amazing.
Which just shows how opposites really do attract, honestly. She also likes getting paid money, which is also refreshing.
Nice. She doesn't like pretending to be pretending to be a starved artist.
She enjoys money.
That's crazy.
At the very least, she enjoys getting paid, from my understanding.
It's amazing.
Unlike Legion, who likes being like a Franciscan monk underneath a monastery as he does his drawings for the Lord.
Poverty.
Fucking wax candle next to him as he's that dude who's like doing little sketches in the corners of the like old James Bibles.
I just want to draw.
Getting high off that wax.
And you can draw and live. That's a thing you can do. That is a thing.
Shut up and take our
I do
money.
it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game.
I think you need to do it for the love of the game. Like, I don't think anyone who doesn't have a love of the game becomes an artist. But at the same time, you can do it for money too.
See, here's the
Anyway.
play. You do it for money. And then you use that money to improve your equipment so you can make even more drawings.
That's
It's a cycle.
true. The vicious cycle.
I don't know what to tell you, man. I only have like 2 pairs of arms. 1 pair of arm, and I only use the right hand.
How many pairs of iPads do you have to draw on?
Brother, this iPad's gonna last me forever.
No, it ain't. Because there's an eye in front of it. That shit is scheduled to fail.
Correct. They will literally they're literally going to make a thing for your program to fail, so you have to buy a new one.
They're going to be like, new Apple update, and then it just explodes in your hand.
Buy our new one.
Yeah.
User detected using old iPad. Why aren't you using the modern day one? Die now.
You know what gets you artist equipment that costs money? Money.
Oh,
A crazy concept.
So.
A crazy concept.
Yeah. And if your stuff breaks and you don't have the money to get new stuff, you can't draw anymore. And then you have to ask your girlfriend for money so you can paint. Do you want to do that instead? Do you want to go down that road? Okay, so fucking take some goddamn money. And then save it.
Become you know that thing wherein when dogs or cats lose all their teeth, they're just like, yep, this is it. Time for me to die.
No.
Yeah, I'd rather you didn't do that though.
I just curl into a ball like, yep, no longer an artist, gotta find a corpo job now.
You're a moron. You piss me off, actually. I hate you.
Damn.
Get your girlfriend in here.
Honestly, I need to deal with her so that I don't watch you starve.
Let me talk to your manager. Let me talk to your fucking manager right now.
Wow. Can't believe this.
You better start believing. Get your manager in here right now. Or else.
Yeah, we were talking about uniforms for like sexy military uniforms.
I see.
Indeed. We got to keep it booba friendly, you know. Otherwise, the GF just wouldn't render it, and we can't have that.
I want you to know, as I sat there last night, scheming evilly.
Scheming evilly? But petting my wicked eunuch?
As I gazed upon him and he whispered into my ear, I sat there and I went, what if sci-fi game?
Oh, that is schemy.
So that's
What
been
if-
that's what's been on my mind lately. That's been my brain.
Starfinder.
I know. That's
Starfinder
exactly
comes
why
out in
I've been thinking
August.
about it. That's why I've been thinking about it, is because I have the Starfinder book, and I went, "What if I ran it? What if I ran What if I ran a sci-fi
sounds
game?"
like
Finally,
sounds like I need an office serial Fenrir for another reason. That's interesting.
Oh,
also Andor really kind of.
Dude, Anderson. Oh my god.
Andor imprinted something into my brain where I went,
Get
maybe.
on to season 2.
I mean, maybe Star Wars is cool.
It's not, but Andor is. The rest of Star Wars is still trash. I'm sorry, guys. It's true. Andor just shows how much more trash, how much it could be, and then the rest of the series goes, nah, this is still for kids. I'm sorry.
Crazy.
Yeah, it is. It's insane. Yeah,
is
Andor.
there an adventure path? Is there an adventure path for Starfinder?
No, I would have to make something.
Oh,
Oh.
At least that
that would have
I'm
been a
not
fun
aware of.
little
I'm sure
side
lore will
tangent.
come in and say there is one. But it's not one that I'm familiar with.
Starfinder. Dude, August is going to be a good year when Starfinder comes out. Hale's going to have a campaign, baby. We're going to have an Imperial Aegis. Bruh. If we survive that long, hell yeah.
I was I think that's been some part of my brain where I'm like, I just need to get this itch out. Where I need to do something sci-fi, or else I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
Nice. I'm fucking down, bro. You need to talk to Hale. We need to get you guys hooked up. You and Hale can cooperate to make a beautiful Imperial campaign to share.
My big thing is that I'm not very familiar with a lot of sci-fi terms. Like, I love sci-fi, but I'm not super familiar with sci-fi terms. So if you ask me to describe sci-fi shit, it's mostly going to be gibberish on my part.
I mean,
the
you don't gotta
yes.
you don't have to explain how shit works. It's sci-fi these days, because most of sci-fi isn't sci-fi. It's space drama. Like Star Wars is space drama. There's no sci in the sci-fi.
Yeah, but I kind of like the kind of fantastical elements of sci-fi though.
What do you mean fantastic? Like the the science part of science fiction, or
like I want.
Then you gotta go learn science.
That's what I'm saying. Like I want you guys. I want to put something in front of you and describe it, and you go, this might as well be magic. But your characters understand it, right? Like,
yeah,
your characters understand how like a fucking buzzword hyper particle accelerator fucking thing works. Like,
if I'm telling you, that's not sci-fi. That's just story stuff. Sci-fi is like Isaac Asimov. It's like we're getting into the computing of robots and shit, and like how does space travel? How would that actually work? Like science fiction requires you to explain the science of a thing for it to be science fiction. And that has to be a central part of the story. We don't really do sci-fi anymore because we're not that interested in science as a culture. Because we hit the moon, and then the Cold War ended, and we no longer have to care. I feel lazy, and this shit's expensive. And also, it got hijacked by fucking Elon and tech bros. So now when people think of like going to Mars, they think of fucking Space Force and shit.
Does the new Starfinder have like laser weaponry in it?
Oh,
I have no idea.
wasn't there laser weapon to begin with?
I want to know if they have like
I think they
rules.
do.
Like if they have like, do they have like
Mm.
vests that are like, what is their armor like? Do they have armor that compensates for the introduction of like laser weaponry? How does melee work in Starfinder? Is melee still a concept? Like, is it like Dune, where like you have these fucking belts that protect you from, you know, fast moving objects, but the moment something slow gets through it, you fucking die. Like,
I don't know. I assume that there's going to be melee. I feel like Pathfinder is a system that likes to add rather than subtract. And assuming we have space armor and shit, and people don't instantly die. I mean, the argument for Warhammer, because people argue about this shit, of course they do, for like why melee still exists in this setting, is that armor in the setting stayed up to pace with weapons. Unlike our real world, where weapons dominate armor, it's much easier to kill a man than it is to keep him alive. So we just make it as lethal as possible. Like the most we have for armor, like personal armor, is like Kevlar. And like, how reliable is that, really?
yeah, because you can get asked immediately, what level is that, like that plate you're wearing, and you go, most people go, what the fuck does that mean?
Correct.
And it's like, well, brother, you're about to find out.
You clearly haven't played Tarkov.
Not even that, like real life, like if you ask like a police officer, like if a civilian came up and asked a police officer, hey, what level are those plates? That police officer might be a little wary.
I think you'd be very wary.
The average person, in fact, does not know that terminology.
I don't think it matters if you know the terminology. I think a guy is asking you, how vulnerable are you to bullets, is something to be concerned about.
Fuck, I kind of really want to run a sci-fi game.
Ooh, it's gonna bug him, boys. We're gonna see it
Let's
sooner than you think.
go.
It's in his brain. He's gonna struggle. He's gonna squirm. What if the Oracle saw into the future and saw sci-fi, and then it just teleported us to that campaign?
Eridan dies. What are you hoping for there?
I'm already planning for Eridan to die. It's fine. It's on the record. No, I mean just
You've
like.
seen the Leshies, haven't you?
Oh, I have.
Oh yeah.
Many times.
Oh,
I'm not gonna read into that. Well, never mind.
Ayo.
Anyway. Yeah, no. What if we like hit the Oracle and she's like, look into my magic orb, and she like does some magic shit, and then it like cuts to a scene of like people in a spaceship, and then the camera pans in, and it just turns into that game right there.
Oh shit.
And you go, here's the real game. It really is chaos in Kalodor.
So like slip a one-shot sci-fi game into the actual game.
Yeah, and then when that game ends, it pans back out, and she goes, "What do you think?" And we went, "That was weird," and we continue on with the fantasy adventure.
She goes, I know. It's a lot to take in as Eridan's foaming at the mouth on the ground.
This is why I don't wear pants and I'm blind.
Worry not. It's not the first time I've seen that reaction.
Amazing.
Congratulations, you accidentally did an Elder Scrolls. Fuck!
Yeah.
But my incarnate's like really fucking up today for some reason. I don't know why.
Good.
It is giving me an aneurysm as it flashes rainbow across my screen.
Yeah, for some reason, it's like not letting me actually preview things like it's supposed to.
Yeah.
There might be something
That
wrong
was weird.
with my... What did I use for blood before? I had like a blood thing I did before. I'm trying to remember what I did for it.
Bacrown.
What's up,
my
man?
boy.
What's up, man? What's up,
I know
man?
you're itching for that sci-fi. I know we've been talking to Brett, but that's not why we're here today.
Do
we have a lot on
Leshies
our
have
stake.
coochies?
That's right. I'm glad you remembered. Everyone sit down and take
The
notes. We're
answer's
going to
yes.
learn. Fantastic.
Wait, what? I thought they were just like I thought they were just Ken dolls, like Barbie dolls.
Oh,
Huh?
Yeah,
Why would-
holes.
why would I do that?
Oh,
This is Adis.
because
What
it's
do you?
plant.
What are you, oopid?
That's just
What are you,
Plant,
oopid?
Yes.
Mr. DM.
What are you, oopid?
You wanna fuck that tree?
What are you, oopid?
Oh man, Legion, you're gonna be so happy when I start telling you about Fenrir's. I use the words uniform in quotation marks.
Oh. To
Oh,
be fair,
man.
when I was when I was thinking of that Fenrir, right, my mind immediately went, ah yes, they got a sweater combo. She's wearing like a sweater underneath. There's like a cutoff, obviously a titty window for you, obviously.
God, you're so safe.
Strap.
You're so safe. And that's
Well,
fine.
yeah.
I thought your
obviously.
girlfriend wanted to draw booba, not like sweaters.
No,
Like,
no.
give me a fucking some consistency here. Jesus, am I here to goon or not?
I hope you weren't.
You want me to
but
be
alas,
serious
this
or
is
be
where-
silly?
I don't know anymore.
You better find out, son.
You
I
better
ain't
find
waiting.
out.
I ain't waiting.
You see me shaking up the lube bottle.
The
You better
lotion-
fucking tell
The
me.
lotion's getting dry. You better figure it out now.
Come on! I
ain't
got
waiting.
lotion on my shit.
Stop it!
Tell me. Nah,
You
man.
cried as though they're gonna piss me off.
We can be better. We can stay. We can stop. We can stop
Fuck
this
yeah.
right now.
Yeah. Anyway, so have you seen when I talked to Hale, he was saying imperial empire style, like imperial Japan would be the style that of Fenrir's sort of culture. Indeed, we're talking a lot about like World War II officerial uniforms and World War One. Just
Oh.
FYI. So that's the vibe. So what
That's
I'm
kinda-
thinking is
Kind of badass.
Yeah. Let her go over the hangout text. Hale suggested a skirt, but we're only doing a bust, so I don't think it matters.
All right, chat. What do we think of that? What do we think of this? Mayhaps. What do we think of that?
The
Hold
Blood
on.
River.
Hold on. Hold on.
The
Stand by.
Blood River.
Stand by. Boob River.
Standing.
Let's
Jeez, Legion.
scale it down. Let's scale the texture down to like 30. And on. What do we got? A blood
That looks
canal.
That looks pretty good.
Hold on, we can make it better. Hold on, we can make it better. Stand by.
Maybe.
Why don't you make the blood frothy?
Stand by. What if we do some shit like this, mayhaps? We bloodify the sides a little.
Mm-hmm.
What do we think?
This looks like a Doom map.
Yes.
Okay, well,
Very good.
Oh, if I may ask, boss man, since I woke up late, what's the? Have you guys have you made the oracle yet?
No.
The like the stats and the stuff.
No.
Well, that's what I was going
Oh.
to talk about. Is we have a long list of things to talk about today. We usually barely get through one topic, and you got 3 pending right now.
The blood goes here. The necromancer is going to be using it for their fail ritual. Continue.
It's not about me doing DMs. Pick one. What are we talking about? Oracles, necromancers, or leshies?
Let's talk about Leshies. You're very interested in Leshies. Let's talk about Leshies.
Well, I'm
I don't
also
want to
interested
know
in the
about
oracle.
Leshies.
He's just like, no more, please. I've learned enough.
Leshies, we agreed last night. Leshies are there's two. Well, I'm sorry. The Gorns are. But we're gonna need to come up with a different fucking name for them.
The tumbleweeds.
There's an ancestry that is made from the coupling of dryads and mortals, and that's how you get Gorns. A Leshie is a like spirit familiar, and it vibes with druids out in the world and all that shit. I need to turn off my music so I can think. Fucking Resentment by Metallica. A Leshie is probably the same way that it is in regular Pathfinder, so it's summoned by druids and stuff like that. It vibes, it hangs out with people. It's super chill. But there's two paths that a Leshie can take. There's the path where they stay their little blurbo self, or they sup on mortal blood. And through mortal blood, they are transformed into the Gorn. And those are the ones often trying to seek political power in the Fey courts.
Nice.
They develop ambition because of mortal.
They've all had
mortality.
ambitions. They are Fey spirits, but the fact that Leshies kind of go through this cycle of like rebirth where they die and then come back again after like 6 years or some shit like that, it does kind of like hamper them. So I imagine that there are some who want to break that cycle, who are like, I want to be the one in charge. I want to be a Fey prince. I want to be a Fey princess. So they seek out, and some might even make deals like Sai, where Sai made a deal with Aridin.
Yeah, we're kind of a girl boss like that. We out here fucking making deals. The art of the deal.
So does Sai effectively function like a warlock patron? Warlock patron. Where it's
I
yes,
would not say
I
they're
make
powerful enough to do that. Not yet.
It's definitely not a patron.
But they are a connection to the Feywild, which is perhaps could be seen as a patron, but they're more like an inn. Like you get stopped at the door and asked, "Do you know anybody inside?" And you go, "No," and they say, "All right, back to the mortal plane with you." But Aridin shows up and goes, "Yeah, I'm with Sai," and they go, "Ah, okay, come on in."
They're vouched for. Okay.
Is there a connection between mortal blood and the Dryad? And I think there is, because Shilier is the child of Galadir and the Queen of Darkness, the first Fae.
Good.
What? Huh?
Good.
Why'd you say "guh"?
Guh.
That was your idea, you dumb bitch.
No, I'm saying guh because I bet she's hot.
Ah, I see.
You fucking doofus.
That sounded like disgust. I'm sorry, man.
When did guh become derogatory?
I think
Has it always been? Oh,
I always thought.
who guhs?
Oh.
No, it's not. It's guh. Stupid.
What are you, stupid?
Doesn't start with a guh. What are you? Come on, open your ears. Get your ears fucking cleaned. And almost got that fucking ear cleaner. Go on, use it.
The link between mortal blood and dryads is probably because of Shilier. I think because of the coupling between the two gods, making this demigod, the god of humans, mating with the goddess of the Fae, made that sort of that connection.
Oh man, what if What if all of the races think they're the first, and it turns out they're like the third or fourth, like rendition of what the gods have created? Like before the Aranai, there were before elves, there were the fucking like elemental creatures that floated into the sun. Before the well, I guess Shillier didn't make his own creatures, did he?
He made the animals.
Okay.
So like he's responsible for a lot of the animals that are on Adis right now.
So does that mean okay? So like the icons, right? The like lower tier animal gods. Do they pay deference to Chilier? Do they see like, oh, okay, this is our creator. We're usually not in leagues with any gods, but with him, he cool. Or they bend the knee, as you will.
I think they would bend the knee.
Interesting.
Hmm.
So wait. Did Shillier get an effigy to make?
Yes. So I'll read you his little blurb.
1 second, boss. Quick question, if I may.
Oh, come on.
Were you serious about my girlfriend hopping on Paul?
Yeah. She should have.
Okay,
She should have the ability to connect to these channels.
She doesn't. She can't see DM's hall. I could bring her in if ever, or do I give her over
Snap my fingers. Mods.
permit?
Mods.
Hold on.
Okay, hold on,
Mods.
1 second.
I rattle Luna.
Throws a beer bottle in the other room.
Born between the couplings of the gods Galadir and Kalari, Shillier set upon the earth at a young age, eager to embody the wills of his parents to create and nurture. Favored by his grandfather Eormenir, Shillier presented many effigies for him to breathe life into, responsible for creating many of the creatures which now inhabit the realm of Adis and many realms beyond. Guiding his creations, the demigod shaped the very earth at the base of the mountain upon which gods sat. So, I don't know if you remember, but we made Shillier kind of like the Allfather's favorite, because that is his grandson. So he made a lot of effigies. Dogs, like any animal you can think of that's a beast, Shillier made it.
So creatures have effigies. Interesting.
He did have to breathe life into them, so yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought beasts maybe were like something that came about, where they were just there. I thought effigies was just anything that was basically a living being that was basically assigned a soul. So whatever soul shit happens, right? They basically have a life, some form of life after death.
These ones technically do. They go to Shillier.
So all dogs do go to heaven.
Correct. That was something we had also talked about when this was first being written up.
Okay, but are there different levels of effigy, like soul gems in Elder Scrolls? Like, are these all lesser effigies, or is it just effigy?
I don't think that's ever acknowledged, the type of differences that can be made.
Okay.
I don't think that's ever a thing that's brought up.
Like, are human effigies different from, like,
I would say they probably
worm
are.
effigies?
I would say they probably are, but it's probably not anything that's ever referenced in.
That's such a beautiful way of saying I haven't written that yet. Stop asking. That's beautiful, honestly.
My hand going for your neck.
That's beautiful.
Thanks.
Anyway, yeah. Well, because I thought dryads and ents, maybe dryads don't count, were basically the spirits of, like, his firstborn that he made.
So the Ents,
slaughtered.
The first Ent would embody the Wildfather's wrath of nature, becoming his first saint. He was made from the remains of the first grove, using the ashes and blood to create him. So when all of his followers more or less died during the burning, he used their blood and their ashes to make the first treants.
Now that's the Ents. Does that include the Dryads?
I think
Or
the
Dryads
I think the
something else?
dryads were always I think the dryads are from the Fae. So they're aliens.
Gotcha.
Which
Okay.
is why I like personally that the dryads don't speak our language. They don't speak common.
Hmm. Yeah, sorry. I'm just touring here. This place is great.
I mean, you got to remember the barrier, like that's a big thing for Adis, is that the reason that there are so many things here is because the barrier between our worlds is membrane thin. So things
is
can
why-
literally just wander in.
So you're saying the Dryad that was hunting the piggies with their blink dogs that we met was really just here on vacation.
Correct.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's pretty epic. Oh, hello, newcomer. Welcome.
Hello. We've heard a lot about you.
Well,
You might need to
why
give
are
them
you guys saying that?
you might need to give them permission unless they've muted themselves personally. You might need to give them
They
permission to
muted
be able to
themselves.
speak. Okay. Understood.
They're gonna type. They fear
Understood.
the perceiving.
Acknowledged.
Very well.
But they are typing in chat, boss man. So if ever,
Absolutely.
you can see them yap there.
Interesting. Very good. Give me just a
Wow,
second.
their first words was Big Booba.
Excellent. Honestly, what more could a man ask for? We're gonna give you VIP. Just a second.
We're out of art tags for some reason, but
They only give you like fucking 5, man. It sucks.
it's kind of weird, champ.
Unity, role man, Edney.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Boom. VIP. Save. All right. You are now tagged VIP. Your rendering was delightful.
Boom.
I, however, am gonna go piss. I'll be back.
Understood.
They
All right.
They left.
Speaking of Big Booba, Oya, how do you feel about Big Booba in military uniforms? Does a dress uniform. If the buttons be popping, so am I. Nice.
You never say those words. What? What? Why are you typing it like this?
Who are you? That's so funny. I can't believe we've corrupted Legion's girlfriend that fast.
Oh, they need a little talker now as well. Little yapper.
Hmm.
So, Oya, would you like to be a little bee as well? Okay, you say so. It's not a little bee. No, I'll design a different bee.
Herbaceous bee.
A bee with the massive tits.
Now you're thinking. Now you're thinking straight. We look over at Legion. It's a little fur ball. We look over at Oya's bee. It's just like
No, no, no.
it's anime B. It's a booby. Yeah, that's right. I need to figure out what to eat for supper. Any recommendations? Dick. A classic.
I'm gonna read this. You're gonna tell me if it's sci-fi or not.
Sexy. You got it.
Oh, well, maybe.
Oh.
That comes now. We're gonna make the Imperial Ada sexy as fuck.
This dude doesn't even care about oracles anymore. He never cared about oracles. Let's go. All right, tell me
The
about
Oracle second fiddle.
Necro what? Necrodermis for my cool ass power armor is I think what you mean.
Oh, hell yeah. No, I'll read it later. Ask your
No,
que-
go on.
No,
Go
ask
on.
your questions about the Oracle. Otherwise, I will forget, and this will
Don't have
turn into a
questions.
tirade about Starfinder instead. So,
Do you want rendered Oracle?
do I want what?
That is a good question.
Do I want?
Rendered
You wanna-
Uba Oracle?
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, I think she looks amazing right now. I can only imagine she's going to look even better rendered. Are you going to sell this character? The answer should be yes.
Honestly,
I don't know how to sell it. You think this?
Gumroad.
What?
I don't know. I said I don't know how to sell it.
You do know how to sell it. You've
don't
seen
know
it
how
on
to-
Twitter. You've seen it. You've seen your fellow artists do it before.
Does your girlfriend know how to sell it?
True. Let me talk to your manager. Get your manager out here.
Oh Jesus!
Oh yeah, do you know how to sell?
I'm making
A
her.
Booba
I'm making
Oracle.
her a roll. Hold on. She's getting a custom roll.
Well,
Wowee.
Oh yeah, what's your favorite color? Yellow. Understood.
Yeller.
what are you doing? What are you doing?
Legion's manager. Okay.
Wow.
What? Wow. She's gonna make sure you don't starve, idiot. Oh, yeah, thank you very. I want to say. Oh yeah, thank you very much for making sure that this man is at least able to fucking feed himself.
What? What are you saying?
What do you mean? What am I saying?
What is actual station?
I'm so confused, but all right.
Next batch of commissions. Open them up.
Yep.
I'm
I'm not
waiting.
yet even done with my batch.
I'm waiting.
There's a backlog.
How far?
Unlock it.
Oh, it's long. I still have to finish a lot of headshots.
I'm waiting.
There's like 12 in the wing.
Big Boob have express line.
For her,
Bro.
for her, not for me.
Brother.
I think we've agreed that if it has the Bahonka donks, they're very big and they're very sexy. They move up. They move up the queue.
Nice. All right, so the Emperor of the Imperium is actually an Empress.
That's it. That's the change for Phalanges. Or Bob.
Othermir's daughter, who's now
Nice.
like 9 centuries old.
Sex change somewhere in those 900 centuries. It's a long story. I wouldn't want to bore you. Yeah, I used to
you
be
wouldn't
mad.
get it.
Finally, a hag, a literal hag. Will she look the part, boss man? Will she look all those centuries, or will just
You're
this
so
be,
funny.
you know?
I think that's the second stupidest question you've ever asked.
Why are you doing this to me?
Dude, of course she's gonna look old. She's gonna look like a fucking MILF.
That's right.
Yep, see? And that's as old as people get. No older.
Right.
Ever.
Well, there are some good-looking hags.
Insane.
Yeah, good-looking hags.
Some good lookers. Points out a woman who's 30. Hag.
Those are my peers. I'm not calling a 30-year-old hag.
I'm 30 years old.
All the
Hag.
people out there who are like hag and some 30-year-old, my brother in Christ, those are your peers.
It's true.
I remember 30.
It's true. I point at Lore. Hag.
Oh. Catching strays for no reason. I
How
heard
do
we
you
were
look?
talking about Starfinder. Me?
Mm-hmm. If you're
I'm
willing to share.
28. And 8 days.
Nice. Happy 8th day after your birthday.
Thanks, man. Where's my gift? I make grabby hands.
All right, here you go.
It's a gun.
Yo. Not like this.
Nah,
It's
I'm
a-
carrying. Here you go.
It's
Enjoy.
a violent game of Magic the Gathering.
No, it's Booba.
Hey, yeah. It's a collection. That's what it is.
It is a collection.
I'm amazed at how quickly there's already fan art of this thing.
Well, it was made by.
Oh, good show. Good show.
What,
Can't help but notice the discoloration situation. If you know what I'm referring to.
Nah, I don't want to know what you're saying.
Blood stays close to the heart, is what I'm saying. There's a tan going on here.
What do you mean?
Don't worry about it, man.
Guys, come on. It's a plant. It doesn't have blood, idiot.
Touche.
There's no blood here.
Let's talk a little bit about nymphs.
I agree.
Are the Goron
You say
only related to
Nymphs?
dryads?
freak?
I remember what. I always get nymphs and dryads mixed up.
So dryads are nymphs, but not all nymphs are dryads. You've got dryads, Hesperid, Lampads, Naiads, and Hora.
Aura.
You get me?
Okay.
So you got a lot to select from if you want to either like diversify the lore, have more to pull from, or have like different types of Goron. Whatever you want. Gives you some more ammo.
I think because nymphs are considered, they look like they're minor foresty folklore.
There's nothing minor about them in Pathfinder.
Oh.
These are, I would describe the queens. So you get dryads, you get dryad queens, you get Hesperid, you get Hesperid queens, as the sort of a general administration of the First World, in Galarian anyway. So you have the eldest at the top. These are your archfey, so to speak. And then you've got the Fae beneath them, the prototypes of all creation. The nymphs are somewhere in between, where they have this association with the natural world. They go to the universe very, very often. But they are also very, very powerful Fae creatures. They're not just elementals.
Okay.
It should be noted here that the horror actually do... Some of them are made of light.
Made
Looking
of
at them.
light.
Yeah, they're seasonal. But I'm looking at a summer horror, and I don't know if you would think the same thing, but if you recall, you talking a little bit about these prototype elves. It's giving me the same vibe, and I'll post a picture so that you can see what I see.
Potomids, welcome. First time chatter. Hello, hello.
There's your crown.
I fuck. Oh, interesting. Oh, okay.
You dropped your crown, King.
I think that, I mean, it could work.
Hmm.
Can you list them out for me again? One more time?
Sure. I'll get you the link if you want to see it.
Please.
Here's the family link for the nymph. You've got the dryad, which are primarily associated with trees, forests, leaves, nature, all that good stuff. You've got the Hesperid, who are more of the sunset. They're all about color, beauty. You've got the Lampads, which are depresso expresso. They live in caves, typically in solitude. You've got the Naiads, which are water. And you've got the Hora, which are about time, about seasons, rather than about aspects of nature, necessarily, like a tree or water. You know. And that's it. And each of those have queen variations. The highest of which this level is the Hesperid Queen, who's a level 19 creature. So they go all the way from level 3 Dryads all the way to level 19 Hesperid Queens. And these are ladies who would have their own Fae courts, essentially.
Okay, I think maybe the Gorn are maybe depending on what type of what your mother is depends on like what type of fucking Gorn you are.
Word to your mother. Could be. But then if you want all Gorons to be associated with plants, maybe there's a very specific thing that Dryads have over the other nymphs. Maybe the Dryads are just the ones that Well, a working Gucci.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Maybe the dryads have some sort of pact with nature itself. Maybe there's something going on there that you can exploit that makes them different, despite being the weakest, to all of their kin. Some sort of relationship they can exploit, some rule that they can break, something like that.
I think it should be. It could just be that nymphs are the ones that humans see, and the other ones are usually in remote areas, so aren't, mated with nearly as much. Whereas things that hang around in the forests are going to be encountered with humans a lot more. Would be my guess.
How easy is it to get into the first world in Galarian?
Yeah. Real easy.
Real easy. Okay.
Real easy. All the planes are interlaced in the universe because you see all aspects of all of them to some degree. The first world's one of those ones where they had to trick their way into the equation. But the way you would enter the first world is typically an accident. People being, ghosted away is a very good example of this. So you might have one day, you're in a forest. You've been in this forest for years. You're a ranger. You're hunting some elk. And you're hunting an elk, but another animal kills the elk before you get to it. Or maybe you wound it and it's finished by a predator. And because you stepped on a fairy ring, a ring of mushrooms that stops plants growing between it, because you stepped on a particular fairy ring, hunting a monster that was killed by another that was a predator, now you're in the first world. And you might be thinking, well, Lord, that doesn't make any sense. That's exactly right. The first world doesn't have rules in the same way that you and I have rules. The way you enter a door is different in the first world. Simply doing that seemingly random process might be enough for something more fate to happen, and you're whisked away into another world. Whereas, if you go into the elemental plane of air, all you got to do is go to the eye of a hurricane and fly, and you'll be in the plane of air.
I think it should do with Kalari. I think the reason that Kalari is the wife of Galadir, she is the queen of the queen of darkness, the queen of air and darkness.
Are dryads her daughters?
I think I think they're all her daughters.
You mean all variants?
Yeah, Dryad, Hesprid, Lampid, Naiad, and Hora. I think they're all her daughters. I think the reason that they're probably, so here's the thing. I'm probably gonna make this exclusive that it's probably only that naturally born Gorns, quote unquote, can only be made by humans. But if there are other types of Gorms or whatever, they're made from supping other creatures' bloods. Right. So because of Galadir and Kalari's connection, so it was being so strong that they're even together still. Like dryads, Hesprids, whatever, whenever they take like a mortal and lay with them, that's how you get a Gorm. But like any other thing, like an elf or whatever, you do not get the same result.
Interesting.
But,
through the power of my penis.
But if a Leshie consumes mortal blood, so elven blood, dwarf blood, what have you, they transform. They become a Gorm.
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking.
Gotcha. I think that makes sense, more or less. I like the Leshie bit. So Dryad fucks a human only and makes a Gorn. That could be any kind.
Mhm.
Not unless she could. Dryad fucks a human and makes a Gorn. Yeah. So do Gorns make other Gorns? Like, are we talking about, are Gorns like mules where they don't procreate on their own? They're just what you get when, like, you cross these breeds together? Do they make other Gorns, or were Gorns created long ago by, like, the mating of a Dryad and a human, and now they're their own thing?
To be fair,
What if it's... Oh,
If-
God.
if you've got the Goran with their little seed trick that they have on Galarian, it kind of doesn't matter if they don't procreate, because it's only a matter of time for there to be more.
What if... Yeah.
I'm a sucker for the Baron and Luthien style story. So what if it was a one-time thing that then, like, spiraled?
What if Gorns are... What if Gorns are Geraltir and the Fey Queen's, like, children, naturally? Like, they had a kid, like, she had a kid, and that it was them. But because Geraltir...
Galadir.
turned into Embrier, they were hunted for a while by, like, the Fae and the humans. Like, the Fae were like, no, he's bad, and then the humans were like, you're a strange creature.
Okay.
I have to go, but late happy birthday, Laura.
You have to go.
Oh yeah,
I saw it. Yeah. I got a little bit of fan art.
Oh.
Thank you so
Nice.
much. That's lovely.
Are you holding it with your titties?
Oh, I am.
I like how they leave the minute the question was asked. They bounce.
Wait a second.
She knows what she's about.
I
I was looking at the
I was
thighs,
like- I was like,
those
huh,
are motherly
you're-
hips right there.
I was like, your hand is a little... That hand placement's a little strange. And then I went, your hand's a little shiny, too.
I didn't catch that at all. I was looking at it and I was like, wait, if the hand's down there.
Wait a minute.
Oh my
The
god.
Saw music starts playing.
I say he's awesome, not realizing that he is rocking some implants. God damn. That's a happy cappy.
I like that. I like that it's their... So I think the first generation are probably the children, like the actual children. But anything that comes after is probably not.
Yeah.
I think they're one of the instances where if you fuck one, it always comes out a Gorm.
Okay. So we have both. Now, do Gorms make other Gorms?
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that's what I just said. If you fuck one,
Oh, I was thinking if you fucked a Dryad, you still got a Gorm. I got you.
yeah, the Dryads make the Dryads, the Hesperids, all that stuff. They make that. Just kind of like your parent determines what type of Gorm you are. But if they fuck, it's always going to be a Gorm. So if they fuck anything, it's always going to be a Gorm.
So how many are there?
Probably not a lot.
Are they still seed people?
Seed people?
Are they-
Mm,
Yeah. Are they seeds that
So when
died
the
have to be
Goran-
replanted?
Yeah, when the Goran die, there's a little seed where their heart is that if you replant, they'll regrow, retaining all their memories and past lives with a new body.
Sure.
You could have a really dangerous situation where, like, if you killed an army of Goron, they would just fall to the ground and regrow there as a forest. And then within a few years, you've got another Goron army.
Yeah, do I need
Has there
to
been any
replant?
sort of... Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Like, well, there needs to be replant, but seed touch soil, germinate. You know, it's
Right.
a perfect machine. So
Seed on body decay.
Yeah.
Eventually, seed is just fine. They get up after a few years, like, damn, that was rough. Pick up their shit and get back to it.
I should ask then, do we want... Are you... Because I like the whole Leshie thing, right? Like, I like the Leshies supping mortal blood and becoming them.
I agree. That's pretty neat.
Are you wanting Sai to be a Leshie still, or are you wanting them to be... Like,
I'm fine with either. I'm fine with Goron as long as it, as long as their deal makes sense. That's my only concern, is that writing up Leshy and Goron I'll have to come up with a new... It will overwrite what I've got going on with Sai and Aridin. But whichever Sai is, I don't know.
How so?
I don't really... I mean, it doesn't, is what I'm saying. I'm saying my concern is if it did.
Oh.
But it doesn't. So
No, I
I'm
don't think
happy
so.
either way.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think if we keep Sai as a Leshy, who has some political scheming in their mind, and they want to be a biggin, they want some power finally. They make this deal with Aridin, where it's like, I'll continue your quest, but if you die, I get your blood.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, then they become like a version of... Now, I would say the Leshy versions who become the Gorm cannot procreate. Like, they can't make children.
But they have a coochie.
Correct. They can fuck.
Very interesting.
But they can't
Understood.
make stuff.
I see. You don't want Sai to pop out a stupid cactus idiot? Fully grown, by the way.
Rolls out.
No
fucking-
pregnant, only fuck.
Yeah,
Waves.
no pregnant, only fuck.
Points at Sai. I was in there. I was aware.
What? Aware?
Yeah. It was crazy.
Yeah, I think it's because they're not the real deal. They're like a fake, quote unquote. Or I guess they would kind of get the mule treatment.
Interesting. What is the advantage of a Leshy into becoming a Gorman?
They now can kind of strive for political power, I believe. I think that they could probably start pushing to become like Dryad queens or what have you.
I see. I mean, one advantage that I see with the Leshy becoming a Gorman is that when they die and come back,
They retain their memories, which is another big, big thing for them.
You start remembering from that point onward.
Yeah. Like, I could see Sai maybe kind of like understanding what Leshies go through, having mayhaps seen it already in their lifespan and going, I don't want that.
I mean, I could see them going, I like where I am. I want to continue being here.
Yeah.
I don't want a new body.
I don't want a new body.
Or like
I have like stuff that I'm doing here. Like, I have some semblance of importance here, so fuck it. I don't want this. So I'm going to make this deal with Aridin. And when Aridin dies, I'm going to drink his blood and become a fully tangible being. Who, if I die, I retain my memory. I can continue furthering my goals.
Question.
Understood.
Yes.
So, given that the Leshies and the Gorm, right, they're no longer like little creature sized. Are they gonna take the size of the individual that they consume? So, let's say not even size, like actual appearances, right? So, let's say Sai takes on, like, sups on Aridin's body once he dies. Does she become Aridin size and all that, or? why the distinction between her being smaller or like a short stack compared to like the person they consumed from.
What do you think, Sizzle?
I look at size pictures. If that's 6'4", the party's in for some wild shit. That's gonna be fucking crazy. That goes from, oh, it's a short stack with her cooch out, to her cooch is literally at my head.
High level.
It is just there.
Oh heavens! Good heavens!
So,
Perfect
what do you
height.
think?
Crazy.
What do you think?
Crazy.
I mean, you could.
The dwarf's
Okay,
like,
sorry.
man, is it raining in here?
No, stop. No. But okay. On another part, on another thing, it could be
Mhm.
that when a Leshy subs on a person, right, to become, they basically allow them. They basically, it's like them going into character creator. Now they can like actually choose what they wish to look like. So it doesn't have to necessarily be like
Mhm.
what the person looks like that they
She
ate. That'll
grabs
be them.
the bus slider, slides it to max. She grabs
Ramps
the
it.
waist slider,
Yeah.
ramps it to max.
I see. You want it to
Yeah,
be my
that's-
fault. Understood.
Sai finally has the opportunity to become whatever she wanted to look like from the very start, and now she takes control.
I
She
feel like
seizes
this
the
is like
moment.
Legion character. I think this is Legion trying to sabotage my character. Almost.
Interesting.
Sounds
I think
like
he's trying. He sounds like he's trying to pin like all of his pain from having to draw large booba on. My character decided this.
I think what
Very
he's trying to
interesting.
do is save
Very
himself from the
interesting.
future and trying to make it so that all Leshies who transform don't come out big booba lead.
And why shouldn't they?
That's what I'm wondering.
Haven't we already decided chloroform is stored in the chest?
I don't know. My theory was that Leshies, like from the blood that they sip, they'll inherit like sort of like the family traits of whoever they drank from.
Interesting.
So you're saying we have a bit of a hint as to what Eridan's sister might have looked like?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Damn.
Or his mom, or their family line. Like those genes don't always fucking replicate. I'm just saying you can inherit like some genetic code from basically ripping off their form and flesh. As far as size goes, it makes sense if they were tall, but for the sake of my the art that is currently being rendered, I'm going to say let's keep them short.
Okay.
Because I think Legion's girlfriend would kill me if I went. This actually has to be 6'4". My bad. I lied. I feel like we'd have to.
Is
do
it
some
really
edits.
lying though?
She just doesn't look like she's 6'4". I mean, she doesn't look like she's halfling height. She looks like she might be 4 or 5 foot. But I don't see that being like 6'8" or 6'6".
What a funny game we play.
Isn't it? Isn't this such a wonderful discussion we're having about Leshies? What's really important?
I agree.
It's so funny because I thought, you know what? I'll play a short stack this time. I'll shake it up, and now the lore saying I have to be 6'6". Once
I think
again,
you should keep them short, personally.
I kind of agree. I like size short, but I can understand from a lore point of view why that would make sense.
I mean, we could just say that they're allowed, the Leshies who have no control over who they are decides to finally seize the reins, and allowed to craft themselves what they actually want to
This
look
is just
like.
your previous argument, but you're just
I mean,
rephrasing it.
we could also just say that you're wrong, Legion,
Yeah.
and short.
All right. The reason they still remain short is because a lot of the body, it takes a lot of energy for the deal, so they don't retain the whole full height. There you go. More important question, honestly, than what height they can be, for me at least, is this a deal that they perform on their own, or is this overseen by a third party?
Oh. I think it should be, for me, like a personal thing because again, right? A Leshy,
Mm.
like why would there be a council of like Gorn, right? That officiates Leshy's like transformation. Usually, it's like Leshies are just sent out into the world, right? So it's like it's up to them, like seize their own destiny and stuff. If they
So
can
is this
manage to, oh, sorry, continue.
Is this magic? Is this magical deal something any Leshy is sort of privy to, or the supping of blood?
I don't think it is.
Okay.
I think it's old magic.
What the hell's old magic?
I think it's old.
Oh,
Like it's forgotten. It's bygone.
I see.
Sai is pulling out
It's a
practices that don't get used in. I think the only people who would know about Sai's deal would be people like Night Maidens.
Okay.
Oh,
Curious.
but this. So wait, is Sai special that she's the only one that knows of this
She
ritual?
probably wouldn't be the only one, but she is a player. She would become a player character. So yeah, technically.
But no, okay, not the only one. But is this like a common thing for Leshies to know?
I
that,
don't think it's a
oh,
common thing. No, I think it's old.
Interesting.
It might even been something Eridan presented, being an elf.
Being an elf from an old ass isolated circle.
Yeah, he's from a place of druids. If anybody was going to know, like, especially because he's an Aranai, who are all about the consumption of, like, their ancestors and shit like that. So if anybody was going to know, I think it'd be Eridan. Or Eridan's, like, ancestors. Somebody that he could touch the knowledge from and say, I have maybe something that you can help me with.
Very interesting.
I mean, then if that's the case, then wouldn't this be like it shifts the position then, right? It's no longer Sai offering Eridan like a deal. It's now basically Eridan being like, hey, I have a deal for you, little
Correct.
creature. If you would like to be my, my loyal companion in my travels, once I expire, you may take what is left of me and actually evolve yourself.
I think that would make the most sense. It would make sense why Sai would be so gung-ho to complete Eridan's quest. Why they would want to stay with the party.
Nice. Now, to be clear, players aren't playing Leshies anymore, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But if you wanted Leshy feats, I would give you them as a Gorm.
Gotcha.
So if you said, I want this thing, I go, you may have it, my son.
Yeah, they are very similar in stats. The only reason I'd see anybody objecting is if they just really wanted to play a Leshy.
I would say they could probably make their Gorm have Leshy-like traits. We could just say you're a Leshy that got elevated. And if you want to still look like a Leshy, go for
A
it.
big stick.
Yeah. You're a bug.
The
You're
dumb-
fucking. You're a stick bug
The
walking
fucking
around.
cactus piece of shit. Just see figures like, I am a Gorm now. Hey.
My mama yells at me when I don't eat my corn dogs.
No. He's just a stupid idiot, but now he's 5'5".
Wait,
My favorite subject is math because my teacher yells at
I'm
me.
gonna be a psych teacher.
would you say, since wouldn't so Eridan is part of a druid grove, right? And you mentioned that
That is
he
true.
probably would have gotten the knowledge of turning a Leshy into a Gorn from another older elf druid. Would it not be possible if it's like one of the original?
I'm saying it's
four?
somebody he ate
Delicious.
because he's an Aeronine.
Oh.
And they're
Oh god, that's
about
right.
that
He's an
culture.
Aaron.
Yeah, he's
It
about
didn't
that
clock
culture.
for me that I eat people now.
Correct. Consensually, you eat people. Consensually.
That's so funny. It didn't. I knew wood elves did that. I knew he was a wood elf. That didn't this connection did not clock until this
Did not
very
click.
minute. My brother, I eat
I mean,
people.
would they have? Is it not possible that Eridan's grove has since Gorn are eternal, right? They don't necessarily die; they just get replanted. Maybe there was a Gorn from the very start.
I
That
don't want
still
that.
exists.
I don't want that.
I don't want your
All you
stinky
gotta do
gorn.
is step on the seed and you Gucci.
I don't
Double
want that.
tap.
I want it to have been something that his grandsire knew. So that way it's more personal to Eridan. It is a sacrifice that he knows because he has seen somebody in his line either experience that, do that, or what have you.
Nice. God, the elf memory thing is such a fantastic background cheat because you can really just say, "I saw it that one time" for anything.
Correct. It's great.
That's amazing.
My grandfather told me.
Elves could literally know any old bullshit, and it could just be like, "Well, this one time my great aunt was at the bar."
Though, okay. So another thing, right, about the supping of the flesh. How much should a Leshy eat before they're able to actually become more than a Leshy? Right? Because in something in say vampire stuff, right? You basically drain someone and then you give them their blood. You drain them fully.
Okay.
How much is it you need to consume them completely? Is it just the body? Is there other things I don't know, the essence of Eridan, the soul, etc., etc. All that.
Eat the soul! Let them eat the soul, please, DM!
I need souls to die. I'm begging you. I would have used them as car batteries.
It's a big thing. You basically convert yourself into something different.
I'm saying the reason that they can't procreate is because it's not perfect. I think it's just the blood.
Do I just need to eat more blood? How much blood do I eat before I become Gorman 2?
Yeah.
I think at that point, actually, I think at that point you need to go kill a dryad and eat a dryad's heart to become.
No, that's really fucked up.
Oh my God.
Why do I gotta kill it? Why can't I just make a deal with it or something?
No, I think if you want to become a full-fledged
seems-
Gorm who can procreate and all that shit,
I'm sorry, but I
need
want
to
kids. I
kill
say
a
the
dryad, a hesped, a naiad, what have you. You need to kill one of them and eat their heart.
That's really fucked. That's really messed. That's basically betraying. That's betraying the Fae, isn't it?
Yes. If you want to be be more, then you need to take
My human GF. Have you ever thought about kids? I look at the axe in the corner. Yes.
kind of imagining a full-blooded Gorn as a pretender dryad almost. At that point, they basically bridge the gap to being a dark fae. In their quest for power, they turn against the fae and
The quest for
basically
power.
cannibalize.
What power is there from being a true Gorn
power
besides
to
having
breed.
kids? Oh my god.
So here's the other thing.
Children are mistakes.
I think, hold on. I think that there are two ways to go about it. I think that there are Gorm out there who kill dryads, naiads, what have you, hespoids, and they take their essence. They rip out their hearts, what make them them, and then consume them to become full-fledged beings. And then I think there are some who earn it who earn it through
I
whatever
was gonna say,
queens.
surely there's like an archfey out there who can allow me.
Yes, of course.
To have-
Again,
to
the
get
whole
pregged.
thing of like blood, consent, all that stuff. Yes, there is a way for you to do it. It is way harder though.
I do like the idea that it needs to be this dark thing that they like to actually self-actualize as a individual that's become more than a Leshy than a Gorn. You need to actually kill a Dryad to become it. Like because Leshies and Gorn, for me, right? It sounds like they're still in the Sealy court situation, right? They're still under beholden by law.
Oh, they can do.
But when
They
you
can be on both sides. It's order and chaos.
But I don't know. I think self-actual to that extent. I feel like that's something like the what do you call it? The Mistress of Air and Darkness thing. Like that's something that's the gift that she gives her children. Like, hey, to the go. Like, if you want to become more, you need to actually want it. You can't just half-ass it and be like, oh, you are deserving. No, you had to take it. That's how you know you're deserving. You can't let anyone
Oh, so only
bestow
evil.
this
So
upon you.
only evil for them.
I mean,
There is no good way to get about it. It is only viciousness. This isn't a dig. I'm asking like genuinely. Like there should
Like,
only
this
be
has led me
evil.
down a dark path.
I mean, if they have to consume a dryad, it kind of sounds like it.
Well, again, there's
Leshy,
that's the easiest way to do it. The hardest way is earning the favor of the courts, earning the favor of a queen, an archfey, what have you, who can actually give you that power.
Where are those good old family values?
So again, should it only be evil, and as such, it's considered a very heinous thing for a Gorm to want to be more? Or is there a middle ground? Can they find a lawful order way to do it? Or is there only the chaotic might makes right, I steal your heart, therefore I am?
I really feel
I
like
think
there's
it-
got to be a lawful way to do this. It's because you're not even doing it for like personal power. You're doing it to like have a family. I'd be crazy if I became like Darth Sidious so I could have a young son at my side.
I don't know because I think it's obviously you wouldn't want it to just be evil, but it does. I don't know flavor. It's like the temptation of
Childbirth.
the yeah the temptation of the Mistress of
The
Air
great
and Darkness or
temptation.
something. Right? Yeah, it's like hey, if you want to be a fully realized person that can actually have an heir or stuff,
Also-
this is my gift to you.
That's what I'm saying. There should be the evil as fuck version, which is the easiest version, which is just killing a dryad. I kill the dryad,
God.
I take her heart or her soul or what have you, and then I become real. And then there's the lawful way to do it, which is to, appease the courts, to be a member of the court, to abide by those laws until you earn the favor of an archfey.
That's fair. I'll go. I do wonder, right? Because again, from what we've spoken, if they go about like the evil route, right? That's a quick and easy way. How long usually would they have to serve to earn the favor of a fae?
Again, I don't think it's
entity.
easy. Again, I think that ripping out somebody's fucking heart is the easiest way to do it.
Yes.
That's what I'm
No,
saying.
I'm aware of that.
straightforward.
But no, what I'm just saying is, okay, so if they want to have a child, right? If they want to have a child with, I would imagine, a mortal individual, the mortal people, right? They have a lifespan, and Fae don't really operate by mortal standards. So,
Correct. Yeah, again, if you're not willing to wait because you're like, fuck this political humdrum, I want a child now, just go rip a dryad's heart out. And guess what? You're going to be condemned for that action, but
no, yeah,
you got what you wanted.
you think. No, but yeah, I understand the condemned part. Would it like shift their entire like personhood to like I am like Randavi and Landavi, right? You go like I am chaos now. My
I think
like,
you would become
chaos.
a dark fae, yeah.
Nice.
Mhm.
Because you
look
are
at a-
actively choosing to rip out somebody's heart.
Well,
I
yeah,
look at a happy Gorman husband.
Gorman's-
I point at him. I know what you did. He starts sweating.
I did it for you, for us.
I know what you did.
Because the
Hope little
alternative,
Timmy
right?
was worth it.
Because the alternative is also kind of evil for the face part. Like, hey, so you need to serve us for like 70 years, and your husband, who's like 30, was like, oh,
Sometimes being
They're
good
immortal.
is sometimes being good is not easy.
Well, I'm just saying,
No, yeah,
7 years isn't very long for mortal entities.
no, I said seven. Yeah, that's 70 years for
70 years is not very long for an immortal immortal entity.
No, that's true. What I'm saying is, it's kind of crummy to the mortal partner of the Gorn, right? Like, hey, we want to have children, but you're not gonna see that child. You're not gonna
You're
see that.
confusing me. You're confusing. I'm giving you what you want, so I'm wondering why you
Well,
keep
yeah.
repeating this.
Oh no, I was just like yapping, but I'm
I was
in
like,
agreement.
are you asking me for something? Because I'm pretty sure we're on the same page.
Yeah, I was just yapping
Oh, okay.
about.
Okay.
The whole... No,
I
it's
think
like
I think it is fucked. I think there are challenges for a good Gorm to like be like, I have to serve the Fae to get this ability to be able to bring life into the world, and they're like, I can't, you can't do that for like, you have to serve us for like 50 years. It's like, my partner's gonna die before that happens. Do I continue to serve them and hope that they see me, they recognize me, what have you, or do I go find some fucking dryad out on their own and just take what should be mine?
the
That's
question
a
on the
struggle
drive
that they have
part.
to deal with.
Well, hold on. I have a question now. I grab Legion.
Okay.
How long do Gormans live before they have to be replanted in your world?
I don't know. How long should that be?
I think by default it's 7 years.
Ah. How long do
Not
they have
very
to wait
long.
before they can come back?
That's a good question. I actually don't know.
That's a great question. I think it's 6 days. They grow quick.
Hello there.
Oh, interesting. So they die, quote unquote, and then they come back in 6 days.
Yeah, it's a bit of a ritual, but even without the pleasantries and the magic around it, they'll still grow back in like a week. There's like a cocoon
Maybe that's
stage.
fine then.
Do they like age or do they just drop dead?
Well, the
after
plants
7
wither,
years?
and then eventually they fall apart, and that's what
I
makes
mean, you
them
come
dead.
back like sexy as fuck after your 6-day
Exactly.
Yeah, that's
vacation in the
true.
dirt.
They'll
You'll
withered
be
and
pruned
sweaty.
and
You're as hot as you were 6 years ago.
Yeah, like
Carrying
Jesus.
your wife around in a potted
days.
plant.
Is my wife. I
Oh.
stick my dick in this sometimes.
A bird comes, picks it up.
No!
Here's a thought. With the relationship between the Goran and the Dryad being so tumultuous, would the predisposition of a Dryad to an unknown Goran be one of
Of wariness.
danger?
100%.
Yeah.
They would not want to be around you if they do not know who you are. If they see
Yeah.
you roll into the Fae and they're like, oh, this motherfucker's here to kill. Like, I don't know who you are.
might
What,
have a problem.
what court are you a part of? Or state your court status now. And if you roll in and you say,
That's
oh,
good
I'm
thought.
from Adis, they go, get the fuck out of my forest now.
Identification,
Now.
Roll
please.
initiative.
Now.
Do Leshy turned Gormans know that they can just eat a Dryad to get this power? Is this common
Dryads know.
knowledge? It seems like the Dryads do know.
I don't think, maybe not all. I think that's a very rare thing for a Leshy to know. But I
Okay.
think it might be, maybe it's something instinctual. And maybe,
Oh,
Yeah.
they're just like, I'm kind of hungry.
I think it's more like there's something maybe not fully there.
I see. So you're saying Sai can turn 6-4 when she becomes a true,
Oh my god.
true Gorman.
Size of Pokemon. 3-stage evolution.
That's what I'm hearing is Gormans are Pokemon that require blood. which is XP, honestly. So it's just Pokemon. If I kill enough, I will become whole.
Oh my god, size a Gardevoir.
You could make that a feat if you wanted to. Obviously, have some mechanical benefit. Maybe there's some sort of like protection against diseases, or maybe you stop aging. Who knows? But you could make that into a feat where it's like, hey, you've eaten a dryad as a prerequisite. You now have the benefits of maybe you share some of the traits of the dryad, have like the ability to change shape or something similar.
I was say, is there like a
false
power boost?
dryad.
I think there
Or
is
like
a power
merging with
boost.
trees.
I think there
Should
should be
be.
a power boost if you eat
'Cause I'll
a
be honest,
dryad.
no adventurer is gonna give a shit. Like no player characters will be like, "Oh, I can't have kids, guys. It's Jover for me." But if you say, "Hey, if you
Nope.
eat that guy, you get a power boost."
I think that you should get a power boost for eating a dryad. I also think you should get a power boost if you actually do the Fey deal, the court deal. I think it should be
I
an
know.
even
Two separate
bigger.
feats.
I think it should be an even bigger power boost.
I think
So-
if you eat a dryad or help the Fae, it will offer you no longer need to be planted. You become actually immortal.
I agree.
Yeah.
Mm.
I
You
agree.
no longer need to be seeded like a weirdo, and you die every 7 years. So you're like the dryads. You are now immune to aging.
I agree.
I do have a question though. On the
What? Like a power scale, I don't know,
So
plus
we're-
1, whatever.
Fucking awesome, by the way.
uh,
Continue. Sorry, I was looking at. I
That
was
is metal.
glazing my own.
It's very
map.
Doom. It's very like Mark of the Beast.
so Bossman,
Hmm.
regarding the dryad bit, right? So if a dryad is evil, and obviously you're a good aligned party, and you killed them, and you have your Gorn friend wanting to eat it, would it still be
Licking
viewed
its
by
chops.
the fake? No, would the fake courts, the Sealy courts, still view it as wrong, even if the dryad itself is being evil, like actually going against
If I
law and
ate
order
a
and all
bad
that?
person, would that be wrong?
I still think that's wrong. However, it could be argued that the Fae don't really think like us.
Mm.
So I'm not
they're-
sure.
I don't think they have.
Oh.
They're
Okay,
very
no.
much
So,
into nature, so like the idea of predators eating prey is probably not like that.
no. I meant in the. So if the dryad in question, right? Because they're all Sealy court.
Yes.
If they were like,
Hold on.
if they were going on,
You
Sealy-
asked.
Oh,
You
sorry.
asked if an unseelie dryad got eaten, do the rest of the Sealy courts care? I said
Yes, because
I
of the
don't
dryad.
know because I think they'd have different views of morality than we do as plants. I think to us it's still fucked up. Just like Sizzle said, if I eat a bad guy, but I'm a good guy,
You
is
deserved
that a
it.
good thing? Like to us, no, you're a fucking psychopath. Yeah, so what if that guy's a murderer? You just ate a person, you sick fuck. But to the plant world, maybe that's entirely different. Maybe the Unseelie and Sealy rivalry is so strong that they're like, yeah, fuck that guy. Fucking have at it.
He was that dryad was becoming a turncoat. You know what?
I think they were
You get a promotion.
I mean, they might have already been an Unseelie dryad, right? Like they probably did not even give you the opportunity to announce yourself the moment you rolled into their neck of the woods. They were like, petrifying spear through your chest the moment you stepped on a blade of grass.
Mm-hmm. But if they do eat that one and they get elevated into the fully realized entity, would they be looked upon like, oh, evil? You
Brother.
ate a dryad.
Brother, what part of I just said I don't
No,
know?
no,
Did you not
I
understand?
know, I understand that bit. Okay, I understand that bit, but I guess what I was going at is because we both don't know, right, about the whole. But if you just see them, if they realize, we're like, oh, do we look at you weirdly, or we're like, okay, it's fine.
Brother, I can tell you your
I don't
own
know.
party's gonna look at you weirdly.
Yeah, but are you gonna get hunted down by like
I don't
Sealy
know.
Court agents?
I don't know. What part of that didn't you get?
Okay.
I don't know how their morality works. I don't know how the Fae would view you killing an evil Fae. If they would be like, still a Fae though. That's kind of fucked up, man. Or if they were like, damn, that's kind of badass that you killed an evil Fae. Good job. Yeah, have that promotion.
Have them children.
Nice, nice. Hey, speaking of children, I'm looking at size art, and it occurs to me, DM, if they have coochies, do I do I need to cover that shit?
Would she cover it?
Wait.
I mean, modesty is a thing in Tyros. Like, but would she cover it?
Probably not, but I'm like, is TOS gonna care?
I mean, I don't think they're gonna see
Do I need to,
your
like-
coochie unless your token frame somehow frames your
No,
coochie.
it shouldn't frame the coochie. But if I say her coochie's out, is Twitch gonna be like, I don't know about that guy?
I think I don't.
What?
I mean, I've talked about pussy before, so like, I think that would be basically the same thing.
I see.
I think
Curious.
there's a workaround that I thought of.
So workaround.
Yeah, so size of Gorn, right? What if they're just a Ken doll because they can't they can't reproduce yet?
Cringe.
Hey, good. Maybe
Cringe.
why? Maybe that is the thing. What if they are like
Cringe.
fully celibate until
Fuck you.
they
Fuck you.
they become worthy?
Fuck you.
What?
Holy!
Children when they're
Fuck
only
you.
when they're
Get this copium out of here.
Wow, why? What if they're like Ember from from hit game Warframe, where it's just a smooth surface
I've seen
down
the
there.
art.
I
Which
assumed it was
art?
bare smooth. Like
I've
there was
seen
nothing
the
there.
art.
I put a hand over Legion's mouth. If I can interject really quick
Please
about
do,
the
please
POS
do.
question. As far as I'm aware, like a general mention of it or a description, as long as you're not graphic, should be fine. The only time Twitch is going to throw a fit is if it's a visual depiction of it.
Understood.
There you go.
Coochie's out, fellas.
And
I think
if I
if
may,
you-
while I have this microphone, I push Legion back down. The reason I think the lawful route would be a little more difficult is because if the main driving factor is the fact that they want to mate with a mortal, they're going to go to the Fey Lord and be like, hey, can I do this thing? And the Fey are going to be like, why? You're basically going to be
yeah.
spending all your time convincing them that it's worth it.
Why you want to fuck that guy? He's just a guy.
I think the Fae also are a little nervous about having too many Gorman, which are technically immortal.
Mhm.
Naturally cannibalistic Gorman.
That is true.
Because, like
still think
Lore said, or I think it was Lore, an army of Gorman would suck.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I think it'd be easier for them to really set the point. They can just be like, I mean, the gods did it. Why not us?
Ooh.
Oh.
To compare oneself to a deity.
Interesting.
Yeah, but I mean, they're Fae. They would do that shit.
A fair
What are they
point.
gonna do? Smite me down? I'm not in their neighborhood.
Question about Leshies turning into Gorm again.
Okay.
So
I want a name for
Does it
them. I'm
only
tired
have-
of saying Gorm. I want a name for them.
okay, we'll think about it. But so the transformation
Ignores you.
process,
Continues.
Brushed away.
the transformation process, boss.
What?
So Sai had to eat all of Eredin to become, what she is
no.
now.
Has
His
to.
blood. His blood. His blood.
Yeah, his blood.
His blood.
Will have to,
Does-
but also it's not past tense. He's not dead yet, guys.
Okay. But
I already
Can
wrote
it
them off.
be-
What do you mean?
Yeah.
can it be different? What if it's like I take a pint of blood from Eredin, a pint of blood from Arendelle, a pint of blood
Shut
from
up.
other
Shut up.
No.
What
Gorm.
happened then?
No. Sai made the deal with Eredin. Sai did not make the deal with Arendelle.
So it needs to be so it's not just any blood. It needs to be the dealer's blood.
Correct.
Like
It
the
is
person you made the deal with.
It is a
Oh,
Fey contract.
Okay.
It's
Understood.
literally a blood pact.
Yes.
Yeah. That's why I was asking: is this something that the Leshies do like innately, or if this is like an archfey like magic? Like, what was the power behind
I
this?
still think that it's Aridin reaching into the recesses of his mind and going, "My grandpapa did this once."
So you wouldn't mind if I put like Leshy Blood Pact under like his rituals?
Go for it.
Nice.
So wait,
I'm pretty sure that's what rituals are at Pathfinder. They're just like narrative stuff the DM just homebrews.
They can be. There's plenty of printed ones, but the important thing with rituals is that anyone can do a ritual. This is how your non-magic casting cultist makes a circle in their hidden basement and summons a demon. Anybody can do it. You just need enough people with high enough proficiency.
Okay, but they're like, is there rules around rituals, or are they more like just narrative?
There's tons of rules around rituals. There's
Okay,
even
well,
dedications that you can get to be really, really good at them.
Interesting.
I love rituals. They're dope. But some of them are clearly made for GMs, and some of them are clearly made for players. For example, there's a bunch of level 1, or rank 1, I suppose, rituals called pacts. And a pact lets a demon summon another demon, is what we talked a little bit about. Succubi, summoning other demons. So this is what the demons use to summon other demons. Every demon knows it pretty much, apart from the weakest. It's it's basically a trick of the trade, but only a demon can use that pact. There's an angelic pact where only angels can use it, etc., etc. So they're clearly for the GM. Whereas something like Hero's Feast, which has a new name in the remaster, is a ritual.
Curious. All right, well,
So-
maybe I'll put that there.
So when it comes to making pacts, right? What? Because I'm curious about the amount still. If Aridin makes another deal with another Leshy, like, hey, you do want to become like, fully realized if I die?
No,
So is there?
it would have
Is
to be
there enough
all of
blood
his
to go?
blood.
Okay, there we go. Understood.
I said that already.
Because I was like,
Unclogged your bee ears.
I'm sorry.
I said all of his blood before.
Nice.
His flesh will be returned to his people.
Minus the blood.
Yes.
Oh, look, half the embalming's already done for us. Oh, great. Oh, thankful.
Embalming. They look at the fire. They look back. Embalming.
I see.
They look at the ditch underneath the tree. They look back.
The oven that's preheated.
Well, it makes him easier to burn. There's no fluid
Tasty.
inside.
Bird. The,
Aridin's turned into
the
jerky.
Aranite elf adjusts their cook's hat, their little chef's hat. Bird.
Oh, I see.
And the Aranite elves eat one another to
Delicious.
retain memories.
Delicious.
Ancestor cannibalism.
Correct.
Indeed. I think that's all the questions I got from Gore. Oh, right, we need a name.
Correct. I'm tired of calling them
I was
gold.
distracted by Legion being like, that's cool, but anyway, my thing.
So
Sorry.
I'm doing a little bit of reading about the name.
Furling?
Shake like Misty.
Go on.
I was thinking pollen, with all this sort of talk of, this sort of major theme of childbirth and childbearing. Maybe pollen or something like that would make sense as a sort of naming standard. But or do we want this to be like their scientific name that they give themselves? Is this like a name that they are called? We've got to figure out who named them, right? Was it the first Dryads? Was it, humanity who named them? What are we going by here?
I think that Kalari, the Queen of Air and Darkness, is the one who named them. She was a fae. She wasn't the Unseelie leader at the time. She was the Seelie leader. I think she'd given them a name.
So this is like a loving benefactor creator style
Yes.
naming their child.
Something fitting with the other names that we have so far.
What if it's derived from Kilari? Like, this is her children.
I'm listening.
Oh,
Start throwing
that was
out
just a thought.
examples. Start throwing out examples.
Dryanar instead of Dryad.
I know.
Draenor?
Dryanar.
Draenei.
Draenei. No. Put that down.
No.
Put that shit down.
Wait, 1 second. Mr. Sizzle, I have a question for you, for Eredin.
Oh my god, what?
Real quick. Did Eredin eat her sibling, his sister? Did they cook his sister, and did he partake?
No, I'll answer that
I
question.
think so.
Her body
think
was
so.
destroyed.
Even worse.
It's true. It's pretty fucked up. I didn't know until now, but it's all the more reason to be super depressed.
The dark friend that tried to kill Eredin used a vile, wicked poison that destroyed and
Wicked.
corroded the body.
It lights you on fire when you drink it.
Lights
She
you on
was
for your
just-
entire being.
She's sitting there 1 minute, and the next she's just screaming as she combusts.
Oh!
That's crazy. I can't believe they used fucking napalm in her fucking soda.
They hit her with the prison napalm. She was never the same.
Damn.
Wow.
Yeah, I think he used
Insane.
an evil, wicked, devious, vile poison that transformed and twisted the body.
Jesus.
And I think there's fear that if they eat her to try and take her memories, they will contract whatever poison or curse or whatever is on her. So they haven't. They probably had to destroy the remains.
That's messed up.
Edge.
And this was poison meant for him?
Yeah,
Insane. What did I do to these people?
that's a great question. What did you do to them?
What did I do to these people? I have no idea. I was one
What
annoying
about-
dark friend.
Is your sister I think your sister should be a Ayuvaran. I don't think she should be a pure elf.
Oh, okay. Actually, that does make sense because I think they're. I think I have it that their dads are the same, but their moms are different.
There you go. Perfect. I think she
Yeah.
should be an Ayuvaran, and you should be a full elf, and that's why they were targeting you, is because you are a full elf.
That's kind of messed up. I hate this racial targeting. What the fuck?
Gotta destroy the library quick before it starts getting new books in.
There are a lot of older libraries, my guy.
Gotta
Jeez.
start at the smallest
to-
first.
Sorry, I'm kind of
Demoralize.
new at this.
Gotta make sure the poison works. I've never seen the poison work myself. That was not at all what I was expecting. Oh, Cersei, I did it.
I see. I think that was kind of a fucked up scene. What was Lore saying?
The Quan. It's an Old Norse word for a specific type of plant that was said to in the old sagas. Let's see here. The benefits of consuming it are stomach relief, circulation, bronchitis, and chest pain relief.
Quinari.
So if you eat a gourmet, it helps you with your bronchitis.
Well, I just saw the word chest and I thought, well,
Tuberculosis.
there you go. From sure.
Quinari.
May I suggest Kilandir?
Go on. One more time.
Kilandir.
You son of a bitch, knowing the naming conventions I like.
Oh, I wasn't thinking of that. I was thinking of Galadir X Kilari. So
It's just that shrimple.
yes, Kilandir.
I like it. Rolls off the tongue.
Go.
No, it's Ki, then Land, then Deer. Kilandir.
Yeah, I like Galindir. The way they spelled it, though, not. Sorry, leave it.
Wait, one more time?
I said I like the way that Hale spelled it better.
Oh, same.
It's more fantastic.
Hmm.
Bunts. All right, I don't like how he fucking spelt it anymore. I take it back.
I thought I was being clever.
It's layers upon layers. Wait, no, that's when they're fully realized. It's because now they can have buns in the oven.
It's all about.
The first one's because it's because it's between Kalari and Galadir. The third one, the second one, is because they can finally have children.
Oh fuck. The Killindeer. The Kalindir fucking pregnant after 9 months. Gives birth to a watermelon. They rip it open. They look at the seeds. Aren't they beautiful?
Question about the Goron, actually, because there's something I don't think we've touched on too much. What if, in the relationship between, so the Goron can replicate, is that just with other Goron, or is it like a self-insemination situation?
I think it's with anything at that point, but they always
Anything?
come out a Killinder.
So are the Goron always feminine? Because I'm seeing a horror situation where somebody else gets pregnant with a Goron baby,
The watermelon.
and they haven't got the anatomy to deal with it.
All right, honey.
I think it should.
That could be a great plot
I
hook.
think it would adapt.
It would adapt.
Push Legion
That's a
down. You
bold
don't get an
assumption.
opinion on this.
That's a bold assumption,
What?
right?
I know what
Why?
your answer would be.
Go on, I'm
It's fake
listening.
magic we're talking
What?
about.
I'm listening. Go on. I put the microphone up to Hale. Go on.
Oh, what for bullying Legion?
Oh no, I thought you had a
Yeah,
suggestion.
no,
My
Hale was
bad.
just escorting him out like
Oh,
security.
I see. Sorry.
I knew what he was going to bring up next, so I was making sure.
Oh,
What if-
just shoot that guy, officer, if you'd be as kind.
Yeah. If you get pregnant with Kalindir, do you become a dryad?
Oh. Interesting.
The cycle continues.
Interesting. Does. These guys should be.
They are. They do seem super rare. Like the steps to get one seems really complicated. So yeah, I would think so.
How rare are the Leshy?
I think the Leshy are common.
Yeah, they could be your familiar.
And the only thing that stops a Leshy from becoming a Goron, the first step on this easy train,
Blood.
is the consumption of blood.
Lots
Well,
of
it's a
blood.
pact, right?
So every war that takes place next to a forest is going to cause Leshy to turn into Goron, surely. You know, it only takes a Leshy being
think
born in a place of battle.
I think it is a pact specific.
Okay, so it's not something that's just thrown around and easily
Yeah,
made.
a blood pact, not just blind consumption.
The stupid
Maybe it's like a
idiot
faith
cactus
thing.
dips its hand in like blood, thinking it's jam.
You really hate that cactus.
He just looks like
He's
such a
little
doofus.
rotund
He's so
rat.
easy to pick on.
He does kind of like. He does look like he meanders into things. Like
He
just
looks
kinda, like,
really
walks
easy
in.
to bully, and the only thing stopping that is the fucking spikes on his body.
Yeah, I think it's specifically a pact, and it's not something that every Leshy knows.
So, what level of rarity do you think the Killindeer would be? Because I believe with Fae, a certain level of rarity, you become so rare that you're basically like, your existence gets you a lower spot on the court because there's only like 4 of you.
I think they are. I think they're predominantly in Yggdrasil. I believe that's where the bulk of them are. I do not think there are that many in Adis. I think if you found one in Adis, you would be like, "What the fuck are you?" But if you went to Yggdrasil, you would find way more of them. Thoughts?
So something like uncommon in Yggdrasil, but extremely rare in Adis.
That could work.
Are they made differently in Yggdrasil? Because the Leshy need the blood of a humanoid.
Well, that's Leshies specifically. The Killendeer are made through the coupling of
By
like
dryads.
dryads.
a dryad with anything, or like another
think
fae
it's-
could make a Goron. Or does it have to be someone
fuck
from
do
the
we-
universe?
I think if we're gonna have them be a playable race that players can play in lieu of Leshies, I don't think that there should be like the xenomorph plan. I think that if they fuck something, it's gonna come out Killendeer, regardless of whatever you fucking like, whatever mortal you mate with.
Interesting.
I think it's like the Elder Scrolls thing where it's the mother, like how like what the race of the mother determines what you are.
I think that's the safest way of doing it too.
Yeah, it's fair.
That way they can
Doesn't
still
solve
be
the problem, though.
accessible to the players. What is the problem?
How there are more in Yggdrasil.
Mm,
Unless
think
the
there's-
dryads just get laid by anything and pump out Goron.
I don't think there should be almost any in Yggdrasil. I feel like they're an Adis freak thing.
really?
Yeah, it sounds almost like it would require the blood of a mortal for the process to even begin.
Yeah, on either
Maybe it's where
front. You either need a
dryads- maybe
moral
Adis
to
is where-
fuck.
hold on. Maybe Adis is where the
Yeah.
dryads dump their kids.
Well, they wouldn't have
That
to dump
sounds
them.
hilarious.
That's
Oh,
funny,
God.
but not really necessary because you either need a mortal to fuck or a mortal to die for a Killendeer to happen.
Hmm.
And both of those are on Adis. I feel like these things are abominations in the eyes of the Fae.
I'd agree, because unless I'm confused with something here, if following the steps you require a Goron to mate with a dryad to create a Killendeer, but in order to get a Goron, they need to consume the blood of a mortal.
So, originally, the Killendeer are the creation of Galadir and Kalari, two gods who made them. They go out.
I follow.
They go do their own thing. The Killendeer, who are the Leshies, are the ones who have made a pact with a mortal, supped their blood, and then become a Killendeer. But they're not a complete Killendeer. They need to consume a Dryad's heart to become fully recognized. Or be
Okay, so
recognized by the
Killendeer is
Fae.
just the new name for a Goron.
Yes,
Yes.
correct.
Then yeah, I think they should be like Adis exclusive almost. I don't think they would exist in the Feywild.
I think there should be some in the Fae.
For the people who wandered in and got trapped, found a waifu in a dryad.
Well, I
Called
think
it a
it's.
day.
Well, I
I
mean,
think
it,
that there's because again, we need the Leshies to
It's the
have
kind of
an
money.
opportunity to gain that full semblance, like that missing part. So they need to have some connection to.
It should be noted, though, that the Leshy, at least in Galarian, obviously you can do what you want with them, but they're not Fae. They're nature spirits, which are different.
Ooh, that's
Nature spirits are from the universe. They're made of quintessence. The first world is completely cut off from that cycle, in Galarian anyway.
Yeah, but that doesn't have to be true for our world.
No, you can do what you want. I'm just throwing, some factoids out there.
Yeah.
So you could have them be this sort of symbiotic thing, or you could have them separate like Galarian. It's up to you. To be fair, the Goron aren't even Fae on Galarian. They were
Yeah.
made, so we're already making them Fae.
But aren't Leshy Fey creature types?
No, they're not fair at all.
What type? What are they?
They're Leshy.
That's just the creature type they are, is Leshy.
Hmm.
Weird.
I don't think the Leshy have any association with the Fae.
Oh.
I think. I might be wrong on that.
Hmm. Start writing shit down so I don't.
Probably a good idea.
And Kieran's mad at us because we're not discussing oracles or necromancers.
Leshies are in the title. Why?
I know.
We're gonna keep this up.
Can we go talk about oracles next?
Oh man, we gotta talk about Imperial Adas. It's hail season, so we gotta talk about
Oh,
what year history we're ripping for Imperial Adas.
I haven't read through this galaxy guide for no reason.
I was planning to draw the Necromancer. Oh, okay.
What does the Oracle have to do with the Necromancer?
Oh, you know.
I don't.
In Legion's head, they're the same person.
They're siblings.
So they're both
There it is.
elves.
They're both big titty elves? Nice. Oh, it's
Wait.
Leshy spelled with a Y, just a heads up.
Fucking not when you're using plural. I looked at Nethys.
Fair play. Wouldn't it be IES?
What do you think I just did?
All right.
I need you
sorry.
to. I need you to take the orange off your head so maybe you can see something.
I'm sorry, Mister.
Get that cup of tea out of your tits, son.
Yeah.
Speaking of seeing something, why the hell is Hale behind me?
Why is
Oh, you
that
know.
bad?
We're
You
just gonna
move
bounce
over.
on
You
it,
stop
sir.
sitting on him.
Hey, I was here first, damn
Move
it!
over, you fat fucking bird. Hold on.
We approach the oracle. She has a shirt on, says, "I'm with stupid." We find the necromancer, says, "I'm stupid."
There you go. Both of you talk.
What if the
Okay, there
Necromancer?
we go. Yeah.
What if the necromancer what?
What if the Necromancer was a twink?
Okay.
How are you vilifying twinks? What does Legion mean by this?
I thought we were
Evil
going
twink.
for. I thought we were going for the salt and pepper look, but I'm fine with twink.
Salt and pepper twink.
That does not work.
Confuse the crowd.
Does not compute.
Error.
Food for
Error.
thought.
Okay.
What if the necromancer was a giant?
Oh,
Interesting.
Somebody associated with all those stones. Maybe a tutorial that could introduce what those stones do and how they interact with the players.
What if she was a night maiden? And by night maiden, I mean harpy.
a giant.
Do you mean the stones surrounding Kalador?
The ones that hid the land from the rest of the world. It could give us a really good lore link there, especially if this is the first place they're going. Maybe they're trying to reactivate the stones using necromantic energies to hide their lair from the rest of the world again. Something like that.
Understood. A giant
You gotta-
twink. I can work with that.
Giant twink. You gotta have multifaceted villains. They make for the best villains. They give you plenty of opportunities to introduce other hooks. So I'm trying to think of just above just raising the dead. What are they doing? What are their plans? What are they reacting to?
I lied, Legion. No twinks. You're gonna make me a fire giant, Necromancer. And they
Okay.
are gonna look like this.
Oh.
You haven't even seen it yet. What are you owing for?
Vision, what if we use the Bacon Babe as the Necromancer?
My thoughts exactly. It's like a fire.
Oh, you're making it flesh. Oh my god. No. Great idea, Legion. Post the fire genasi.
I'm sorry, I can't. I'm on my phone.
You son of a bitch. All right, hold on, I'll post it. Ground, we have a special
I'm waiting.
design
I'm waiting.
you may consider.
I'm waiting. Is this campaign just gonna be nothing but hot women?
Oh yeah,
Us.
it's C's and Caleb. All right, here we go. So, one of the suggestions before we decided to work on Psy was to just make a Bacon Babe bust. And so Legion made some design choices, very neat design choices for both Psy and the Bacon. And then Oya
Wait a minute.
decided.
Wait a
Here
minute.
it is.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What
Okay.
if? What if? What if? What if? What if?
Oh,
Hold on. What if? Or what are the walking volcanoes called again?
Leritan.
Laritan. What if?
A volcano was a
No,
necromancer.
no. Hold on. What if the Necromancer was in service to Laritan?
It's all coming together.
Shit.
What if what if a fire genasi was in service to the Laritan to further their goals inland?
Nice.
Like a herald to the Leritan.
Yes.
A herald of fire.
Yes. So all of their undead that they summon are burned, charred.
Just like embered, crispy. Wouldn't that
Flaming
change
skeletons.
the way they're... I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Wouldn't that change the look of their lair?
Yes.
I don't think that's bad news. I knew
I'm
he
just
hadn't
throwing out
erased his
possibilities.
maps yet. It wasn't finished until he erases his maps at least once, guys.
All right.
That's the secret.
Well, you just gotta
I
put
mean,
like
at
burn
least
marks
for
and
the,
shit.
the sanctum he just made, he can change the blood to magma.
You could do some heinous shit, by the way, if you want to go down the fire route. Because, undead love their summons. So if you've got an
All the
enemy with a
scorched.
minion, and the minion just has final sacrifice cast on it,
Oh.
the players are going to be dealing with fireball traps around every corner.
Oh, you can reuse the freaks. You can reuse the fucking
That is
freaks
exactly
from
what I was
from Darkest
thinking.
Dungeon.
That is
You can
exactly
reuse.
what I was thinking
Yeah.
of the fanatics in service.
Yeah, we can
to
reuse the fanatics.
the dudes who have their flesh melting off of their face,
They're all
surrounded
undead.
by so much heat. They are
Like a
they are
candle.
fanatics, Laritan. They are trying to rouse the Laritan.
Would they be elves?
Are they?
But
Would they be
what?
undead?
Wouldn't they be elves, bearing in mind the population of the island?
Not always.
Maybe... Ooh. I mean, the Herngar have already been used, but maybe it could be a subterranean race from beneath the island that discovered the Laritan through earthquakes. Maybe it could be the
Drow?
Herngar who uncovered it and found it to be some sort of religious symbol, maybe like a thing. Who knows? We talked a little bit about the Herngar, chaotic Herngar who love fire. Maybe this is their way in.
Is it
Something
a
similar.
Tiamat cult?
I think they're Wizard King fanatics.
Oh, we're going back, huh?
Ooh.
I think they worship Balavar.
I'll get Sebastian.
And I think the reason they're trying to rouse the Laritan into action is because that will be a sufficient enough distraction and or the reason that the baleful eye, the orb of Armageddon, activates. I
Sorry,
don't
should
know.
I be here?
So
You'll forget
The
it. Anyway.
un-
It's fine.
For the uninitiated, who
Oh.
is this particular Wizard King?
This is Balavar.
He's the Wizard King of Destruction.
He is the Wizard King of
Okay.
evocation magic.
Evocation. So I'm playing
So
Elder Scrolls.
He
these
hates.
cultists
He hates elves.
are links for days. That's perfect. Would the cultists have symbology of the Laritan? Would they be like trying to hide their identity? Or would they openly be wearing their own uniform and have, do we want them to be hiding who they are? Or
I
being who they are?
think what they're doing is they exist within this base, gathering their numbers. So in their base, they fully rock. They probably are the ones who have like melted their flesh and shit like that. They fully rock. They're fully embraced.
So with this, because we're still using a Necromancer, right? Or are we switching it up?
No, we're still using a
Okay.
Necromancer.
Well, are the ones with their flesh melted? Are they the undead? Are these
No,
like undead?
I think those
that
are the cultists.
So we have cultists and the undead.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Gotcha.
that's juicy. That's really good as well, because it means that you've got targets for the emotion effects on like faint and demoralize. It's always a bit
Exactly.
sucky when everything's mindless.
I wanted to
So-
also give this
Where's the
idea or this semblance of like you're fighting what you think is all undead, and then the dude whose face is melted off in the back bellows a command to the undead, and all the undead are roused.
I just imagine you're fighting these dudes silently, and then the fucking dude with huge fists and large
Yes.
guts only dodges your attack, and the only thing you hear is him whisper in your ear, "Missed me," and then he sucker punches you.
He hits you with the ignite, and you watch him fucking
The
buff
backhand.
himself. And you go, "What the fuck?" as
Oh,
he takes your head off
fuck.
your shoulder.
I have a
Oh,
question.
good heaven! Yeah, what's up?
This is more of an art direction question. So if the fire giant is the necromancer, does necrotic fire have a different appearance? Would the giant change in any
Oh
way?
god, this is divinity.
Interesting.
Because, if a natural fire giant, I imagine, would be the color of natural flame, but if he's been touched by the dark, would it change in any way?
I think we did talk about necromancy magic being black and white flame.
So would he
Black
be a
and
black
white.
flame
Oh,
giant
no.
since it's dark magic?
All right. Where's the Godskin Apostles? Where are they?
I think.
I know they're here somewhere.
Hmm. Okay. So, I think that these worshippers of Balavar, these Wizard King worshippers, are led by either a fire giant or a fire genasi. Probably a fire giant, so that way we can tie them to the giant lands that originally were Kalador. They have a entourage of cultists, fanatics, in service to them, who are like, my flesh, let it be burnt off in the great destructive I think they view, actually, I take it all back. I think they view Alaritan as the herald of Balavar.
Ah, nice.
What is more
That makes sense.
destructive? What is more destructive than a walking fucking volcano? For the god of evocation, quote unquote, the Wizard King of evocation magic.
Because we still don't have the origin of the Laritan, could it have been spawned by Balavar?
Yes.
What
One
if they
of
were
the
right?
titans. One of the great war machines of the war in heaven.
So it's like a child of Balavar.
They are
see
now.
it as like a nice problem solved.
They are now.
Write it down. Let's get it.
Let's get rid of
So,
this. Let me pull up my.
Child of Balavar.
Let me pull up my fucking Chaos and Caleb. Boom.
So, are fire giants still very much blacksmiths in your setting?
I don't actually know.
Because
I
now I'm
don't-
thinking like, Necromancer's Lair, lava, blood for quenching, special armaments that the cultists use, made of like blood quench steel or iron.
Oh. Wait a minute.
Maybe the cultists are like, as part of a ritual, they stain their bodies in blood and that gives them some kind of buff.
Hold on, let me get these trains of thoughts onto paper real quick before I start losing, before they get muddled in my head.
Told you, man. We have a lot of topics to discuss. We haven't even gotten to sci-fi.
War machines made for the war in Heaven. It has gone dormant and needs to be roused to kill the elves on Killador.
Wait, does this mean the Laertin are technically giant warforged?
No, they're Laertin.
It depends how you made them.
I push Sizzle
see.
down the fucking stairs.
It might have just been that Balavar cast a spell that forced a volcano to erupt, and in doing that, the magical energies
Me
left
when I
behind.
awakened the volcano.
Yeah, maybe that's what became a Laertin. He just wanted an island for an experiment to do. So he used the Laertin to make it. You know what I mean?
The Necromancers.
It's just like, I need that volcano to erupt. Points at it. Becomes a Laertin, forms an island. Boom. Experiment begins. Easy mode.
My walking fortress, because I don't want to ever see an elf ever.
And
I can live on here, and whenever it sees an elf, it just destroys them with a volcano.
This makes Balavar terrifying, by the way, because if there's multiple Laertin,
he should in fact be the most like.
Is he the big bad?
Well, no, he's not
One
the
of them.
big bad. He is one of the big bads. The scariest of the Wizard Kings should be Voradare, who's the Enchantment Wizard King, who goes, "We've always been friends," and you go, "We've always been friends," and he's like, "That's right. Now kill your friend," and you go, "I should kill my friend," and then they fucking stab their best friend. Like that's the motherfucker who is the most terrifying. The one who's like the most destructive raw physical power is Balavar.
Balavar's the
nice.
theatrical guy.
He loves the show.
Yeah.
You want flashy boss fight? There's your guy.
Yeah,
Did
he's
somebody order
the
violence?
dude who like swipes his sword and you go, nothing happened, and then you watch the tops of mountains get cleaved off. Like that's Balavar.
So a Laertan's a Tuesday for Balavar.
Yeah, like he was like at the point where they're fighting the gods, they are at the almost the zenith of their power. Like they have their rings, they've supped on god blood. Like they are so fucking powerful that they're wounding gods as mortals.
They're basically gods in all but name at that point.
Correct.
So do you think the Laertan would have been like foot soldiers for Balavar?
I don't want to say foot soldiers because that implies a lot of them. I do like them being like war machine.
The giants in the army, sort of thing.
Correct. I like it being like a specialized.
I mean, could be something like a lieutenant. Not a lot
like
of
a
them, but
living
very
weapon.
powerful.
You just drop a Laertan tactical nuke incoming.
Yeah, because you got to imagine like this fucking monster. It's like the it's like the Hercules movie where the fucking volcano is walking and in its wake it's dead, like destroying the land. So we are okay. So here's the question: are we making Sizzle's fat yammed bacon elemental into our fire giant necromancer? Yes or no?
Are they going to be? Is the Oracle going to immediately lead to the next NPC, the major next NPC being this
Yes.
Necromancer?
So
You may not want to go big tittle to big tittle. You might want to mix it up a little
big
bit.
titties to big titties.
Why not though?
I mean, my first thought goes to like morbidly obese because fat,
Ugh.
fire, burning, melting of flesh. I think the big boss of something like that would be something gluttonous and terrible. Plus, you never really see fat necromancers. Could be a fun little twist on it. And then you do also get Big Booba. So everybody wins. You know what I'm saying?
Legion in text chat is still suggesting a twink, but basically because he's super burned and spindly like charred wood.
I mean, as far as the bacon elemental, it doesn't have to be Big Booba. It was done that for, it was made like that for the GF, but I don't know if the GF is gonna render it, so it's fair game. You can adjust it. It makes you feel better.
That elemental does give big biker energy, though. And I'm not sure
It does.
that's the kind of energy you want for a solitary fire giant in a necro
What do you
lair.
mean?
You know what
It's
I mean?
not solitary. Look at all her friends. I point at all the melted people.
You know what I'm saying.
You're like, get him,
Although-
boy.
Are fire giants vain creatures? Like, would the necromancer have pride?
If they're a full giant, I think.
Would
By the
there
way, I'm
be
walking
a sort
around.
of?
Not full.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Bye.
pacing,
Would there
I'm
be-
pacing in my bedroom.
Deep
Would
thought
they
time.
self-censor themselves? Like, obviously, the process of the melding of the flesh. They're the necromancer. They're probably the highest, grade of everybody there. Out of all the cultists, they're the highest up. They've been doing it the longest. They've been through this flesh melting process, maybe multiple times, maybe for the longest time. They're going to be hideous, right? So maybe they self-censor themselves by hiding themselves away. Maybe they obfuscate themselves with glamours.
Oh, it makes perfect sense. We'll just keep them. We'll just make them look like the fucking Darkest Dungeon Necromancer, and then we can make like a, if Legion's willing, because money. Have it be like at a bloodied point. Everything burns away, and then you see the fucked up thing beneath the red hood.
That's
That
pretty
could
cool.
be it, That could be it.
And
So
then
they
it
hide themselves
throws away.
because they are vain, right? So they put on these airs of mystery and sort of enigmatic energy. So they actually get heated in battle. And then you watch that shit burn away. And now they are this fucking vile creature.
And it goes, right, put up your dukes. And then it fucking slams you in the face with a fist.
You just
You're like,
feel
what are you
the
going to summon
temperature in
now,
your
fire
body.
boy? And they fucking
You watch all the
backhouse
blood
kick you.
coagulate. That could be juicy,
Just make it Ember Prime.
Ember Prime.
That's the exact opposite of what we are talking about.
I thought I'd give it a shot.
It was worth a
Ember
try.
Prime now.
It was worth a try.
Listen, I'm also fine with big tittied necromancer. However, if we're going with this theme that they are Wizard King, not only apologizers, but fanatics, after the Age of Woe, perhaps not big tiddlied woman.
I don't know.
Mm.
Evil people tend to be hot.
It should be noted, though, we still need to create links here because we've set the hooks up, but you've still got to figure out the links between the obelisks and the necromancer and the wizard king? When did the necromancer decide that the Leritan was his, gods, whatever? Where does that relationship sort of lie, and what is he using? Because was this guy one of the giants and then changed while in solitude? Was he changed before they decided to hide themselves? Were the obelisks something he helped create, or was he against them and is now trying to repurpose them to summon the Leritan rather than repel it? Is there something going on there that we can explore?
I feel like I don't think he should be. Fuck. Because I just realized if this is the first guy they're gonna go fight, they're gonna be fighting this motherfucker at like level 3 or 4.
Yeah, we can make that
So he
work.
can't be that much of a badass.
Well, this is it, right? He's already dying because he's been this cultist for so long. He's, he's gonna have this self-burning mechanic. Maybe he constantly suffers from persistent fire when he gets heated. You could do all sorts of stuff with this. Maybe they have to like release vats of like quenching blood onto him, and he'll take a ton of cold
Maybe that's why
damage.
the room has so much blood.
Exactly, and you can use that as a mechanic for the players to use in the combat. Or maybe there's like blood elementals that you can kite to the boss, something like that.
Interesting.
We have like a PoE mechanic.
Curious.
You can do all sorts with it, but that's mechanical stuff. We can figure that out closer. But yeah, we've also got to answer where all the blood came from and how long it's been.
Well, that's the it's the same
Sacrifices.
place the music comes from. You don't really got to worry about all that.
It's a portal to the blood plane. Don't worry about it.
Actually, it'd be the metal plane because blood.
How long has this necromancer been in operation in this area?
I think they've been in here for a while, which is why there's so many caskets and coffins. I think they've been amassing territory, and there's a swath of Kalador that people are afraid to go into because there are so many undead.
So the place where he is, not necessarily his actual lair, but the castle itself that he's taken over.
That is going to be the Oracle's connection to them. Reason, initially, the initial concept was that the necromancer that was there had a relic from the family that resided in that castle. The Oracle tasked this knightly family guarding this like massive thing of onyx, basically keeping it out of the hands of evil. And the family said, of course. And they did their duty for however many centuries. So they failed. Because onyxes, at least in Galarian, are like super corrupting, right? They're all necromancy.
Yeah, they're illegal to own,
So
depending on where you live.
they basically kept it under lock and key. They built this vast mechanism to try and hide it. Only for that to fail. It like corrupted the lands, poisoned the grain, and it polluted the waters. And the knights died. The necromancer rolled on in and said, ooh, an onyx. Took it.
Nice.
Said, this will work perfectly. They have a catacomb
You know
down here
just
where
where
all
this
of their people are buried. I have this onyx that allows me to like taint the land to keep people from coming here. And now I can draw my followers to me.
Maybe he's using the Onyx and his undead powers to reconstruct and reconfigure those obelisks. Maybe it's like, he's got like a dead forge down below, and he's using the Onyx as like a catalyst for the reconstruction. Maybe he's like flaking it off or using the energy to reconstruct like flesh obelisks to lure the Leritan. Something terrible like that.
I think I like that. I like it more that he's breaking parts of the onyx, giving it to his undead who go out and they bribe or like carve into the pillars. Once
They
all the
replace one
pillars,
of the.
yeah. So once all the pillars are activated, the Laraten's forced to wake up.
And then that becomes random encounters later,
Correct.
or before even.
Where you're wandering and there's a group of undead who have a shard of onyx. They're wandering towards a pillar.
Or they're at the pillar. And that could be a higher level encounter.
Sure. They're already there carving away.
And if I may throw a bone for potential future encounters.
No pun intended.
Yeah, no pun intended. What if the reason, because, you know, the first thing that I would ask is, well, why haven't they done this earlier if they've been here this long? But what if they're fueled by a recent rediscovery of something? Like, we've already noted that the Hyungar in some fashion still have some connection.
I already got that, baby. I already got that. You can thank Sebastian.
Huh? What?
The reason they're
What did
reinvigorated, the reason that they are drawn now is because Belivar's back in the world.
Sorry.
Wizard King's back.
My bad, guys. My bad. I just want to say I'm really apologetic about that. Was not the intention.
Followers of the Wizard Kings sense the return of the Great Storm.
Maybe they're like trying to make a kingdom for a king. Sort of thing. And the elves would be perfect to make the foundation.
The way you think. My food's here. I'll go get my food. I'll be back.
Okay.
I wonder how many of these details we're going to forget as we write
Probably
them
a
down.
Probably a fair bit of them.
But there is a VOD, admittedly.
There is a VOD. There is hope in the VOD.
Of course.
Indeed.
How are you excited for Starfinder?
Yes.
I wonder what the Imperium of Adis is going to look like.
Very.
Well, who knows?
I think Hale, you are in a great position to offer just some suggestions.
To be fair, I don't really know a lot about sci-fi. Sci-fi is not really my bag. I only recently got into it for Starfinder.
I know 40K.
but,
I know Halo. I know.
Yeah, I guess that is sci-fi, isn't it? So I guess
I mean, yes and no.
Star Trek, I guess.
Star Trek is a little more sci-fi. I mean, those are really more
little
space
bit more.
dramas.
Yeah, they were.
There's
They were
no science behind the fiction, really. But if you're
I
going
know
for
horror
like
really well, so I could do horror stuff and weird stuff.
Depends on
no
how deep
problem.
you want to go, because I mean, as far as Star Trek's considered, they literally have fake blueprints for how warp cores work.
Yeah.
So
Like,
I mean,
that's a
you can
little
go
more
off
science.
the deep end like that.
I swear to God, if I hear the words flux capacitor one more time.
Yes, Technobabble.
Technobabble, that's right.
Indeed.
But yeah, I don't know. I'm a pretty good idea guy, so I think it won't take too long to make some stuff for the galaxy or wherever we want to have that setting.
Hey, would you be interested in sharing your ideas with Crown for your setting and ripping them for your own?
I mean, I certainly could.
Could expedite the
Can't
process.
think of any ideas I have that are terribly unique, though.
Oh, well, that's okay. Most of our ideas aren't terribly unique.
I guess I'd have to see what he already thought about first, but yeah, I'd be more than happy to share stuff that I've written out already.
Yeah, there's a lot less for Imperial Aegis than there is for Fantasy.
I mean, what is the plan with Imperial Aegis? Is this something that, we're looking to do soon? Do we know?
No, I don't think so.
This is like a far in the future thing, no?
Consider how long it's taken for Chaos and Gaylor to come back, and then understand that it'd be that time quadrupled as he figures out what his world even wants to be.
We're not working in days and weeks, we're working in months and years.
Correct.
Yeah.
Although it is one of those things where it might be worth, even if it's like a super far away thing, get at least some bones down. That way, if somewhere
Yeah.
down the line, maybe he decides he wants to run Starfinder or something, he has
Mhm.
something he can work with instead of running
Maybe
just
he'll listen to his own
Galarian.
advice and start simple this time.
Well, yeah, I'll always, promote rendering distance. You
Yeah.
won't like that. I say it every time.
Agreed.
So just having like a big fat list of stuff that you have no idea what it is yet is a really good idea. I mean, we talked about this a little bit on the Discord. We had a member of the community saying that they wanted to make 100 night
Yeah.
families, something like that.
That's interesting.
It's good to start with the names of the houses,
Yeah.
and then when you get a little bit closer, maybe we'd start talking about what armor they wear from a distance, and then the heraldry, and render it out as you go. We don't need to know the entire galaxy. That's the point of the
Correct.
adventure.
Step one of most sci-fis, in my opinion, is start with one planet,
Start with a ship.
which I wouldn't even start with a ship, because to start with a ship, you need to know what the culture of the people is like.
True, but
And you
you can
figure out
make
the
that
culture of the
up.
people by deciding where they came from. What planet do they live on?
I
Do they
could
come
see
from an
that.
Earth-like planet? Do they come from an oceanic planet? That changes what the functionality of their ship would be like. So I always start with one planet. And you don't need to worry about like the governments on it or anything like that at first. Start with the planet, the biome. What type of world are you creating and where are these people coming from?
There are external factors there. Like, I would always start with the ship because no matter what you do, you can explain it later. And it doesn't necessarily have to be the planet. Like, if we're in an intergalactic society, you could have multiple planets, donating different technologies and informations
Okay,
that
but
result in a spaceship.
again, if you're going to start with a ship, who are the people who made this ship? Are you starting with a ship because they don't have a home world? Are they a people in exile who don't have a planet?
But this is what I'm saying. You want to start small. And a ship is the perfect size for small. And then you just make a bunch of random stuff in the ship, or you create a bunch of hooks and questions in the ship, and then you explore those as you go.
I
So you
humbly
get to the
disagree. You have
island.
way too many questions if you start with just a ship.
Ooh, well, yeah, but that's a good thing, right? You want the questions so that you know which direction to render in. That's a plot hook right there. If the people
I
are
suppose,
interested
but
in the hydroponic farm and not interested in the fact that you've got like chlorophyll in the walls, maybe you don't need to worry about the chlorophyll plotline. You need to worry about the hydroponic plotline. That's the way I do it. Make a small room, see which door they walk through. But you gotta be careful with like planetary stuff because you can go really deep with that. And many times it's unnecessary, especially if you're not on the planet for too long.
Oh, I'm aware. When I first started making my planets, I had literally everything from gravitational pull to axial pull. So
God damn. That's juicy though. But that's the sort of stuff that I would make. So something like high gravity, I would make like a feature of the planet that makes the planet unique to others. Because you're only going to go to a couple of planets, presumably, in an adventure.
yeah.
So you've only got to like make a couple of them unique, and a big way of making something unique is having like vastly different biomes or gravity, that sort of thing, size. So yeah, I don't know. I would make my planets maybe a side of A4. I don't think I'd go any more than that. Everything
Well, I
else I'd
mean,
ad lib.
moving for the future, I'd basically take the Starfinder approach, where every planet is only like 1 or 2 cities, because you don't really need anything more than
Yeah,
that. Because
that's
hopping
true.
planets is the sci-fi version of going from town to town.
100% agree. Or, if they stay in the city, maybe there's like a couple of quests, 1 or 2 quests, where they leave to explore the more wild parts of the planet, etc. And that's when you can have like a fun little story on that planet.
Nice.
I'm looking forward to it. But it's a long way away. So I'll keep the creativity, learn more about Starfinder, run a couple games, and bring with my know-how to the plotting. I do like the hex map that they've got for Desna's Path, though.
It's a lot
for
nicer than the
Galarian.
original Galactic map, that's for sure.
I never saw the original. Was it 2D?
Yeah, it was literally just a 2D map. It was
Just a
I mean, it was
plane.
beautifully drawn, but it was just a drawn map. There was no like functionality to it.
So we like this
It's
one
like
more.
if you remember those old solar system layouts from grade school, where they're like, this is the
Just
order the
rings.
planets are in from the sun. That's basically all it
Mm.
was.
That's a shame. I'm a big fan of these pathways that they have between the different like sectors of the galaxy.
Yep, those pathways are established shipping lanes.
Hell yeah. Big fan.
A lot more thought out. And I think that's
Mm.
because with Starfinder, if you look at the way they laid the book out, it looks like they started with the
Genres.
system. They
Yeah.
started with how do these planets link together? How are shipping lanes laid out? Whereas with first edition, you open the book and the first thing they started with was governments. The first thing in the first
Oh my
edition book is
God.
the Pact Worlds. So it's a different approach.
For sure, for sure. I do like the way they split it into genres there. It definitely gives you direction. Because it's like, in older books, you would have to like go across the book on 6 different chapters just to find all the information you want for the adventure you're trying to build. But with the genre chapters, you can really just like go to the chapter you need, read the shit there, and then really just plan out your entire adventure pretty much using the aids from one chapter rather than having to go back and forth and back.
So as I have not read the second edition book yet, what do you mean by genre chapters? Like they've laid it out like if you want to run a space opera, you do this. If you want to run a space western, you do this. Like that type thing.
The first chapter in the book is Adventures. It goes Introduction, Adventures, Ports of Call, Factions, and Ancestries. And under Adventures, they literally have subchapters for dystopian, high-tech, fantasy, war-torn, into the unknown, horror, and weird. And then each of those subchapters has basically, I mean, I'll have a little count here. It's about a dozen, 8. I think it was 8 to 12 pages per genre, and it gives you examples of planets that you could do for those genres in canon. It gives you different encounters and exploration mode activities that they would see, things that they would run into, campaign starters, hooks, cultures, hotspots, important faces, a bunch of stuff like that. And then they do that for each of the genres.
Understood.
It's pretty good. I like it a lot. It's very clean.
Sounds like a much better book than the first edition one. I'll say that much.
Yeah, I don't know too much about Starfinder First Edition outside of the way that they would design and create ships, which looked like a colossal ball ache. You had to like track the amount of power that your reactor
With
could
Starfinder,
use.
with Starfinder First Edition, shipbuilding was the game.
Oh, it was the game, was it? Okay.
You were spending the majority of your time doing shipbuilding because you had not only to budget for space, how many rooms were you going to have? You had to budget your power. You had to budget, the ship rolls, and ship combat was broken, so nobody wanted to use it. It sucked.
Hmm.
But like when I ran it, it took my party, I think, a week and a half to build their first ship.
What, of in-game roleplay?
No, of real time. Like actually
just
sitting down,
plotting it out.
reading through everything and
Damn.
making the decisions because everything was needlessly in depth.
I really hope they streamline it. I really do. They want to make it, as far as I understand it, they want to make an entire book about shipbuilding.
Yep, that's
And
probably going to be for the people who enjoy that level of crunch.
yeah, I hope they have stat blocks that we can use, and then the rest of the book is how to make them.
Yeah,
So you
I
can
hope
customize.
the if not the ship book, I hope at least one of the core books has a bunch of like pre-built ships where it's like, okay, you want to adventure? Here's the bare minimum.
I don't think you're going to get stat blocks for ships in the adventure. I think what they said in the live streams was that it's going to be theatrical advice for ship running. So RP stuff, not necessarily having like initiative between ships or anything like that.
Well, good, because the ship combat was garbage, so I'm glad that they're not using it.
I think
It
they
was
probably
awful.
will circle around to it though.
Yeah, Starfinder 1E, I will say, great setting, not very well put together mechanically, in my opinion.
No, I don't
Still
think
like
so
the
either.
game, but it was a ball ache to play.
You got like 4 different types of AC. You've
Two
got
different types of AC, 2 different types of health pool. Some races would have 3.
you have touch AC too, right?
Yep, you
So it's
still
like
had touch AC.
kinetic energy, touch AC. I think that's the only 3, right?
Yeah, that's the primary 3.
God dang.
And then you had stamina points, which you'd burn through before you even got to your HP.
Mm-mm-mm. Nah, we're gonna simplify that. I hope. We're gonna make that clean. We're gonna make it tidy. Right, I'm gonna go hydrate. I'll be back soon.
Okay. I shall also be back.
I've changed my mind.
About what?
Oh,
I
one
realized
piss later, guys. Get the emo.
I realized I was attempting to shovel too much into an area. We're not going to make them crazy cultists, all that shit. We'll save that for the actual giants. Because there is meant to be a giant encounter later on in the AP. So I think we'll leave this as Dark Friend and Necromancer tied together.
Nice. I mean, if the Necromancer was a giant, that would tie into the whatever giant arc you had next.
Yes, but I don't believe Legion wants to draw a giant.
I see. Understood.
I believe they want to draw a twink. So, I think what we could do is we could have the twink Necromancer and the badass biker babe Death Knight. Giant twink.
Now, just to be clear,
giant twink just sounds like a huge oxymoron.
that doesn't satisfy me at all. Now, to be clear, we're supposed to be trying to murder this twink, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I see. Okay, just making sure. When I get my hands on that twink.
I want that twink obliterated. I think that the giants are probably going to be the ones that have the connection to the Laratan.
That makes sense.
I think this Necromancer has their own goals that they're trying to achieve right now. And that involves a lot of killing.
Maybe we could take a step away from the Laratan, take a step away from all of that, and focus on, or sort of redefine what the Necromancer is. So we have to figure out who they are, where they're from, their motivations, things like that. It could be tied to the family that used to live there.
Okay, hold on.
He the scheming eunuch?
A big thing with this is like the whole frozen in time thing, right? What if, because it was a different time, what if the family that ruled had like serfs or thralls under them?
Okay.
This was like a lesser lord who went rogue with the powers of undeath.
This is somebody who believes his family was wronged generations back, that they should have been the one in charge of this. And for being humiliated, quote unquote, so many generations back, is now taking his revenge on the dead family.
That could work. We could have a situation here where maybe, because obviously we got this biker babe, it could be a situation where it's like Necromancer has a patron aide, so an emissary from another higher power, who's the biker babe. Maybe that's like the link to the next step, or a link
That's
to
their
some
link to the
subplot.
giants.
Yeah, maybe this biker babe is a Genasi born of one of the fire giants. And they're there to help them achieve their goals, knowing that the results of their labors will benefit the Laratan and the fire giant and things like that. Give them a very tertiary role in the situation, which explains their lower level and things like that.
Maybe the undead.
Maybe the undead are used as labor on the Laratan's back. you know, mining away for
Oh,
more
that's why they're making so many. It's not only just
Exactly.
to control territory, but it's also to hand them over to the giants.
laborers, for sure.
Yeah, she could just be the there to. She could be have just been there when we show up to like make the exchange.
Hmm. What do you
She
mean?
could be just an envoy. Like she showed up whenever we show up to the Necromancer's lair. She was there to trade out whatever they're giving him in exchange for more bodies.
They roll up. The party shows up and they're like, "Oh, well, I'm not here to fight, by the way. I'm just here to deliver the money. So, good luck, man. Unless you want to pay me more, then."
We just see these bodies with like bags over their heads. We don't know they're undead. Leads them out. We're like, damn, a slaver? That's crazy.
I fuck with that.
Except we probably would try to attack them if they.
So that then becomes a question of what is the benefit to the necromancer? What are they getting? Obviously, they have their position of power that they're very happy with. They got that hundreds of years ago. What are they getting from their current beneficial arrangement with the giants? What is he paid in? Is it power? Onyx? Some sort of way for him to improve his craft?
More mayhaps.
Bodies? Oh no, that seems repetitive.
That seems redundant. But I think Onyx, things farmed from the Laertan.
Magical alchemical ingredients.
Do giants have some sort of ancestral magic or something in their lore that he would benefit from stealing or taking or trading for?
Maybe they
Is there
taught.
something?
Oh, maybe they taught him necromancy.
There you go. So he had this sort of beneficial relationship with the giants when he took over.
I think so. I think they taught him that because the giants have made deals with demons and shit in the past, so they would know how to do necromancy.
So
Amazing.
if this is a long-term arrangement, it's always good to have conflict behind the scenes because it makes the world feel alive. Maybe there's some sort of situation where, because we talked a little bit about the biker chick just being like, peace out, you don't pay me enough, you don't pay me at all. I'll tell the giants you're dead, and then walking away. Maybe there's some sort of tumultuous relationship that, it's been going on for hundreds of years. Maybe one of the sides has gotten lazy.
They're tired.
The products
of
are
him.
worse. Yeah. They needed him gone anyway. Hey, there's a bunch of adventurers here. Do me a solid.
Oh,
Kill him. I'm taking the Onyx.
Holy shit, they roll up. They catch, or she catches them on their way to the place and goes, "Hey, I've got a deal for you. I can tell you how to get through the Necromancer's defenses if you promise to bring me his thing."
Boom. Easy. And then it creates that really fun role play with the Necromancer. If this other person jumps in to the roleplay as well, if they're there for any of it, you've got that interesting roleplay where the GM talks to themselves. There's a bunch of stuff you can do with that. And it seeds later conflict, which is what it's all about.
I could absolutely see her like wandering in behind the party after they clear out everything, and she goes, "Hey, good job. I'm taking this, by the way."
Would it be the Onyx that she wants? Probably, right?
I think so.
And then it leads to some sort of on-the-road encounter where they have to catch up with her. Because obviously if the Onyx goes back to the Giants, now they've got 2 relics at the next place rather than just 1. The players have to have some sort of reward for what they do.
True.
Some tangible benefit.
I mean, I would rule it as if they get it in their hands, she will try to buy it from them. But if they refuse, then she goes, "My boss is really not gonna like this. Are you sure there's nothing I can give you for that?
No.
You're just gonna make it really worse later on."
What do you mean by it, ma'am?
I'll trade you a flaming rune.
I'll imbue your weapon. What do you say? Just a gemstone. What I'm going to give you is probably way more valuable anyway.
None of you look like necromancers.
You know that thing corrupts, right?
Ooh.
What do you need to
Could
hold
be a
it for?
shout. Could be a shout as well. If they do keep him and she's alive, it then becomes a question from her perspective of, now why do they want it? Who are they? What's it for?
Mhm. Go back, report back to the
now-
bosses. Hey,
And
there's more players
Yeah,
on
they
the
aren't
field
just-
now.
They aren't
No.
just pesky adventurers who manage to find a necromancer and kill it.
and suddenly you've got a high priestess,
Mm.
you know, who divines where the players are. They use like some high level magic to see where the players are. And oh, would you look at that? That tower we haven't been to because the magic wards us away. Why are they there? Did they find something? Let's investigate.
Suddenly, giants outside going, "Sup, pussies? Come out.
Siege engines.
Just want to talk."
That's where the adventure ends, when they
When they
grab
bomb
us
the
by our
tower.
bodies. When they siege us, and we go out to fight them, and they use us as jumping.
I don't think so. I think at that point, where like they're sieging the tower, the Oracle fucking bamfs you away, to, like the giant ruins.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that could be fun. Like, you'll bounce to the giant ruin to get the second out of 3 of the relics.
You have
But
a
then she
fucking
can't help
time
you get
limit,
the
by the
third.
way. Hey, you have 4 days to get that relic before they break through all of my defenses. You need to get your hands on the relic so I can teleport you back, or else I'm dead. Like,
Ruh-roh.
Do we know what the second relic is for the giants?
I haven't decided yet.
It's got to be something their entire plan revolves around.
Interesting.
Gotta be. Maybe something to do with the Leviathan. I don't know. We'll get to that later. But are we going to have like some sort of... Because obviously we got the previous family. We can't just have them be nothing, right? Are they going to be spirits that haunt the halls of the
Yes.
castle? There's a little bit of
Something that
noir
was
there.
asked of me specifically was good undead.
Mm,
Good undead that the
yeah.
party could interact with.
Perfect example.
Who asked you of that? Just going to leave.
What's up?
Said, who asked that of you?
Who asked what of me?
For good or dead?
Oh, Kieran.
Okay.
Yeah, Kieran, you gotta remember, Kieran's character is tied to Phaleth. Phaleth is responsible for saving Saren, the Raven Queen. So he has a tie kinda to undead.
I see. Is that tie putting them down, by any chance? At any opportunity?
One more time?
Why not out loud?
I don't think I understood you. One more time?
I said, is their tie putting down undead at any opportunity?
I don't think they know that tie yet.
I see.
I think that's just something that's like associated with their character. Something they want to explore.
I see. Imagine exploring your character.
I think we get Biker Babe, Boobly Art, and I think we make the Twink Necromancer.
Nice.
If you're that sold on the Twink Necromancer, I still think that a Salt and Pepper Necromancer would kind of go hard, but we haven't had Twinks in a while, so I will fucking concede the point.
You killed my twink. Now I have to go find another. Anyway, give me that stick. I mean, that rock. Freaks.
Hmm. I play both teams.
It might be a shout to flesh out the relationship between the lesser lord and the lord of the castle. You could maybe make a link there if you wanted to go the like diamond in the crown for the third relic route. There's, you're going to be getting into political intrigue and things like that going that route. It would be interesting to have links set early on that come to fruition later. So deals that were made behind the scenes, secrets that they can use and exploit when they get to that third act. Maybe there was something going on in the kingdom of the elves that was shaking up. Maybe the political discourse around the use of the obelisks. Who knows? But it would be really, really cool to see something super early come up again way later. Some sort of secret that the family had, maybe about a coup. Maybe the king, who's the current king, is illegitimate, and they had that knowledge, and the lesser lord was like given some sort of backing. Who knows? But something like that. Something the players can use to get that crown later as a tool.
Interesting. Trying to think of what.
Why not link it to the fire giants? Maybe the current king is some sort of puppet figure. And, the fire giants had a vested interest in the king's, let's say 200, 300 years ago, whenever. The king had a brother. And that the previous king was usurped essentially by his brother. And everybody thinks he did it the legit way, and that his brother died of sickness.
Are you referring to like the lord of the castle?
Yeah, the head elf. The one who's currently still ruling.
Oh, the one. Oh my God, House fucking Caladir?
Yes, sir.
Jesus.
I'm thinking maybe there's something rotten in the castle.
I think if I did that, Momo would kill me.
Oh, is this a thing pre-existing?
House Caladir is where her character Siluriel comes from.
Okay, so we've got to be a bit careful with it.
Indeed.
Unironically, you could have a scheming eunuch, though, in Caladir who's doing this.
Scheming eunuch.
The scheming eunuch. Or, the betraying knight. I don't know. It doesn't have to be the whole castle that's rotten. But you can have,
it could have just been somebody behind the scenes doing it. And they would have worked with this lord who had relationships with the giants.
Yeah, dark friend shit.
Yeah, you want to be 3 steps removed when you meet these characters. But then later, you want it to all make sense. A plot point from the very, very start being used at the very, very end.
It was the Herngar. That's the reference. It was they were doing it all along.
I kind of like the Herngar being the black sheep here. The Herngar just genuinely being third party who came for money.
Doing their own thing. They roll up, they're like, what's happening?
Yeah, they're just as new as us. They're figuring it out too. And maybe that's something that, well, maybe the Herngar are doing their own investigations. If you bump into the Herngar, you'll learn something that maybe you missed when you were exploring. Any sort of missed information that the PCs walk past, you can reintroduce using the Herngar who are doing their own internal investigations.
Imagine fucking Malverin show up. They were foreshadowed in the adventure box. They show up at the end.
It's all been a Malverin plot.
It's been a Malverin conspiracy.
the cult is like, look, Balavar's returned, and they point at a single mind flayer, Elithid, who's like, hey.
They point at. Oh
Yeah,
my
they think I'm
god!
Balavar.
Hold up.
Hey.
They point at the conquest, Malverin.
Stand by for my arrival, worm. Cracks knuckles.
In all times to the fucking Malverin. That'd be so funny.
The most convoluted bullshit. Be great. They never see it coming, and then you're like, you give them a wink, and they're like, well, you know, you got foreshadowed. The Malverin were foreshadowed at the beginning of our one shot. You know, should have been paying attention.
They go, what?
Yeah. Yeah, that overseer you killed was working for this Malverin.
Why aren't you surprised? Why don't you look surprised when I talk to you?
Why are you walking away? What about the Shadow Drake?
What about the Shadow Drake?
Well, that was like a baby, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess there isn't like an adult shadow. They're made from that was like a tortured dragon, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we could meet the original dragon's like parents.
Hmm.
That might be a different topic, but
yeah, I think that's a different story beat.
yeah. But in Galador meet like the original parents of that little baby.
Well, you got to remember the kobolds told you that it was their master's dying wish. Basically, was to protect that egg.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, they're dead, so. The divorced ex-husband of the master.
I think to that point, it would be fun to have a little nod to it. Maybe you know, if they go down into the Darklands, maybe you explore that a bit further. If not, I'd probably just have like a nod to it. Maybe when you're in the city later in the third act, or you know, when you're in among high society, maybe you hear about a guardian dragon that went missing hundreds of years ago, and that's all you really get. Something like a nice little nod for those who maybe think about it a bit too much.
Mm-hmm.
You don't got to do too much for that, I don't think.
Anyway, Necromancers and Laerton. Is there anything else?
Well, we still got the
Oracle.
Oracle to think about. Are we still planning on running the Oracle as a sort of what's it, naive sort of character where, you know, they see it, they're like, oh, my friend's over at the castle, and, you know, they make the phone call, no one's picking up, they go to the orb, and they see it's covered in undead. Are we still planning to have the jaw
I think
drop?
so. I think she's been so sealed away and so reclusive that she's ignorant to the greater world. But I think it's gonna be something that grows with the party, where she's she kind of reconciles with the idea that I shouldn't have done what I did.
I've been really out of the loop.
Mayhaps sealing myself away in a tower was in fact not the best thing to do.
Maybe blocking all of my contacts and never responding to anyone's text messages was a bad idea.
Are there plans to introduce the Armageddon Orb early to the players?
They've technically already been introduced to it. They had visions of it.
In what sense? Oh, of course. So when they go to the Oracle's tower, they're not just going to see it suspended in the middle of the tower.
Oh, it's not in the Oracle's tower.
Oh, where is it?
It is in the mountains. It is in the Istari Highlands.
Did the Oracle hide it there?
I do believe so, yes. I believe the only reason that it got roused is Balavar's back, and a bunch of Herngar went poking around in places they shouldn't.
Okay. So the Oracle's tower is literally just the location of the Oracle.
Correct.
Understood.
It's the name.
He
All right.
basically was like, all right, let's make sure everything's in place. We seal all of the runes. All right, and now the final piece, make sure that everything remains hidden, even the purpose of these things, I seal with myself. And then she locks the tower.
I'm going home. Leave me to my evil and sexy plans.
Just been playing Minecraft for the last 400 for like 400 years.
Finally
Jesus.
finished my Stardew Valley playthrough. What happened out here?
She's just a full-on hikikomori. Does nothing but play video games and stays in her apartment.
Eat.
Get a job. Maybe she has a phobia of going outside.
She's
What do you think
That
about
would be
agoraphobic.
hilarious.
She's agoraphobic.
Yeah.
That's
agoraphobic.
funny. She's like, I'll do this for the land. And like, we didn't really ask you. No, I must lock myself away forever.
Well, it could be a
And
thing.
never
Right?
leave my house.
Maybe she's got a balcony from which the player sees stuff, but she stays inside the balcony. Like on the inside of the doors. Maybe just like, I don't know, being locked in her own mind. She can't physically, I don't know. It could be a fun character trait. She's blind,
You're avoiding.
right?
I don't know why we settled on the wraps over the eyes.
Because it's hot.
It is.
She does not see with her eyes. She sees with her mind, sort of thing.
Her tits.
She predicts every step before she makes it.
But she's also blind to what's going on around her. Wow, the double entendres, bro.
Layers.
Crazy. The layers, bro.
Just trying to think how we can develop the Oracle anymore. Maybe develop the relationships that she had with the previous historical owners of the places. Shouldn't be too important though, because I mean, aside from like recall knowledge, tidbits, lore, I'm not sure how she would be used in a mechanical sense.
It's mostly like all that stuff I'm mostly going to ad lib.
Good
So it's only
choice.
really going to be something she'll bring up if the party presses her. If they're like, well, who were these knights? And then she'll give some explanation. And the party will go and find that the knights haven't existed for a long ass fucking time.
We just show up and there's just like
There's
trees.
no
There's not even
trees.
ruins. It's just a forest. And we're like, are you sure this is the right place? Like, oh, yeah.
The walls of the keep used to stand 80 feet tall. And you're looking at like 2 foot of brick.
The
Yeah.
last of it.
One foundation of a watchtower. I don't know, man. This doesn't really seem practical. Go Oblivion style, there's one like notebook that perfectly tells you exactly what's going on in like 5 pages. That somehow survived.
So remind me again, the Oracle was alone on the island? Question mark.
No. There are,
What
a
about
lot
the
of,
other elves?
there are a lot of people that she sealed on this island.
Okay, so she knew that she was locking the doors. Well, did she seal the island, or was it the giants with their obelisks? There's a disconnect here that I'm not too sure about. Was she involved in the sealing of this place? Did she have some hand in the magic that the giants used? Or was it pure giant magic that obfuscated the island from the rest of the world?
I think the original concept was that it was like a pact that was made. The giants wanted to be left alone because of the death of their giant king, and she's like, this orb needs to be sealed or else it's going to kill a shit ton of elves. So let's make a deal.
Historically, elves and giants allies.
In this instance,
Has anything changed there?
I think a lot of giants have died since that deal was made, where the giants of today do not remember the giants of the past, or at least don't remember the deals the giants made of the past.
The grandson of the dude who signed the contract died 100 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Was this her grand
Yeah.
strategy? It was just like, I'll just wait till you guys grow old and fucking die. Dabs on him, locks the door. See you in 1,000 years, dipshits.
Thanks for the stones.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I will simply wait.
Hmm.
The Oracle superpower of just waiting.
I want to give the Oracle some dirty shit in her closet.
Okay, some skeletons.
Oh, there's
All
not
right.
much else.
Some skeletons, and I think the giants are a good way of doing that.
Based on her outfit, there's not much else.
Yeah, she's not hiding much, but there's got to be something with those stones. The giants knew rune magic, right? That was their whole bag.
Mhm.
And that's how they made the stones.
It was something that the dwarves stole.
But maybe it was her spell that made the shroud, and they just made the runes for her spell.
Hmm. Like
Just like-
it's her spell that's written on the runestones.
Exactly.
Hmm.
She's the recipe. They're the chefs. And maybe she has some sort of tumultuous relationship with the other elves historically. Maybe she's like some sort of figure from their history that did something wrong, which is why she's on the other side of the island to the rest of them. She had to be an outcast, otherwise she would have been heralded in the she would have been kept in a tower in the castle. Why isn't she there? What's the relationship between her and the family of kings and queens who ruled over the elves? What did she do wrong, or what did they do to her that she decided it would be best to leave? Some great slight to her, maybe they cut out her eyes, something like that. Maybe it's to do with the flowers that she wears. Maybe some sort of nature link there. Because I want to give some purpose to the flowers that she wears as well.
She piss off our druidic order.
She certainly maybe did.
Oh, fuck.
I'm gonna read about these water lilies.
Aridin
white
rolls up.
roses.
Oh, it's you, huh?
So I'm just checking.
It's like-
It is a white rose in her hair, right?
Yeah.
Is this going to be like a misunderstanding kind of wrong, or like she straight up did some bad shit wrong?
I think it's the greater good moment.
Gotcha. Okay, what greater good?
The saving of a lot of elven lives
By doing...
by sealing the others away.
Oh, so we're just mad at her because she locked us on this fucking island.
Maybe the
piece of
previous
shit.
king or ruler didn't want that. And she was maybe part of the royal family, or maybe she was the wizard in the hall. And then when the king sided against her, she took matters into her own hands, realized she had to get to safety first, left the kingdom, made the pact with the kingdom's allies, the giants. And then, yeah, maybe that's why there's not so many giants around anymore.
I don't
The
think
elves aren't too happy.
I don't think the giants were originally. I think the giants only allied with her because she had separated herself from the crown.
Okay, so they've got bad blood with the crown.
Giants have bad blood with everybody. The giants at one point tried to
Understood.
conquer Tyros.
Oh, we talked about this, yeah, with the elf bro camp. Okay.
Yeah, they have that elf bro thing is own like the nameless king coming back is like the herald, the ordering, so all the giants are being roused.
Is that happening at the same time?
Everything's sort of happening at the same time. I try to keep all of my campaigns happening within the same sort of time frame.
It'd be cool to have a nod to the elf bro campaign.
I do think it'd be cool if the giants were like basically getting themselves ready, but then they find out that the giants are trying to leave the island. Like they're getting ready to go sail.
Matter.
Maybe that's the relic.
A boat.
Well, not necessarily a boat, but maybe some great magical item that would allow them to get across the world that they haven't had to use in millennia.
Oh man, make it a boat. Make it a pre
Just a
Like-
giant keel.
Literally make it like a fucking battleship from the Allfather's time that they found.
Like a fucking destroyer?
Yeah, they're just gonna sail out with.
It has to be something you can bring back to the Oracle.
It's got to
Oh,
be
okay.
a rune, surely.
A destroyer.
Something runic.
I was thinking like a chisel.
Like the chisel they used to make the
Yeah.
obelisks. Now we're talking.
Chisel that makes golems.
That would explain how the Oracle knows about it. She probably enchanted it.
Hmm. Yeah, I think it should be the chisel that the giants used to and carve her spell onto the runestones.
Okay, but the giants got trapped in with her.
They made the deal with her because you got to remember they made this deal when the Giant King died.
Yeah, they were losing
Okay.
at the time.
Or they saw that they were losing and they're like, we have to fucking I am not
We gotta
getting
dip.
ganked by like an army of a continent. And hey, you want us to side with you? Fine.
Protect
but
us.
You have to protect us.
Mm,
We'll seal this island for you, but you have to keep us safe.
Gotcha.
okay, so she's got a little bit in her closet now. Relationships with the old kings of the Elven Kingdom, relationships with the giants. She knows about the chisel, she knows about the onyx. I would like to explore the lore of the onyx a little bit more at some point.
Okay.
But we still need to figure out what the third relic is and how she knows about that and why it's important. Maybe it's something to do with the king that she betrayed.
I was initially going to tie it to the Herngar, something that the Herngar have taken.
Ooh. Oh, that's right, for the stronghold.
Correct. For a reason
beneath
for
the
them
ground.
to go into the world
Bastards.
below.
Something they got already
Mm-hmm.
before the players started there. What could they have gotten that they had the ability to get? It's not
What
like they're
about
going to
the
take something from
fucking-
the elves, right?
What about the
Unless-
fucking water orb? They got fucking.
You already
grabbed?
found all the pieces of the water orb.
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
I thought there was more water orb.
No, you guys found it all.
Oh, okay. Very well.
How long have the humans been on the island?
Oh,
A couple generations?
sure. Let's go with that.
When did the Hungar arrive?
The Herngar have always kind of been a thing.
Since before the humans.
Like before the settlers arrived?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, probably.
Because it was elves and giants.
Probably.
And then it was Hungar, then it was humans.
Elves have had to deal with a lot.
Yeah.
So the chances of elves being caught by surprise very low. It would be cool to tie them into the story somehow. Maybe with that third relic. But what would be something that the Herngar could take from the elves when the elves would be on guard against the giants and the Herngar's, and especially with the humans arriving? Is this something they've had for a long time? Or is this something that, yeah, maybe this is like where the hatred between the Herngar and the elves comes from. Maybe there was a druidic grove that they burned to the ground and stole an item from.
Shard
That-
of Thorler.
I grab Eridan's head.
Okay.
Very well.
Smile.
One
Something
day.
the elves were tasked with guarding. Herngar stole. So your grove's been burned down more than once, probably.
Yeah, you know these things happen.
Maybe that's why they're so militaristic now with your mother.
We are. Yeah, we are in fact surrounded by giants. So it kind of sucks, and apparently cultists, and now Herngar. So it kind of sucks out here. I'm not gonna lie.
Now, second question, why did they want it?
Shard of Thorlin is a big fucking deal.
What does it do?
That is, you could basically use it to make another star tree.
The star tree being the big glowing elf tree.
That's one of them. There were two. There was Thorlin and Eluine. Eluine's still around. Thorlin was destroyed by Bahamut.
So why would the Durgar want that? Maybe something to do with the Axios?
I was gonna say it's big shiny. I imagine.
This is like a best thing in the treasury for a kingdom kind of artifact, right?
This is, if you find this is like, congratulations. We might very well just make you a High Lord.
Perhaps
Who
one
would
of
you
the most
sell that to?
other Urngar.
The
Malvern.
Herngar.
Isn't this settlement supposed to be like the Herngar settlement?
No, they're not going to Carrick Freyr. They're not going
is
to
that-
the Axios.
Gotcha. I thought I'm trying to cast my mind back to the original plan. I thought there was going to be some sort of like sponsorship from the Herngar into the Axios so that they could see what that looks like. And that maybe they would see it there.
My initial plan was if they saved all the kobolds, they could have the kobolds help them when they went into the world below.
Yeah, that does ring a bell.
So because they saved all of the kobolds, when they go down to the world below, they're going to have kobold allies, like help them siege a fortress, basically.
So the burning of the grove, the taking of this shard.
What if
would
it's
have
not
happened-
Herngar? What if it's the Chaos Dwarf?
The Urngar were basically Chaos Dwarves.
Herngar don't get along with Chaos Dwarves, right? Because they don't respect the
Yeah,
Axios.
so the Chaos Dwarf, like, you got to remember, I would not call them Chaos because they're more lawful evil.
Okay.
So these Chaos Dwarves are like, they hate everybody. All dwarves hate the Chaos Dwarf.
That's a
Oh,
lot
they're
of
just
fire,
mad.
though, if I remember right.
What if
These
they're-
Herngar's,
Go on.
I thought the Chaos Dwarves were like fire and brimstone.
That's what I was thinking.
That's a
What
lot
if the
of fire
Urngar were
for
trying
an
to
AP.
sell the shard to a demon?
I was thinking, what if they were using the shard to power their machines?
Oh yeah, they're I'm gonna conjure the biggest demon and put it in my machine
Yeah.
with this.
Like pure
Funny
primal
shard.
energy.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, because, I mean, so this shard is used to make a giant tree. Maybe there's some sort of, we can burn the shard like wood, and it's almost a bottomless supply of timber. Something like that.
It is basically an astral body. You have like a mini
okay.
star. Yeah, when I call it a star tree, the way that Thorlin and Eluine and other
He plucked
trees,
it from the sky, right?
yeah, he literally ripped stars out of the cosmos.
So
Yeah.
they've got a star.
I return.
Oh shit!
Right.
Wait.
Go on.
DM. I push the Chaos Dwarfs aside. I push you in front. The Red
Baron.
Wizards of Cauburn.
Oh,
What if they tried to get the shard?
and that's a whole different faction. Interesting. We're really throwing everything at it.
It is chaos in Kalodor. It fits the name.
Red Wizards of Cobb.
We've been told about these guys, but they've never been introduced. Or what the Red Star wants.
Maybe there's no Underdark then.
Actually, maybe the Necromancers are Red Wizard.
Oh, that could work.
Yeah, that might make more sense.
That could work.
Yeah, we wouldn't need any ties to the Elf Kingdom then. We could just sever all those, make them an independent.
Well, the Red Wizards of
been at this
Cobburn, they can be insidious. They often act as advisors to unknowing kings and shit.
Oh,
So there are only a few people who really know about Cobburn.
it's
lot of
secret
people-
society.
Yeah, a lot of people
Yeah.
know Coburn or like the Red Wizards as very eccentric wizards. They just collect relics. They just collect artifacts.
They're the kind of guys. So there's like the white. Do we still have the white hand?
The White Circle.
White circle. Don't they like parading around as white circle like a bunch of assholes?
Yes. They often
Shit.
disguise themselves as like basically a part of this society. So they will show up and be like, it's time to, I hear you've been needing a new advisor.
I've come to ask you about your automotive's mobile insurance.
So what do we know about this society, the secret society?
God.
They worship an entity known as the Bloodstar. Bloodstar is a creation of the aftermath when the Allfather tore stars from the night sky.
They want their tree back.
They want to put.
They want to put the star back in the sky. Is that what I'm hearing?
They want to prepare the world for the age of stars. They believe that they themselves are celestial bodies.
Hey, yo.
They believe
Nice.
that they are the children of the Bloodstar, and that they are preparing the world for its arrival.
So they think they're the good guys.
Correct.
Are they the good guys? I'm just throwing
Straight
out
up.
The
questions.
Bloodstar is an eldritch being. Truly
That's so funny.
Yeah, when you said about the Age of Stars, my first thought was Riley. Like relay, or however you pronounce it. So, but that's usually associated with, like eating brains and shit like that, and mind flayers.
Yeah.
So I thought, maybe not. But that's interesting. So are they wizards or are they religious?
Be both.
Or both? Okay.
They have made their own school of magic.
Okay. We have a new player on the board. So
More to consider.
I mean, I think that's good as a necromancer. It would make sense why he wants the onyx.
He's already in red. He's
you could
perfect.
make that twink really clean if he thinks he's an angelic being. Or like the part star.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, that takes
Do I
a new
even want
spin
to
on
take
the
this
undead
away
too.
from the world? Do I really want to
You
be
could-
killing twinks in my life?
You could have some clean undead if this guy's resing him, right? Or would he just res the dirty undead as like lesser beings or something?
Well, it's much like how you love Fae. Coburn is Fae.
Like 1 for 1?
Sorta. Obviously, it's the whole Bloodstar thing isn't part of Fae.
No, for sure.
But they do have like
Zastamp's not out
Zulkers.
here doing that.
They do have Zulkers and shit like that. They're Zulkris, who their society. They do have undead manual labor.
Mm.
It kind of fits that he's selling undead labor then to cultists.
Makes sense. As like a side gig.
Mm.
So he has a relationship with the Giants because he's selling them labor. The Giants don't realize that they're working with somebody with ulterior motives. Do the Giants know they have... Who knows they have this shard? Obviously the Oracle. Why does the Oracle know? What's the relationship there? Maybe...
Is this when we add godly intervention?
Hold on. I think if we keep them as the Necromancer,
Oh.
she knows about the Onyx because it's still something she tasked to that family of knights.
So she has no links to them.
Correct. She's like,
That could be fun.
She's like, knights, the family's still there. They're tasked with guarding it. Go meet my boy, go meet my boy Lancelot. He's ready. And they roll up and
Like
it's
opening up.
destroyed. And she's like, what the fuck happened?
She opens up that one fucking closet she hasn't opened up in decades, and there's like a rat in there, and he looks up, and he's like, oh.
What the fuck are you?
That still asks. There's still a couple of questions like floating in the air. The plan has to still be ongoing for these guys. They probably got the shard a couple of 100 years ago or something like that. It must have been missing for a while.
The
Because
Chaos
she knew it was
Dwarves?
missing. No, the what were they called?
Oh, no, we're using the Red Wizard specifically for the Necromancer. We're gonna
That's
keep
what
the
I'm saying.
Chaos Dwarves as the ones who took the Shard of Thorlin.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Because it's the
Yeah, so the Red
Necromancer,
Wizard, the Red Wizards has the Onyx, the Giants have the Chisel, and the Chaos Dwarves stole the Shard of Thorlin.
Okay,
But
wait.
Why are the Red Wizards still there? Just to sell?
I think he's there for more relics. I think he's trying to make deals with everything that's there.
What if? Okay, how long ago was the shard stolen?
How old is Eridan?
I really actually don't know with the updates to the elves. To be honest, that's a really good question.
Before Eridan's time.
Okay.
Eridan was a settler, no?
So-
He helped the settlers.
No,
So
he's
it's a
part of
couple
the
of
Grove.
100 years.
He was.
Yeah, but he helped the human settlers, I mean.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's more recent though. Yeah.
That's a couple of generations of humans.
Yeah.
200 years maybe. And that's
That sounds about
when
right.
he helped. Not even when he was
Yeah.
born.
I think that
Mm,
makes sense.
it's before his time.
I asked because I don't know. One idea was that the Red Wizard hired the Herngar to steal the shard, and the Herngar are basically waiting
back
out
on
for
him.
better payment. Yeah,
Mm,
and then we basically interrupted that
Changed the
exchange
terms.
when we killed the Necromancer. Now they're stuck with a shard.
Mm-hmm.
that would require-
They're going to want it back too. They're going to come
Yeah.
back with reinforcements later.
I think that's a good idea. I think that they initially. So here's my idea. I think to really play up the chaos bit, I think that Herngars initially were bought by the Necromancer to steal the shard. They did. They succeeded. They get raided by the Chaos Dwarf, who take it. They fuck
Oh, it's like the
off.
fucking One Ring.
The
That
Herngar
is so
are like,
fucking
we
funny.
can't tell the Necromancer that we don't have it because he's already paid half.
Ooh.
The deposit's down.
Ooh.
So
Ooh, that's rough.
she's like, okay, I'm divining a vision. The Herngar have it, and then they roll up, and it's like, no, motherfucker, that shit got stolen 3 decades ago. It's being used to power some infernal engine by the Chaos Dwarves.
Pieces of shit.
So nobody knows where this fucking shard's at because
Herngar
it's changed
spits
hands
worst
so
trade
many
deal of my
fucking
life.
times.
That's so
Do
funny.
Chaos Dwarves use demons and devils and that kind of thing?
I think they do.
Surely an extra planar star would make a fabulous planar portal crux or
A little
keystone.
a way
to a
in
gate.
for them to steal demons, put them in machines. You get
yeah, I
fucking
think you,
demon
You're just
abducted in
fishing.
the middle of the abyss.
yeah, and it gives you a great reason, as all GMs should exploit, to throw extra planar demons and devils into your campaigns.
Nice. I like that. I like that they initially had a deal, and the Herngar are like, fuck, we lost the shard, and they've been trying to get the shard back. They haven't been
Yeah.
able to. And they're like, we can't go to the Necromancer. He fucking, we owe him still.
How long has
Okay.
that debt been outstanding?
That's a great
Yeah.
question. I want to say it's so if it's a recent thing, unfortunately, that means that's something that's happened in Eridan's life.
Man, Eridan really is depressed. It's like, man, this world's going to shit, man.
It could be something recent though, before the orb kicked off. It could be like
Do we know how your sister died?
I don't
Could
know
we link it?
exactly. Brown does.
the Necromancer has a dark friend ally.
They always do.
The dark friend, working for the Necromancer, was trying to figure out where the fuck the shard was. His way of doing that was going to be killing elves, resurrecting them, take their memories. Tried, kill Eridan. Failed. sister drank the poison instead. She got super dead. He fled.
Ooh, okay. Not to toot my own horn, but if they tried to poison Aridin,
Youngest
maybe
elf.
what?
Youngest elf.
Okay, all right. Jesus Christ.
I can't go for
I'm
free
just saying.
reign because she's 10,000 years
No.
old. So fucking
Well,
disintegrate.
what I'm saying is maybe the shard is actually like super recent. Like,
Oh, something they uncovered.
yeah. Like might be the reason why Aridin stops what he's doing and goes with his party. Like
How recent is recent?
between basically like during our downtime.
Like they're
Like
still
it just
hoofing
got
it.
stolen.
Like
Yeah.
today.
Yeah, like last week it got stolen.
Last week is kind of crazy because you wouldn't be going into someone's basement killing things, but
I don't think Aridin would be helping Preston kill centipedes, if I'm being honest. If
What
the
I mean is
shard of
after
Thorolid was stolen.
I mean after like Chaos and Kalidor picks up a month after our one shot, and during that time the fucking shard got stolen.
So we reintroduce Eridin drinking from the bottle.
He's fucking haggard.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh dear.
Correct. At the druid, well, you'd probably see him dressed for war. Like all of the druids would be out, pissed off. Like all of the envoys have withdrawn. The druid circle has gone quiet and like are basically hunting people in the woods.
I would imagine there would have been some serious diplomatic issues between the human settlers and the elves of your grove. Maybe some blame game there.
Definitely
Maybe,
suspicions, I think.
You've lost the house privileges, that kind of bad blood, maybe.
Definitely like hyper suspicion from the circle.
In times of war, does your mother take over?
I would say so. I think if she doesn't, she's part of the group that does.
Huh.
I think it's sort of a run by elders kind of thing.
So why would they just send you? Or would they send you to the Oracle? Well, I mean, you're going to the Oracle anyway because of Rin, right?
Yes. So Rin is going to approach the party and say, "Hey, I was out with my team and we found a super spooky fucking orb. Really fucking scary. That shit radiates evil. I need you to go and contact the Oracle because I've divined in the stars that she knows something about it."
Divined in the stars. Ooh, red wizards. False messages. My GM brain just tingled for a second there, but
a little spider moment, little spider.
Yeah, I had a little thing there where all the stars aligned, no pun intended, and I was like, "Oh, you could do some dirty shit there." But
I'm listening.
Well, Rin's reading from the stars, right?
Yes.
The faction that stole the shard know the stars pretty well. You could quite easily say a prayer to your eldritch gods. They change what Rin sees to set off the motions of the adventure. Everything's according to plan. They know the adventurers are going to get it from the Chaos Dwarves because the Oracle's going to send them to the Chaos Dwarves to get it.
Oh, where their
and
solution.
then they can take it from the Oracle.
That's so convoluted, but very funny.
They're wizards and clerics. Must be high level. That's how I'd run it. They change the stars so that Rin sends the adventurers to the Oracle, knowing that the Oracle will send them to the Chaos Dwarves, get the shard back before it's even gotten there, and then bring it back or make it easier to get for them.
The party gets jumped on the way back. Sup, pussies? Thanks for getting that for us.
Liches in red robes.
We've been needing that.
Thank you kindly. Hand it over. You know. That's what I'd do. But I'm a bastard for GMs.
That's so convoluted. It could actually work.
Yeah, you're damn right. It's just a big spider web of coincidences.
I like that.
And it puts this new faction that you haven't really explored on the map with a really cool twist. So, very memorable. But then, would they also know? They would also know about the... Well, they've already got the Onyx. But then that means that if they're changing what Rin sees for the Oracle, maybe they also have a Diviner as on par with the Oracle. Maybe they also know about the second relic, the one that the Giants have. Would they want that? Or because that's allied, that's like a later problem outside the scope of the adventure? Because if they know everything else, they might as well. You know what I mean?
What could they, what would they want with the giant chisel? Aside from having it, because they
Bingo.
love collecting relics.
I got it.
All right.
Change the spell on the obelisks. Kind of like the Necromancer already is doing. Not to turn on the Leritan, but to turn off the elves.
Ooh.
Wait, why are we turning off elves?
Bodies. A kingdom. Power. Maybe they do want to turn on the Leritan. You've got two different routes you can go there. You've got
What do
the
you mean by
giants.
turn off elves?
Kill them.
Oh, you're just gonna kill all elves with that?
Yeah, what if I turn on the space heater that is the island and kill all elves?
That heavy fog that obscured the island before becomes a dense one that clings to the lungs of every elf nearby.
Ouch. I fucking salute to the Oracle's fat titties. You'll be missed.
And the great part is that they've divined that the PCs will go to the Oracle, get all three of these relics. Yes, they'll lose the Onyx. Maybe they don't tell the Necromancer because they know he'll lose. And it's all part of the plan, you know. It's an acceptable loss because they know they'll get it back later and he's replaceable. So maybe they expect the PCs to go to all these sites, gather the relics for the Oracle. And the Oracle has the greatest failure of the Oracle is that they failed to realize that they were being scryed on. And that when they get all the things together to disarm the orb, who's waiting for them in that dungeon, but the fully reinforced wizards ready to accept the gifts that you've gathered for them. They turn on the orb, kill the elves, take the island for themselves. Leritan, you know, gets to watch.
Oh, what if? I think if this is going to be a high-level campaign, which I'm hoping it will be, we're going to try and get through as many high-level stuff as we can in this campaign. I think you are correct. I think the one leading this, like, divining all of this fate, basically rewriting the stars, should be Kadar the Lich Spawn, who is the Zulkir of Coburn. He's the leader of Necromancers.
Oh shit.
He's the
head honcho.
He's the head honcho. And he's like, with a baleful eye, I can not only destroy. How poetic! Not only with a baleful eye, he can destroy the Order of the Eye, their greatest rivals.
Wait, how is he destroying the Order?
He would take
kill all elves
with taking the eye. By gathering the artifacts to control the baleful eye, he can then turn that weapon onto anybody.
Oh.
And
that's
Kadar
not
the
good.
Lich Spawn is Sayer the Cruel.
Is who?
Tasty. Irritating.
But we're gonna stop him as the adventurers. I give 2 thumbs up at the camera.
I would kill.
TPK.
Mr. Bite, thank you very much for 28 months, brother. Goddamn. I appreciate you. I don't like all this kill all elves business. Well, we've kind of changed how elves work in the world, so gotta kill them.
What? Wait, is that the conclusion? They have to die now?
They're too powerful. Gotta kill them
They're
all.
too powerful. I gotta rescale
They're all
them.
free rins. Gotta kill them all.
The fuck? All right, Balivar, calm down.
Modern game development makes him too overpowered, kills it next patch.
Classic Blizzard moment.
I think that's what I'm gonna call it for.
Understood.
Very well.
I think we got a lot of saucy information in this stream.
In that case, I shall say goodbye to chat because I'll be gone for like 10 minutes.
What the fuck? Where are you going?
I'm gonna go take a shower.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's why I said like 10 minutes. I am stinky. What of it? I grabbed the rat. I shoved him under my armpit.
Oh my god! Oh! I shoot you dead before you even lift him up. Only I can torture my mod.
That's not true.
What do we do with Zebus, my lord? He's covered in stank.
Wow, sweet.
Hold up,
That's
I got a
okay.
gift for this.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. The rat cleaning itself. Get it off me. Get it off.
3 showers before you're allowed out.
Aye, sir.
My god, he really is just cleaning himself. He's just cleaning himself. What the fuck?
Yeah, man.
What is this gift?
You haven't seen this?
Yeah,
She's just
Why is he doing? Why is he showering like a person?
Rats are clean,
She's
man.
stinky.
Why is he rubbing under his arms like a person? Who taught him that? Who taught him that? Who taught him that?
What makes you say he needs to be taught?
Who taught him that?
What makes you say he's just not? What makes you say he's just not built different? Maybe he knew that from the very beginning. He came out doing that.
Yep.
Crush the rat. All right.
By the way, Dion, before we go, who made this beautiful art with all this fat titty?
This lovely art. I'm glad you asked. Well,
Thanks, man.
this lovely art was made by Legion.
The_Legion?
That's right. Also goes by Legs in the Discord. Who does commissions and will do more commissions more frequently in the future for money.
That's wild. So if I wanted to get my own oracle for my setting or my character, I could contact this person in
That's
the near
right.
future.
That's right. Only contact them though when they put their artist for hire tag up.
That's crazy.
Not only do they do lovely pieces like this, some of the emotes you're using in our chat right now were also made by Legion. Not only that, you can also mayhaps even get some headshots. Look at this guy. This is Arendelle.
Whoa.
That's one of our characters in Chaos and Kalador. That's a headshot. That's crazy.
See that guy? That guy right there? Yeah. He's about to get all this shit we're talking about. That guy's gonna cry about it.
Look at all these look how varied and skilled this artist is. Not only can he do little blorbo emojis, he can also do great art. The people you see sitting on the couch, also drawn by Legion. The couch they're sitting on, also drawn by Legion. That motherfucker leave? I'm gonna kill him.
Yeah.
I'm gonna kill him. I'm actually going to kill him dead.
That's wild.
Oh yeah, Barry,
He's just a little guy.
I need you to wring his neck and get him back in here. I'm not done.
You don't understand. He's just a little guy. He's just a little
He's
guy.
Well, he
a
can
little
be a
guy
little
that's gonna
guy
get money.
who gets paid, maybe, who can stop role playing as the starving artist.
He's just a little guy.
I'm tired of it.
He's just a little guy.
He deserves money.
That's it. I'm gonna cast enlarge on him, making him a medium guy.
Oh, then he would lose his charm.
Yeah.
He'd lose his little guy charm.
I love Oya being like, oh, I bet he's so handsome.
I bet he's so
I bet he's like-
blushes. People blush.
Oh,
Push his
you
fingers
little
together.
guy.
And if Legion's smart, he'll do a goddamn
That-
adoptable for the fucking
That
Oracle.
meme. Or like Iron Man's pointing at like a picture of Mr. Fantastic squared up. He's like, "Is this your man?" She's like, "Yeah, that's my man.
All dreamy
That's
eyed.
him. He's mine. This is your man." Yeah.
He's my yo dude. He's my yo guy.
Are you just in time, Roger? Say goodbye.
Wow, why? Oh, okay, bye.
Because I'm ending stream.
Okay, bye everybody.
Because we're killing you.
bye. Oh. You know, I could have used that earlier when my tummy was upset. I thought I was gonna die.
I'll be back.
I'll be back.
Okay.
Bye.
Gamers, friends, companions. Thank you guys so much for. Oh, Zolf! I didn't even see this. Zolf, thank you very much for 5 months, brother. I appreciate you. Thanks for sticking around for so goddamn long. Sorry I didn't see that sooner. That's it for me tonight, guys. Thank you guys so much for coming out and supporting the stream, supporting myself, and hanging out with all the homies. I do appreciate it. The next time you will see me will be tomorrow. I will be streaming tomorrow as well. So if you want to come hang out and vibe and all that other fun stuff, we're going to be working on more stuff. We're going to be working on the Necromancers layer some more. We got a lot of cool, like, it looks really dope. I'm a big fan of the aesthetic that we have going on now. So yeah, we're gonna keep working on that. We're gonna get it all nice and cleaned up, and ready for the AP. So yeah. I hope you all have a lovely night. I hope you take care of yourselves. Hug your loved ones. Tell them that you love them. If you haven't called them in a while, call them. I'm sure they'd love to hear from you. And I will see you guys later. Goodbye.